Oh, you sub. Does that mean I can bite you?
Death 233 byte 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 Death 233 byte
Hello? Hello? How is everyone today? Hi. Hello. hello. Wait, hold on. Why is my model a bit small? There you go. hello. 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 How is everyone? Hi. Hello. Thank you, Coffee, again for the subby. Thank you. Okay, let me check the first chapter, which is the first one is Schnibble. Yes, classic. Next is Cosmic. Hi, hello. And then Coffee subbed. Thank you again, Coffee. Thank you, Coffee. Hello. As soon as Snowball says hello, gamers, Cosmic is like Schnibble. Such a big You're such a big Snowball fan, huh? Yeah, the TTS was dripping earlier. But yeah, thank you again, Coffee. Hi, Doc. Hello. Good afternoon. How is your day so far? Also, why are you biting me, Coffee? What did I do to you? What if Doc was actually sure? Yeah, Demetrius Oculata Caesar. That's crazy. That is a crazy name. But can you buy me lunch? No, I'm broke. I'm broke. I'm broke, Abby. I'm broke. I will tell you why. Also, I'm a bit nauseous today, so I should avoid like doing sudden movements, or else I'm gonna be like on the verge of vomiting again. Hi, Miss. Good morning. Oh, I mean, good evening for you. Why are you still awake? But hey, how are you today, huh? Hi, hello. Hi, Miss. Hi, Cosmic. Hi, Schnibble. Okay, y'all are gambling now, huh? Too bad. Snowball is still at second place because of Chloe. It's technically morning. It's 1:28. Oh my god, yeah. Sadding. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say you. Anyway, so a little bit of updates. So this week was kinda like very very hectic. Um, Work was slowly chill, but it's starting to pick up the pace again because of like the go live that will happen next week. Wait, was it next week? Next week. Like next week will be very hectic, and then the next week will be the hell mode again. Um, with that said, I was like, I'm sorry. Wait, let me clear that up. Okay. So, as I said, work will be very busy in the next 2 weeks. I might stream less. I might be what you call this? I might be what you called it? Aboba. um I might even work on weekends. On a weekend like Saturday. I hope not, but I mean with go lives that's usually the case because it's usually weekend support. Um and then this week as well was when I went to the doctor again. This time it's my OB. I went to my OB. If you're not familiar with that, OBGYN is a doctor that specializes in the sexual part, on a reproductive part. So The reason for that is because I don't know if this is TMI. I don't know if this is TMI, but I have been bleeding. Like, I've been having my menstrual period for more than a month now, since last month. Like, ever since the Donathon ended and April started, I already had my period. And until now, it's still ongoing. So I'm like, I'm really dizzy at like times whenever I like do sudden movements. Like, for example, I wake up suddenly, I stand up suddenly. It makes me dizzy. So I told my OB when I went to the doctor like last Wednesday. I was it Wednesday? No, yesterday. Yesterday that I am experiencing dizziness whenever I move suddenly, and that my period is not stopping ever since I got
Whoop whoop.
hospitalized.
Would you
Oh my
whoop
god.
whoop whoop.
Oh no. I just
Unless it's what you
hydrated.
wanna whoop whoop.
So yeah, thank you again, Cosmic, for the hydrate and stretch. I actually needed to stretch. Oh my god. Although I just took a 3 hour nap. Oh my god. Okay, here you go. Cheers. Okay. My tummy a bit hurty. I lay down for a bit while listening to Oh no, Shotzi, are you okay? Is it huh? Why tummy achy? Oh no, oh no. Uh, anyway, but Shotzi, if it's too much, you can like take a rest today, okay? Is that time of the month for snivels? Oh my god. Oh my god, Chatsi, are you in your period too? No, he can't type, I guess. He cannot type because he's listening to the stream while in the bed. Yeah, he can't type. My first period. Oh no. Okay. To continue this story, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm experiencing too much blood loss. So, I told my doctor about it, and then she said like, okay, um, I will prescribe you a medication that will stop the bleeding, your menstrual period, and also I will start you on your in your blah 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 blah, the contraceptive pills that will aim to balance your hormones. So this time, instead of taking it once per day, you're gonna take it 3 times a day. So we're gonna concentrate faster on your hormone. But the side effect is you're gonna be very nauseous. There are times that you might vomit, so I will forbid you to go to work. And I'm like, no, I can't stop working. Like, I will forbid you to not work like 2 weeks. And I'm like, no, I don't have enough leaves for that. I already used it when I got hospitalized. So I'm like, bruh. I'm like, can we do like a work from home setup only, because I work from home at least 4 times a week. I'm required to go to the office once a month. I mean once a week. Can if possible, I want a certification, a medical certificate that I can show to my manager um that I cannot travel to office for the next 2 weeks because of the medication and the treatment. And the doctor agreed with that setup. So I'm like, yes, I'm gonna be just at home for the next 2 weeks, but I'll still be working. Earlier, like when I started my shift, I emailed my manager and the director about it and attach my medical certificate, and then they're like, are you okay? You didn't tell us that you're having some massive blood loss because of your period and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I've been feeling off for the past month, because I've been like experiencing so much blood loss, I guess. Um so they said like, yeah, okay, we'll approve your request that you can that you're not gonna be able to do the mandated work in office setup once a week for the next 2 weeks. And I'm like, yes, thank you, that will be very helpful. Then they're like, if you need to take a leave, let us know. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm out of leaves. And then they're like, no, you can utilize the government. Like, I believe SSS has a 3 day leave that you can file for sick leave if you're sick really. And I'm like, yeah, but that's gonna require me to go there, right? And I'm there like, yeah, you're right. You're gonna go to the government office. And I'm like, yeah, that's not applicable. As long as I'm at home, I'm okay, because the doctor said the the side effect for the medication is that I will be very nauseous and I will be very dizzy, or I will vomit at times. But I have to make sure that I am properly nourished while this is happening. So I kind of changed my meal plans a little bit for this one. But yeah, it's kind of working. I've been taking it for like 24 hours now. I just took my third pill earlier. We'll see on the next few days, because like on the first like on the first half of my day earlier, I was like, shit, my head hurts. I'm getting dizzy. And then I I took a nap while working, because there's nothing to do anyway. I'm like, yeah, it's chill anyway. I'm gonna take my break and take a nap for 1 hour. But I woke up 3 hours later because of my medication alarm. But yeah, that's the situation right now. So I'm a bit nauseous. So we're gonna be doing some chill games. Then you're gonna be like, everyone's gonna be like, Nachi, Battlefield 6 is not a chill game. I know, but I need to do my dailies. Hope you get better. Thank you, Shatsi. Medication that makes us nauseous. Yeah, I mean, the reason it makes me nauseous is because the contraceptive pill, which was supposed to last 21 days, will be taken within 7 days. Because instead of one pill a day, it will be 3 times a day. And because of that, the concentration is too much for the brain, I guess, or something. Yeah. Did you watch the season 3 trailer? Not yet. I do want to though. Hi Fire. How are you today? Are you still at work? Be safe. Be safe, Fire. Thank you, thank you. We could watch it. Yeah, yeah, definitely. You're at home? Oh, I see. Stinky fire. Damn. How dare you call fire stinky? Huh? Why? What did fire do to you, Coffee? My first period. I hope it will be a boy. Wait, Chelsea, you want a boy, but I don't want to get kids. Just kidding. That's how it works. My body, my rules. Finally, no more work tomorrow. I know, right? Same for me. I'm 20 minutes and I'm out of work. I have my laptop in front of me and I'm like, okay, let me yap for like a few minutes or so until 6 a.m. and then once I'm out, I'm gonna play Battlefield. Watch as my manager suddenly DM me with like, okay, this is urgent. Can you do this right now? It's really urgent. We need it like before the day ends. Imagine me jinx that. I swear, if I jinx that, I'm gonna cry. I'm already live on stream. uh, Doggy. Oh my god, this dog. Yeah, classic Friday move. I know, right? My manager be like that. But yeah, aside from that, like while I was working the whole day, not whole day, when I started shift, um, I was just like listening to all these exposes. I've been like catching up on like the tea recently. I know I'm kind of late to the Saikuno one, but is there any new ones? New tea that we know? I mean, I just know uh I just watched like Asmongold and Tectone and Powder about it. I'm like, what the fuck? Bro is able to turn it around on the exposers. Those that exposed him, he turned it around on them. Now they're getting the hate instead of Seiko now. Crazy. I don't know any of the names you just mentioned. Nah, it's okay. It's okay you don't know, Coffee. Stay innocent. Honestly, it's not because of Saikuno that I fell into the VTuber hole, but Saikuno was kind of part of it, honestly. I've been watching them on when the Among Us was happening last pandemic. Like that's when I'm like into Valkyrie and stuff back then. Like I kept on watching them do their YouTube streams with Corpse Husband, Valkyrie, Toast, and stuff. The OTV friends and friends. And then I'm like, when they were playing Among Us, like one day, I saw one clip of them playing with Shoto, and that's when I'm like, wait, Shoto kind of sounds like Saikuno. Like they both have like that anime protagonist voice. And when I researched about Shoto, and that's when I fell into the VTuber rabbit hole. So it was Shoto, honestly, that made me fell into the VTuber rabbit hole. Been in the rabbit hole since 2016. God damn, that's crazy. Wait, was it Kizunai? Was it? I'm not sure. Hi, Fizzy. 10 stream streak, nice. So we still have like probably 15 minutes and
I
then.
didn't understand that.
What the fuck? What did I? This phone? Are you listening on me? It's crazy. I sound like a little goblin. Huh? What? What? Explain, Shatsi. Explain. Kizuna ai Tokinosora Nekomiya Hina. I don't know the other two, but I know Kizuna ai. I know Kizuna ai. 15 stream streak! Oh my god! Thank you, miss. That's big. Insane dedication. Can't wait when Cosmic was released. How many stream streaks for Cosmic? I don't know. Me Lil Goblin, I not explain. No. Hold on. I gotta clear my throat. Oh my god. Ababa. Why you no explain? Why you sound like Lil Goblin? You're not a goblin, Shatsi. Don't worry. Fizzy, how are you today? Huh? How are you? I'm sure you're gonna dip again. The classic Fizz. We're just gonna chill today. Um, banana cheese goblin. Wait, because of my height. If I'm goblin, I should have been green skinned. I should have been green skinned, right? I just got home from work. Good work today, Fizz! Happy Friday! Happy Friday weekend. Now that I saved my streak, I go sleep. Oh, okay. Good night, miss. Have a good sleep. Good night, good night. Okay. And if you notice, I have no more sticky notes on my face. I'm finally graduate from the sticky notes from the Donutons. And there's one that gifted a 5 sub last month. So which was Aru. So I removed it already. It's just a week of like streaming. Good night, have a good stream. Thank you, miss. Good night. Quick, get the chroma key. No! Why? Why do you want me to be green? It's crazy. It's crazy, Coffee. I don't want to be green. Only Peter is green. Ababa. Green banana chips. So what? Oh my god, Beef is early today. Hi, Beef. How are you? How is the beef today? Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. Hi, Darnesses. Oh my god, you're so early. How are you today, Darnesses? Is that the bat? Hi, Bat. Oh, wait, are you still at work? Oh my god. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Hi, Bat. It's the Bat. Yerp. Okay. Oh my god. Be safe. Is the Batatamasaurus? Yeah, it's the Batatamasaurus. I say it in a Filipino accent. Batatamasaurus. It should be Batatamasaurus, right? I got woken up by Angie Spink's cat. No! Why, Angie? Why, Angie? What happened? What happened? It's Dobe. That's true. Yes, it would be Batatamasaurus. You must answer the riddle. Because it's an Angus Fix cat. Nice on fire. It's the coffee cat. 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 Car. Oh yeah, later we're gonna do cat game after the battlefield games. I'm gonna do a chill cat game and then hopefully I could continue Slay the Princess. So I could have something to post on YouTube because I'm running out of something to post. I'm running out of the long form that I could post on YouTube, honestly. I guess the two kittens slept against him and he didn't like that, so he got up and hopped on my bed and babbed my face a lot. Oh my god. The angry cat. No. I can imagine that, like doing the hit the gentle hitting of the head. Your evil twin decaf cat. Oh, not the decaf cat. Oh my god. That is evil. Not the decaffeinated cat. So yeah, those that weren't here earlier again, let me just give you a TLDR. So I'm a bit nauseous today because of the medis. Um so kinda expected Yeah, I'll try not to move a lot suddenly because that's what's making me dizzy. So I don't wanna vomit, you know, on stream. Yeah, I know how you feel. The agency told me no more back to Ace Combat Mondays on. No! Why? How dare they? You gotta find another game now for Mondays. Why not make it? Why not make it a managed democracy Monday too? You can do it like that, I guess. Yeah, yeah, right, right. You can make it a managed democracy Monday. You gotta be like, you gotta commit to the democracy for liberty. Sweet liberty, my leg. Sweet leg, my liberty. I know it. My leg, sweet liberty. Yeah, how Davis is frowned upon in JP at the moment. Aw, man, that's crazy. I hope they don't do that. Oh my god. Davis is chill. You're not even like uh combating like humans. It's monsters. No! No! JD, why? Like liberty, sweet my. JD, I'm not allowed to do any sudden movements and you're making me stretch. It's crazy. Okay, I'll try not to vomit when I do it, okay? I'll still do it because you redeemed it. Um, I'm a bit nauseous, so I don't can I do it? I don't know. So they've been copywriting madness. Oh boy. Oh, that's crazy. Uh, yeah, but hey, hello, JD. How are you today? Um, wait, where's my? Okay, I'm opening the app. I'll try to do a quick stretch that I could do slowly. Let me try to find one. Hopefully I can find one. Uh, huh? What the? Uh, Hi, Shadow. Making sure you stretch every day. Beside that, not much. I got the collab later today. Wait, wait. When's the collab again? For the void thing? Oh, imagine me planning at my day and then suddenly it's today. Fuck, it's today! Ah! It's today! Ah! I have a collab later. I thought I'm gonna be having a short stream. I don't feel so well, but yeah, I guess so. I have a collab later with JD, and like 6 hours from now, we have a collab with JD. Okay, I guess I cannot do a Slay the Princess. Maybe Void Crew collab. Okay, I updated my stream description. I forgot. Woke up from a nap. Good morning, Shadow. How was your sleep? Okay, I'm loading up stuff. I see the 300,000 redeem and know my goal and what I must do now. Wait, what's the 300,000 goal again? Oh, the stop. What? Damn. Why are you making? Huh? How are you gonna be able to do that, huh, Darknesses? That's gonna take a long while too. To get 300,000 points. Ow, oh my god, that oh shit, oh shit. I'm getting dizzy from that. Oh my god. Why? Why am I like this, man? Why am I like this? Uh just yawning made me dizzy. Is crazy. I thought you had no more room in hell 2 tonight and Void Crew was tomorrow. Wait. On the Void Crew VC it says May 9? Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was the No More in Hell 2. I'm sorry. I I'm checking a different one. Fuck. Shit, it's not Void Crew today. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I am sorry. So we could do. Oh yeah, it's May 10, 3 a.m. I'm sorry. Oh my god, thank you for checking on that again, Bat. I thought I had the collab today. Okay, I gotta do Slay the Princess again, I guess. Slay the Princess. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm missing tonight's collab, but I will be at the Void. Oh no! No, oh, bad. Oh, poor bad. Because of work? Oh my god, but it's Friday. But it's Friday. Double book? Oh no. Damn, Bat's so famous getting double booked. The Lethal Company? Oh, with who? With who? That's nice. Oh, we should play it again. I like Lethal Company. I liked it. It's kind of like Repo, but yeah. Funny shmoney. I'd love to play with mods next time. Oh, sure. I'm interested with the mods. I haven't tried doing mods. One day. um, the boy. Oh, okay. Let me. Before I get distracted again, I should. Do the stretchies again. Oh, daily commands. Daily commands? Bubas. It's Bubas. With S. Gigantic. Wow. Let's go. That's you. Oh no. Oh no. It's small. Can't win them all. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Honestly, true, true, true. Why is it like that? Huh? Why? Huh? Why is it stretched like that? Crazy. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna do some quick stretch. I'm gonna do some quick stretch. Wait, let me put it here. Dun, 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 dun. Oh man, ads. All right. Oh, it's different this time. Today is a knee lift left, right leg lateral raise, side bend reach right, and a wall push-ups. Okay, let's do that. Apparently today's World Donkey Day. So does that mean it's an excuse to be an ass? Crazy. Well, you're a donkey though. Damn, darkness is his baby. Say, God damn. Donkey Kong. Imagine. Okay, let me start the workout. Uh, let me shut up the
Ready to
stuff.
go. Start.
Oh my
3,
god, this music is ass.
2, 1. Start.
Okay, knee lift.
This
I'm doing
exercise
it.
strengthens your hip flexors.
I am doing it. I am doing it.
Half the time.
Gotta work that
3,
muscle.
2, 1. Take a rest. Next, 20 seconds. Right
Oh
leg
boy.
lateral raise. 3, 2, 1. Start. 20 seconds. Right leg lateral raise.
Doing
Please
it.
keep your upper body still. Half
Oh my
the
god,
time.
there's gonna be ads. Crazy.
3, 2, 1. Take a rest. Next, 20 seconds. Side bend reach right. 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Start. 20 seconds. Side bend reach right. You can feel your obliques stretched.
Yeah, I can feel it real. My back.
Half the time.
Owie.
3, 2, 1. Take a rest.
Last.
Last exercise. 20 seconds.
Okay.
Wall push-ups.
Oh my god, wall push-ups. Where is a wall?
2, 1. Start. 20 seconds. Wall push-ups. This exercise primarily targets your chest and arms. Half the time. 3, 2, 1.
Yes. Yay. We're done. We're done. Aba, aba ba.
Well done. Congratulations.
Well done. Okay, that's it for the stretch redeem. Thank yous again, JD. It's flat as a board. Oh no. Okay, I'm kinda dizzy from that wall push up. Oh my god. Oh boy. Hold on. Ooh. Oh, ooh, okay. Don't say what? Why? It's okay. That's what make you want to go to the bathroom all of a sudden. No, 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 not really. Uh, I'm just trying to control my dizziness. So sitting kind of makes me grounded. Okay. 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 I think I'm good. So let's start the battlefielder. Oh my god. Hi, Doc. Thank you for the hit back. How are you today, Doc? Hi, Doc. Demetrius oculatus Caesar. It's not Octogamapus, and I forgot the name Doctogamapus I forgot. What the fuck? Oh, okay.
Huh?
Never knew that was abbreviated. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. The coffee's just making that up. Okay, welcome back from the ads. I'm gonna play Battlefielder. Just gonna do my dailies. It's small. Okay, there we go. Let me shush that lo-fi. Okay. You know what? Let's play the thing. This and then this and then this. What? What happened to the game capture? What happened to Battlefield? Oh, there we go. Oh Lord, no. I wrote it in the pen on the notebook. Oh my god. I'm doing all right. Thanks. How are you? I'm nauseous because of the meds. But yeah, I'm trying to cope. So like after Battlefield, I will just do a cozy game. I'm gonna find some cats and slay some princes. I thought today was like the Void Crew collab. I forgot it was tomorrow. So I was like, fuck, man. But yeah, it's slay the princess now. We're just gonna slay the princess later. But tomorrow hopefully I can control the dizziness so I could play a lot. I plan to do a long stream again tomorrow. Yes. You can believe that if you wish, but it's not true. Doc 777 aka Docta Octo Gamapus aka Demetrius Oculatus Caesar. What the fuck? I forgot how to read Roman numeral. D is like 100? Was D 100? Like 500? 500. No. I'm bad with this shit, man. C's, huh? I know X is 10. That's the 7. The 27. L is 50. C is century if I remember. If not, what? Oh, that's 777 in Roman numerals is crazy. So, oh, D is 500 and C is 100, so it's 700. And then 50 plus 2 tens would be 70. And then 7. Oh, damn. Yeah. To be fair, I put not just with an I for you. For your name. Does that mean my name on your end is Nachis? Bro literally said 777 in Roman. In Romaine letters. That's crazy. We're learning Roman numerals again. Goddamn, it's been so long since I tried to read one. Okay. Oh shit, I already did my... Oh, because after... Oh, I did Battlefield after it reset. Okay, I guess I'll just do the weeklies. So it's more of assault, I guess. Yeah. Oh my god! Armor diffuse M... Can I reroll this shit? Squad dead... No. Why? Give me a better one, please. No, not with aircraft. Okay, that one is okay. Headshot kill with carbine. Alright, I guess that's okay. This one is shotgun, this one is carbine. Okay. We're good. Let's play with the carbine. So we unlock 2 of them. This one and then this one. And then I also have a shotgun with me. Oh hi! Oh my god, it's the princess! Hi princess! Oh hi! How was the princess? Good morning! Did you just wake up? How was the princess? And that bats it's but insano. What? Why? Because 7 is a bad number. Oh, in Japan 7 is a bad one. I thought it's 4. I thought it's 4 that is bad in Japan. Princess is asking for that. No. No. How is the princess? How is the lamb? Good morning. It's 4, 7, and 9. Yeah, I know it's 4, but I didn't know that it was 7 and 9. Damn, that's a lot. Wait, I'm hearing something on the kitchen. Okay. But oh my god. Ow. Okay. That's my wrestler name. Okay. But it's okay. Very symbolic for that. It's that time of the month, so I'm the nurse. No, oh, my poor princess. Mine is like more than a month already. The reason why I'm nauseous is because uh I've been taking a meds to stop my bleeding. Because I've been having my period for like more than a month already. And I went to the OB yesterday and she gave me my medis and then said like the side effects of it would be you'll be very nauseous. You could vomit, you get dizzy. So avoid traveling. So I'm like, yeah. I'm excused at work to not go to the office for 2 weeks. My license plate number when I lived in Japan was 447. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy, coffee.
Drink up,
Oh my
bitch.
gosh. I'm gonna drink a bitch. But why? Why, love? Why? What did I do to you? Okay, I hydrated strangely. Uh, okay. I just did my stretch. My long stretch earlier. How are you, love? Did you just wake up or are you just about to go sleep? Ow, oh my god. The yawning makes me dizzy. No. But good, good. How are you today, love? How are you? How was your night? 7 is symbol for doing something to deceased body while gambling with other people's. Damn, that's crazy. Also, because Marines used 7 when they attacked Japanese soldiers and took their heads and carved 7 into the skulls and sent them back to the US in 40. What? That is so specific. And like, huh? That's crazy. I unfortunately napped too late, so won't be able oh my god. Good morning then. Good morning, love. I'm okay-ish. Just a bit nauseous, yeah. So I'm trying not to move a lot. Trying not to move suddenly because it's what triggering the nauseousness. I don't want to vomit on stream, man. Uh, okay. Nice, okay. Okay, I'm out of work officially. It's not exactly 6 a.m. that I logged out, so it's okay. 20 minutes after the shift is okay. I'm out of work. It's the weekend. Yeah, finally I can play. Oh my god. I'm sorry to hear. No, it's okay. Thank you though. Oh yeah, Japanese war skulls was a thing Marines love doing and sending to their girlfriend. Ew! If I were the one that will receive that from my boyfriend on the that went to the war, I would be like creeped out. I'm not gonna be proud. I'm like, why are you proud of killing other people? Like, yeah, I mean, we are fighting for the country, but why send me the head? It's huh? It's disgusting. Imagine opening your box and getting a skull card with 7 is I'm gonna be scared for my life. It's crazy.
Get glued.
I get glued. That sounds like love. Okay, I got Why? No. Who wants to join? Who wants to join? Who wants to join Battlefielder? Who wants to join? I forgot to ask. Who wants to join Battlefielder? No, Kirby, no, don't eat the screen. No, oh my god. Ow, my ears. I saw you redeem it, so I'm like, I gotta brace myself for the loud one. I believe it was welcomed as a lot of people were angry with Japan and back then and learned from Filipino guerrilla fighters starting their tradition. Wait, really? We started it? No way. I didn't even know that. Honestly, Japan colonized us for like a decade, I guess. I think was it a decade? 14 years? I'm not sure. Yeah, we became like a little bit of a Japanese colonized country before we got freed by the Americans. So the Americans like fought the Japanese that are stationed in the country and drove them back to Japan. And that's when we got colonized by Americans. before we before we were able to democratize ourselves. Philippines, what the fuck, Cosmic? Yeah. We didn't like Japan back then. Yeah, in our history, the Japanese were brutal in our history. Philip American, not Cosmic. Philly Spanish. Crazy. All right. So who wanna join Battlefielder? If none, then I'll just queue in. Schnibble, do you wanna play Lechon? No, no Lechon. Hold on. Why is Noggy barking? Bakit po?
I'm gonna come.
Why? What? Huh? Oh my God, Noggy barking. Tapos na? Oh, she's done eating. Give me a second, guys. Give me 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Alright. No, okay. Bork. I'm still banned from no BF6. What? Why? You got banned from the game? Or are you banned by your agency to play the game on stream? I mean, Battlefield is yeah, another board thing. Dog like. Speaking of dogs, I need to walk mine outside in BRB. Okay, have a good walk outside, fire. Wolf, why are you barking, love? Borkfield. Imagine. I could be a dog right now. Hold on. Wait, where's my dog toggle? Is it this one? No, it's this one. Okay, I'm a dog now. Bork, bork, bork. Bork. Battle Bork 6. Oh, the agency. Oh my god, I'm sorry about the tarnishes. Dog, do you wanna play? Are you gonna stream? Are you about to... Are you eating right now? Her true self is out. No, I'm not a dog. This is just like one of my transformation, but I'm not really a dog. I'm a vampire butterfly. I ate earlier. Ooh, what's for Din Din? I kept aiming for the crotch and downing the enemy and shoot the people that kept trying to... That is crazy, Darnus. Why for the crotch is crazy. But I'm cooking on something for upcoming stuffs. Ooh. Oh, is that the yes, the plan that yes. Yeah. I remember you showed me one. Din Din. Din Din for you is so bad. Oh my god, have a good Din Din. What's the Din Din for the bed? Fish and fries? Nice. Sounds nice. Don't you mean fish and chips? Um, you gotta have that two teeth in front while doing the glasses thing. Work is my no, not the work. I remember what Nazi is. Oh no, I'm scared for that. No, because I speak McDonald's. It's fish and fries. We don't even. Oh, did you know that we don't even have a fish fillet here on the Philippines? McDonald's. We don't have that. We have chicken fillet though. We have chicken fillet, we have a chicken burger, yeah. But the one that we have here, but the one that is not available in the US is spaghetti. We have spaghetti in McDonald's. Vampire butterfly? Yes, I'm a vampire butterfly. Right in it, fish and chips. Yeah, mate. You gotta eat some fish and chips. Oh shit, I mean the filet of fish and fries. Filet of fish. Back doing the Italian thing. That's the Italian's way of middle finger. If I remember correctly. Lamau. Okay. I will stream, but it might be far, far west, and maybe no more room in hell to mayhaps. If I can still game later, why not? But yeah, I have some plans today. When I'm done gaming those, I might do more games if I can still do. Yeah. Have fun gaming later though. If I get dizzy because of Battlefield, I will end this shit. Eh, I noticed like when I checked my VODs yesterday, I saw like a lot of like no more room in hell, and I'm like, I might be playing the game a bit more on stream now, and I'm like, I should change it. I've been doing a lot of No More Room in Hell 2 streams for the past week. I'm still waiting for the banned games agency will give me to make my sus views go up. Oh my god. Yeah, hopefully you don't get sick. Thank you, I hope so too. Worst? Huh? Oh, no, I should do this one. I should do the carbine, yeah. What's the upgrades I could do?
Hello!
Hello! Oh my god, hi Justin! Thank you for the follow. Hello, how are you today? Good morning. Good evening. My god, there's not much players in Asia right now. It's fucking morning. It's 4v4. Oh my god. Yeah, it's 4v4. Not much people in Asia. Mine. I have to kill with carbines. Okay, there's not much people yet. What? He's dead again? Oh my god, is that already? Crazy. What the fuck? Aim for the crotch. The crotch doesn't do much damage. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, he was hiding there. It takes their XP away. Crazy. We'll see. Down the street, down the city. Okay, we have a background music. Why am I not hitting anyone? Oh my god. I'm almost dead, man. My god, I'm out of ammo already. Crazy. Random ad scare. No, not the ads. Wait, I have pre-rolls? I have pre-roll ads? Scheiße! Need a medic! Oh my god. Random ad for the background game desk. Wait, I'm getting ads? It's crazy. Hi, Aster. Hi, Aster. How are you? How is Aster today? My god. You're so mad at the tank. Chill, bro. Chill. Oh my god. I just ate and showered, so it's relaxed time. Oh, that's nice. Happy weekend. Happy weekend for you. Happy weekend, Aster. Did you see the slime episode came out? No, not yet. I haven't watched it. Later I will, if I can. Okay, that tank maneuver that I did enabled our team to go and push, I guess. Which was good. Nice. I wish I still got... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, work tomorrow is crazy. I think it's only on JP Twitch app. I learned on JP and Indonesia Twitch ad. They get more random ads run on stream. What? That's a thing? That's crazy. So it's different than the other ones. That's the first. It looks like it felt so good. Dead already. I don't know who's killing them. What the fuck? How is Battlefield 6 so far? It's good, it's good. I'm not getting nauseous so far. Maybe because I'm just like steady. My head is steady most of the time. But it's all good, it's all good. How are you today? What's your plans today, Aster? Aside from like, you know, chilling. Aside from eating in the shower and the stuff. What's the plans for today? What? But I've been, huh? Am I having a bad ping? No. What the fuck is wrong? is back. Hi, fire. Probably pass out in 3 hours. I gotta be work at 4. God damn, that's so early. Why 4 a.m.? God damn. Where do you work? Oh my god, I'm sorry. 4 a.m. is so fucking early, man. I know, right? 4 a.m. is early. Super early, man. Where the fuck are the enemy? No! Why did you? Oh my god. Oh. Oh boy. I feel it on that. You're one of those cool gas pumper workers. That's like... Do you get us adorable outfits with cute gas station pump hats? Oh, what? Is it really required to get a hat? Oh, did you know? Did you know? I like the smell of gasoline. No judging, but I don't know why it smells so good to me. It just smells so good to me, I swear. I'm normal. I just find it so good, honestly. What the fuck? You're a gas delivery driver? Oh, the LPG type shit, you know, the one that is like in a tank? Is it? Like the one that's used for cooking? Is it that one? Oh fuck, why do I keep on dragging it on OBS? Crazy. We ain't ever getting older. My god, this magazine sucks, man. It gets run out of bullets immediately. Crazy, man. Autumn. What the what? He got me with 2? Just how? Oh my god.
Fuck, medic!
I like the smell of jet fuel like I delivered today. I just delivered 12,000 gallons to an international airport. Oh, you drive like this big tanks of gas. Oh, you drive the truck. You deliver gasoline, diesel, and jet. Oh my god. I haven't tried the smell of the jet fuel. I'm curious now. I'm curious now. What does it smell like? Oh my god. I imagine we fell in love on that under moonlight skies with you. I think I'll picture us here with the wave. The ocean starlights on your face. Will you be forever with me? No. No! Fuck. Is it true people boycott those big trucks in America? I know you get stopped while people boycotting in front of them. What? I live in the middle of nowhere, so I don't see those gas boycotters. That's pretty much just a West Coast thing. Oh, only for the West side, I guess. What countries are West Coast in America? Oh, you mean the counties? Probably. Part of those are California, yeah. Yeah. Nevada, California. Was it? I forgot the others. I'm not familiar with the whole America states. The ocean skylights on your face. Why would you do that, man? Got him. Oh shit, it didn't reach him. Imagine sniping from afar using a shotgun. Crazy, man. That's me. Yeah, it states. Yeah. Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah, that's too. Honestly. Is Florida a West Coast state? It's an East one, I guess. Yeah, Florida is East. Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. This is a surprise. Hello. Hello, Tori. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you got a crazy rapper named Florida there that made some good songs for me. Really? I didn't know. Oh shit, that's a big thing. Wee! Oh my god. Let me just get rid of that fucking tank real quick. Oh my god! I miss playing Battlefield games. I was goated in Battlefield 4. Damn! You have the 4 one. Ooh. 6 is my first. So, yeah. Damn! How are they able to do that? It's crazy. Damn. I'd use this past 12 shotgun like a DMR and pop hits all the time for 500 plus. What? A shotgun doing that is crazy. And 500 yards is so far, man. That is crazy. Yeah, you shared that one, Darnices, about the Battlefield 5 story. Yeah. I do hope like they make you play it again on stream.
Keg glued.
No! I think I completed some of this weeklies from that one. Yeah, it did. Now I just gotta get some headshot kills with carbines. Goddamn. That's hard. And shotgun kills. Okay. More. I use slugs and lob them out to make people bald. Crazy. Bald? Not the bald allegation. No! Bald! Hold on. Okay. I'm in my comfy blanket now. Oh. Yeah, then chat gets I don't know anything about. Honestly, that's okay. English chat gets mad. Yeah, so usually the English ones that don't know. That's like, yeah. The fuck is this? Man, is it light cigarette? All night, daydreams, sugar and smoking a beautiful. Tummy better? Nice. Do you wanna join? Do you want a game? Let's see. Join VC if you wanna join. Sure? Okay. When I say that between Xbox 360, Xbox One, and PC, I think I have somewhere around 8,000 hours. God damn, that's big. Holy. Very dedicated first for Battlefield. Damn, you're
God
very
damn,
dedicated.
That's big.
That's big. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How was tummy? Why tummy achy? What happened? Did you eat
No
something
idea.
bad?
Tummy was like, I'm achy now, and I was like, should I lay down? And after laying down, tummy was like, okay, I'm good again. And I'm like, okay.
Well, glad tummy back to normal now, I guess. Hopefully. Queue in and then I join.
Oh, I join you.
No. Queue before I join. So you get good ping.
No,
It's okay.
that
I
feels
wanna
so
see the
bad.
between No, it's okay. I'm used to it, don't worry.
Okay, I queue.
Okay. Let me know
I
when you're
found game.
in. Okay.
Did I just join a full game? Is that what happened?
I think so. I'm queuing in. We'll see,
I
we'll
hate
see.
this.
Oh, I'm in.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe more. Battlefield 4 is also how I met my best friend. He's like a younger brother to me after about 15. 15? Wow, that is big. I'm glad that Battlefield 4 like helped you find someone that is like a big person in your life. It's nice. Finding important people in games is also nice. So does the founder emblem mean he created Twitch? I'm not sure. Oh, the founder one. No, that means they subbed uh on the first month. Was it the first month or the first year of the yeah, the first followers of the channel. Yeah, the first subbers.
Oh yeah, the first servers. I think depends if you are
I don't know how long it is.
affiliate.
Yeah, when I
It's the
started
first
affiliate,
10,
the first
and
sub
it's
is
like if you're a partner, it's like 15 or something. The first 15. It's a
yeah.
weird system like that. Oh, we just joined a lost game. That's cool. That's why we
Yeah.
could find a place in this game, I guess.
It's okay. Tank gaming. Oh, I don't like this one. I'm gonna get this one. Yep.
Nice.
Nice. I got kicked immediately. It's crazy.
Where did you get kicked? Huh?
I don't know. I got kicked immediately. I'll kick you again.
Okay. I feel so bad.
And that's just me. If you don't
I found game.
joining. I'm in.
Damn. Oh, it's a fresh game.
Yes. What's important is you get the good ping. Yeah, I like that red icon.
That's not good. feel so bad.
No. It's
I'm
okay.
crying.
No, don't cry. No crying. No crying. Chatsy's good.
Uh,
Right. How was work today? Hmm?
chill. Way too
Chill?
chill. It was
Mm-hmm.
very chill.
Very chill. Mm-hmm. I see.
One of the three machines were just like working very slowly. So there
Yeah.
was no like time stress. Is it what you say? Is it how you say that?
Maybe pressure.
Yeah, probably.
The
Pressure.
time
There wasn't
pressure.
any pressure.
Yeah.
Because I could just like always yeah. Yeah, just drive the
No.
other machine and I knew okay, I have like 1.5 hours time for that now. I don't have to bother. It's very nice. I hope. Oh, and next week I will be on the same machine but with like a second colleague. So
Oh,
that will
that's
be so
nice.
chill because I don't have to like walk around the machine and log in. It will be like so easy.
Yeah. It's gonna be good. I'm so glad that Battlefield went back to the class system instead of the hero shooter like 2042.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
that was like so
2042?
bad. Before, when the
No, I
game
mean,
released, it was basically like a
oh,
class-based shooter.
yeah,
They
but
kind of revamped that to like the Battlefield 6 system. But yeah, it was very bad at the beginning of the game.
but we did
A year.
2042, so I'm like, what? I'm like confused. So it was on the release. Ah,
Oh yeah, they
only on the
revamped that and
release.
made it a little bit more open and stuff. But
Yeah.
at the start of the game, it was so bad because it was so limited and very specific. No one liked it.
The fuck? Why would you do that? Oh my god.
Because hero shooters were cool, right? Oh,
Oh my god.
Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, and, you know, and Battlefield kinda
Yeah.
tried to be that in a Battlefield way, and Battlefield veterans were like, "What the fuck? That's not Battlefield.
Yeah, I
I'm not
remember
playing that shit."
doing that mode where, you know, the where there's like the old classes, and like I'm like, fuck, these guns are like crazy bad.
Yeah. Yeah, they also added like these the old game mode thingies. That's true. I like 6. It's just like I
Yeah.
wish there were just more content with every season. I find 2 maps per season just it's not a lot, honestly.
Also,
I would
I
wish for
hope
like
they
3 at
add
least.
more. Yeah, I hope they also add more what you call it, single player campaign stuff.
They probably won't do that because most people will play mainly for multiplayer. But they invest so much freaking developer time for RedSec, I don't understand why.
They wanted to tap into the battle royale niche.
Yeah, they want to be the next Fortnite somehow, but like everyone
Good luck.
says I'm not playing with Battlefield for Fortnite, I'm playing Battlefield for Battlefield.
Yeah.
Like no one plays RedSec. And yeah, they will add solo mode like in season 3, I guess, but like man, I have no idea why. No one plays it on quad was freaking duos. Why would you play it on solo? That makes no sense. We will see.
I mean, I like the solo part of it.
Yeah, there are some people that don't like to go in big groups, I guess. But it's still weird.
Autumn. "100%. I mean, the single player hasn't been great for Battlefield since Battlefield 4, in my opinion. The story all the way up to Battlefield 4 was banger after banger. Oh, I lost the number of times I played the campaign of Bad Company 2 and BF3. Really?
Bad
Now
Company
I'm
2
interested
was
on like getting those. One day I'll get
Bad
one.
Company was such a good, like, it was like new territory for Battlefield, because instead of like being the multiplayer shooter mainly, it tried to be like more focused on the story mode, and it worked really well. But since then, I don't know. The last good single player shooter kinda is Call of Duty, sadly, and I just don't like Call of Duty in general because it's, I don't know.
Yeah. Battlefield 3 was a crazy story for sure. Really? Now I'm so curious. I just saw recently that some of the Battlefield versions are like a series are like on sale. Now I'm like
Oh, they're
kind of
crazy
regretting
cheap. They're
I
like
didn't
90 to
buy it.
95% time to
Yeah.
time. You get them for dirt cheap.
I should have bought it when it went on sale.
It
Rarely
will
goes
go
on
on
sale.
sale.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Ah, fuck. Fuck, I was gonna heal with that.
Yeah, but shooters nowadays are just mainly just multiplayer focused. Good single player shooters are just a rarity nowadays, sadly.
Oh
Yeah, I
my
also played a
god.
lot of Battlefield 4. It was very good.
But hardline forward is just meh. The story
Hardline
gets
was
a
a weird
little
spin.
too real at times in Battlefield 3 though. Like the whole dirty boom. Crazy. Now I'm curious. I wanna try Battlefield games.
Okay. They are hella cheap. Just have to wait for some season sale.
Yeah, there's
Or
gonna be a
publisher
sale
sale.
soon, I guess. Yeah, there had been a publisher sale recently, so I'm like, I saw it like Battlefield 3 on sale, but I was like, nah, I gotta save my money and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush. They will go
Yeah.
on sale.
Ah.
They will always go on sale.
Scheiße, need a med. It's just a shame we only drive like once in Battlefield 3. We drove so many times in the campaign of Bad Company. Oh, like the driving missions?
Probably
I don't
driving
like those.
sections, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like those. I'm bad with driving. Oh my god. What the fuck? God, we're losing.
Hey, Bernie.
I drive.
Okay.
I'll flank to A if I could. Oh shit. Fuck. No. I didn't mean to do that. No. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let
Your
me
game was
out
so
of this.
easy to kill.
That was chaotic, man.
How am I still alive on A? How? I killed like 4 people
My
already.
tank is still alive.
But,
Oh my god, it's not tank, I'm sorry. My traverser mark is still alive. No! I'm gonna put this inside this stuff. Go in, go in, go in. Hurry, hurry. Nice. This inside. All right, we're good. No. I went inside of the buildings. That was so crazy. But hey, we were able to get A because of it before.
and the medic game in this
Yeah?
this game is so bad. No medics at all.
Yeah. I'm doing my assault stuff, so that's why. Do I have a medi on 8 p.m.? No, okay. I don't have a medi. My medi is later. 11 a.m. Okay. Ooh, traverser mark again. Let's go. Oh my burp. Oh, it's still been already taken. We're flanking to A again. Come on. Trust my driving skills. I got you.
This is a bad idea.
Why? My driving skills are absolute. Cinema. We're getting A. Then we'll go B afterwards.
Take a helicopter.
Alright, we're going B. No! Wait.
I need a medic.
Where you actually control where you go. That's very true. I remember the opening scene in Battlefield 4 so vividly, really stuck in my head. I'll say like I consider MW2 the peak of COD. I consider Bad Company 2 the peak of Battlefield. OG MW2, not the remaster because it seemed half-baked. I got so used to hardcore mode that I don't know if I could play regular modes. Every shot counts. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh! Whooped. No! Oh my god. The heli. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna hide. No! It was hiding! God damn it.
Need a medic.
Let me change my... We go. That's that's a better sound. Okay.
Objective Charlie neutralized. The enemy are attacking objective Alpha. Our troops have secured more objectives.
Wait, I'm not on a squad video all this time, Shotzi? I didn't notice. I wasn't on a squad video all this time.
Yes, true.
No. Okay, I created a new squad. It's Lancer. Hello, Tori. Hello. How are you today? What the fuck? The fuck is that driving, bro? Oh my goodness. Bro crashed it in the water. What the fuck?
Got him. Huh, okay.
Am I always joining a dying car? Oh my god! That's few of them. Fuck.
Medic!
And then, no!
Thank you.
Hello.
Let's move!
No!
Why don't I hit anything? What the fuck?
Me too. You have a good ping though.
Yeah, just a bit dumb.
Let me drive for you, bruh. Oh shit, it's bugged? The fuck? Oh, there we go. Gonna get B. Da B. Buzzy. Wee. What the fuck? Oh, it's it's a mine. What's the worst thing I could say? Oh, helicopter! 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 Been so long. So long and good night. Amen. We lost it.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep now.
Aww. Yeah, it's been late. Yeah. And you did a lot of work today.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Was fun.
night. It was fun. Thanks for the fun games.
Thanks for the fun games.
Ish. Sleep well. Mwah.
Have fun stream. Mwah. Good night.
Good night.
I'm a cat. I do the nya. The nya.
Donya. Yeah. I said good night to you.
Oh, good night.
Good night. Sleep well. Good job this week.
Thank
Proud
you.
of you. Stole selfish.
Proud of you too.
Ish. Mwah.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Okay. I forgot to do streamer mode. Fuck. Here we go. Okay. I guess we're done with Battlefield. Or I could go to the cat game. So we're gonna do cat game. So let me set it up. So the game is set name Stray Cats in Cozy Town. Meow. Oh my god, it's fucking loud. Ah! Ah, get wrecked, your ears. Get wrecked. Here we go. Let me turn off the music I have. Okay. It has its own background music, so yeah, that one. Okay, we have that, and we have this. Alright. Okay, that's nice. Saved. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Vovinho. I like it. I like this dev. I like the dev cats, honestly. I like the games that were made by the dev cats. It's so cute. Mr. Fofinho. Oh, there's a new one. We have Judy. Lino is a classic. And Leo and Giovanni. Lily, Judy. Oh, they're so cute. I like this. I like this. I like this game so much. It's so good. Okay. I believe that's a good music we have. So we're gonna play. No, I didn't mean to close it. Crazy, man. I didn't mean to. Okay, there we go. Meow. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, hold on. I must not be a dog for this one. I should be a cat. Okay, there we go. We're cat. We're cat today. We're cat. I'm a cat. I do dunya. So we're gonna play Stray Cats in Cozy Town. Yeah. It's a chill game. And we're just gonna find cats. So this is a finding game. So welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. This is Stray Cats in Cozy Town. Okay. Alright. Let's start gaming. There's night lights and the day one. So I guess let's do the first one. Oh my god, it's a big map. So there's 150 cats. What are these? We're gonna find water sources? Maybe water sources. Oh my god. Oh, water sources. Okay. So this is a cozy game. We can yap while I do this, so I'm okay with that. No, Kirby, no. No, don't eat. No, no. No, Kirby, what? So this is just a cozy one. Yeah, we're just chill. Is the game music too loud? I think it's too loud. Hold on. How do I... Okay, hold on. It's too loud, I guess. There we go. Aw. No, I didn't mean to close it again. Oh, fuck. Oh, ad break. Okay. So, okay. we'll start the game after the ad break, okay? I will also do a pee break while that's happening. So, we'll do that and I'll be back. Okay, okay? We're gonna find some cats today, okay? Wait, let me set it up. BRBP. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll start. Okay, since that is starting soon, I'ma go now. Have some good chill music for now. I'm also gonna get Nogi, all diapered up. Gabby. Hi, I'm back. Sorry it took some time. I had to prep Noggy and the water delivery stuff. Yeah, so I was thinking if I should go live on TikTok, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Are you shitting me? Oh my god. Phone is empty. God damn it. I guess I could only monitor using this other phone. Hmm. All right. So, we're gonna be playing now. Stray Cats in Cozy Town. Let's continue. So we started on this corner already. So we found 4 cats and 2 water stuff. We have to find more. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, so sneaky. So this is your typical cat finding game, I guess. They're camouflaged on the colors. You have to find them properly. Oh, hi Joe! Bonjour! How are you? Good morning! Good morning! Isn't this a cat? The fuck? This is a big cat! I'm good. Just finished playing CS2. I swear my teammates. But I hope you had some fun, right? Yeah, 2 premiere wins. Oh, that's nice. That's good. Yeah. The cat is swimming. Cute. "30 cats in daytime." Oh, nice. No, stop. Why are you hanging in there? Cute. Oh, he has a mask. Yeah, it was hard because sometimes my team is like trolling you. No, it's like 12-7. We all need one more win. And this guy zapped someone and he was kicked out of the game. So we won from 12-7 to 13-11. God damn, that's crazy. Hi, Cuckoo. Good evening. How are you? Is it the weekend already for you? Done working? Happy weekend. Thank you for the headband. Oh, that's nice. Good job this week, Cuckoo. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Little kitty cat Nachi today? Yes, because we're playing a cat game. So we're gonna be cat. Suck. Suck. Crazy. No, Curb. No, Curb. No. No, don't. That is crazy. Wow. Oh, he's holding a map. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, this is a, a Lion King reference. Oh, he's pooping. Nice. You're gonna find them on your own, or can we point them out? Yeah, I mean, it's okay to point them out. But the delay, the stream delay is gonna be hard though. Ow, oh my god, I'm nauseous. Ah, no, stop. There was one peeking over the fence by the cat with the map. Okay, where's the cat with the map earlier? Over the fence. Oh, this one. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Cuckoo. $15 stream streak. Wow, that's big. Aw, thank you for the headpad, Cuckoo. I like headpads. So what's the plan for tonight, Cuckoo? Half a month of Nachi streams in a row? Yeah, that's good. Considering I don't stream every day, that's big. Honestly, I should be streaming more, but with my work right now being so hectic, I'm only able to stream on the weekends. What are they doing? Oh, is he taking a picture of her? It's so cute. Oh, this one's fishing. Probably relax, maybe practice guitar or writing some music. Oh, that's nice. That sounds so good. It says here 2 streams away from Tree Streak. Aww. You haven't been active. It's okay, Joe. What's important is you still come by from time to time, and I appreciate that. He's giving her a red card like in soccer. Oh! Oh, a red... Yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, the other cat is wearing a soccer shoe. Because there's a soccer ball there too. Huh. I wasn't taking note of that. Mm. 50% of the water post. I see. Just a little bit. Oh, he's being sneaky. Cute. it's on the edge. But I'm in Hangouts sometimes, Hangout PC. Oh, I appreciate that. Even though there's no person there, that's crazy. I didn't even know. If I could, I would have hanged out too. I do hang out sometimes there. Well, right now, it's not. Oh my god, stop yawning. I'm not sleepy, I swear. As soon as I play a cozy game, my brain is just like shut down. Get sleepy. But I wanna cozy. I wanna chill, man. I wanna chill. We might have a problem. We might have a problem. I am getting sleepy. It's bad. I know it's bad. Oh, it's sushi. It's Judy. Hey human, I'm Judy, but don't let the other cats find me. I prefer hanging around with humans. Okay. Can I find the others? I wanna find Fofinho. Nachi, I cooked. Dog! Come on, come on. Where is it? Let me see. Let me see. What happened? What did you do? What did you cook? What you cook? What did the doctor cook? God, sleepiest soldier. No. I'm getting sleepy, like seriously, I'm getting sleepy. As soon as I hit the cozy game, it's like, yeah.
Keglude.
Egg-gluder. Are you gonna send it on my Discord or what? Oh, you sent it. Oh my god! Yeah, it looks so good, dog. Oh my god. You cooked real good on that one. It looks so good. I like the shirt too. I also made an announcement about it. Wait, hold on. Let me check. Yes! Let's go! Ooh, that's nice. That's a nice charity. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, Slipknot is a good band. I agree. I'm so like sad that I can't use their songs for like my hydrate redeem. It got copyrighted last time. I'm like, no. Oh, speaking of, I already modified my hydrate song, so I'm gonna enable my super hydrate now. Now you can make me drink water again. This time I hope I used a non-copyrighted song, which has also a screaming yes, screaming person. Oh no, I'm passing out. I'm starting to get cozy. Starting to get eepy. To be honest, I've been so eepy today. Even though I had 8 hours, I still went for 3-hour nap like earlier. And now I'm eepy still. What's wrong with me? Maybe it's the meds. Maybe it's the meds that making me dizzy and eventually making me sleepy. I don't know. Oh my god. I'm falling asleep. Pet all these stray cats and help keep them well and socialize. Maybe one day we'll find homes for all of them. Yes, Lily. By the way, it's really hot today. Could you please give these cats some water? It's really difficult to find clean water to drink in the streets. Yeah, I'm trying to find one. Oh shit. Oh man. Oh shit. I'm passing out. Fuck. I have to find them. Oh my god, I'm getting cozy. god, I passed out. I don't know how long. Was I snoring? Oh my god.
Your mom's car.
Your mom's car. Hi, Zoinks. I'm sorry. I'm just so sleepy. Hi. How are you today? Do you have school today? Game was so cozy. I fell asleep. God damn it. I don't know if I was snoring. I hope I wasn't. And then doing good. That's nice. Didn't expect to be kinda late. So it's okay. No rush. A little too late? With what? You missed the announcement? Oh. What announcement? Oh, my announcement? Oh, on Twitter. Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. 11 cats more. And how many more? 3 more. Water thing. I'm ready for next week. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I promised you something like that. Nah, I mean you remind me of it, so it's all good. Okay, 3 weeks ahead. No, so yeah, it's okay. Sneak cat. day. $30 more to go. Nice. Oh my god, 70 stream streak is crazy, man. That is big. I'll be the first one to make it to 100. We'll see. I mean, it's Cosmic. Cosmic has more, I guess. Emma? I exactly remember. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm I'm passing out. Fuck. This is too cozy. Looks like I'm gonna have to keep you yapping. No, it's okay. You have to take your time as well this week. You've done so much today. 5 cats and 1 water. Dang a thing. Did good. I did what I need to do. That's good. Proud of you.
Conclude.
Like a gluter. Burger. Oh man, I want some burger right now. Gonna make sure the person joining us next week is ready. Oh, your auntie? Yeah, it's okay. If Boomy is free, yeah, why not, right? And if she's okay with me joining and stuff. Do you need me to install Dead by Daylight? What game are we gonna play and hang out with? Probably Dead by Daylight, right? Oh shit, you're gonna actually install it? Yeah, why not? I have freed up memory. I have 200 gigabytes free now, so I believe I can install it. What am I missing? Passing out. Oh my god, what? Oh. Drink up, bitch. Drink up, bitch. Okay. Okay, thanks for the hydrate and the stretch. Thanks. From Battlefield 6 to Stray Cats and Cozy Town, yes, story. Stretching. Good. Okay, that was a good one. Oh. Thanks for the hydrate and the stretch. Thanks. Could teach you the ropes, plus the game is more enjoyable with friends than raging solo. Q. I'm so proud of you. Auntie, you freed up some space. I could cry. That's crazy. Yeah, I was able to free up some space over some time. So I'm like, yeah. I miss Rose. Aww. Why is there a ball in here? Oh my god, Nobi. Suck. I can't find it. Oh my god, I didn't even notice you there. It's just one more. One more. Where's that water source? My god, why am I lagging? Am I lagging right now? Oh, it's only in the game. Okay. I give up. Where's the last one? The fuck? Lily! Thank you so much, dear human. With your help and care, these cats can live healthy lives in peace. If you enjoyed being here with us, please consider coming back at night. You'll help us even more. Aww. Oh, the night lights is a DLC. I have to buy it? No, no, no. I could game it. Nice. Fofinho! Oh my god. Hi, I'm Fofinho and I used to live in the streets. I was rescued by a good-hearted lady who gave me shelter and later adopted me. Now that I know what it feels like to be safe and full, I want to help my fellow cat neighbors. During the night, more cats come to play, hunt, and eat. Let's check if every one of them is fine. Please count them and see if anyone is missing. Oh, and could you help the good people in this neighborhood feed the cats? It's during the nighttime that cats come to eat. They are less scared by these hours, so everyone gathers around to have their daily meal. I see. Also, it's kinda loud. Hold on. The nighttime is kinda loud. No, I didn't. Man, I didn't mean to close the game. It's been a while. She's been on hiatus, right? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think is Rose on a hiatus? I'm not sure. So we're gonna do this one. Oh, my burp. Oh, okay. 156 cats and 60 bowls. Let's start from the corner as usual. Kinda hard to find at night because it's kinda dark. It's darker colored. Is he playing golf? What? Oh, he's drawing on the... Oh, okay. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Oh, this cat is having fun underwater. Lena! Oh, well, how did you find me? I'm hiding because I'm playing hide and seek, not because I'm scared. No, I'm very brave, right? Oh, Lena! Lena's so cute. It's still loud at night. at festival. Oh my god, I'm getting sleepy again. God damn it. Okay. It's all good.
Woke up. Put your finger where
So
you woke
what?
up.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, Zoix. Oh my god. I'm so sleepy. If bro fall asleep, I might have. I gotta hydrate again quickly. And stretch. Ugh. Oh my god. I'd have to go to even greater lengths. Oh my god. I hope not.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard. Wait, I was snoring? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I passed out again. Oh. Thank you for the lizard beef. Are you sleeping in stream? I wish I could. It's a music, yeah. Awesome. Oh my god, it's the Tabby Wolf. Oh, hi. How is the Tabby Wolf tonight? Yeah? Oh my god. If we go to bed, but I'm sure it will go away. no, not the god cat. For your boy. Aw. And I want some content for my YouTube. I want to finish at least one game. The YouTube is not worth your health as someone who has been sleeping an hour to a day this week. I beg you. Still gonna try to secure her. Aww. Actually, I have enough sleep today. I had 8 hours, and then earlier I took a 3-hour nap. So I'm like, I thought to myself, I guess I don't need much sleep for this stream. I'm not gonna be EP, but as soon as I launched the game, because it's cozy, I got EP. I'm like, I had too much sleep. That's why I thought, like, maybe I could do some games. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be, yeah. I'll be not EP.
Keg glued.
A gigluder. $29 and $15. that Loki is a lot of sleep, so you gotta be active. I know. I thought I'm gonna be active with this game. This is so cute. But the play can get bad. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god. Stop yawning. Oh, there's three of them. Cute. She's sleeping up there. So cute. Oh my god. Here we go with the less. 9 cats and 8 bowls. festival. Okay, I believe I'm wide awake now. Welcome back from the ad break. I believe I'm wide awake now, hopefully. Just a little bit more and we're done with this game, and then we'll hop on to the Slay the Princess. Ow. Oh, somebody sent me a message. Okay. Nice. Oh my god, it looks so good. I'm excited for that. Oh my god. getting hungry. What's a good I wanna eat something. I'm so hungry. I'm getting hungry. I've been lessening my food intake these days because of like the amount of medicine I've been taking that is scattered the whole day.
Oh,
So
you
I'm like,
so?
what the fuck?
Does that mean I can bite you?
Finally, I can sub again.
Oh, thank you, Songs. Thank you, Songs, for the subby. Oh, are you sure you're okay with subbing? Don't you need to save money? You need to save up. You're trying to save up, right? My phone wasn't letting me sub or on PC. Yeah, but I don't know for what. Why I guess it's a Twitch thing. Twitch was like saying, no, you don't. You save money. Holy what? Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy far, man. You always have to find within the trees. It's crazy. I have to find properly. What about here? No, wait. I haven't been checking here much. What the fuck? There's a bowl on top of that. Crazy. There's a lot of things, yeah. Probably because of Twitch. It's a Twitch thing, you know. Twitch always do it like that. I have to be more wary now. Where is it? Probably between these. I guess it's like there's a lot of happening. Was kinda tired of fuck before May 4. What happened? What happened on May 3? Was preparing for somewhat. Oh, Star Wars. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't know, it's just me. Man, I'm so hungry. I wanna eat. Craving pizza, but man, why do I be broke right now? It's so early for me to be broke. Where are those cats? So I was watching. Wait. It was Star Wars Day on May 4th. Oh, because yeah, the May 4th with you. Yeah. I was watching 1 to 6. I watched 2 on the 3rd and watched 4 on the 4th. Oh, so you watched like every day one episode, one movie. The fuck? I didn't even notice that. Oh, last two. Yes. Just the bowl. Fuck what? No. No, thank you for the headband. How was stream so far, Dog? How are you? Oh, you're gonna do No More Room in Hell? Are you a full lobby? That like 8 people lobby. Thank you so much, human. Your help is very much appreciated. Come back anytime to help us. Feel free to help cats in your community too. The world is a better place when we help each other. Love goes both ways. Yay! We got the DLC and the normal one. Yay! I finished it. After sleeping, I know. I know. I'm sorry. I slept on y'all, but I mean it was cozy. But yeah, I'm good now. I'm not even one bit of sleepy right now. Not even like crazy. Wait, I just realized you sub for 3 months. It's ×3 tier 1. It says on my stuff. Holy zoinks! It is. Oh my god, that's crazy. Thank you though. Now you're gonna be able to sub for like how many? May, June, July, August. Oh, until August. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Alright, that's it for Stray Cats in Cozy Town. Now we're gonna hop into a little bit of it's still a bit cozy, I guess. I don't know. Is it cozy or horror? I think more like horror, but it's more of like a narration game. So thank you for playing. Your support helps make a difference in the lives of the cats. So cute. So that's Stray Cats in Cozy Town. Now we're gonna move to Slay the Princess. Oh shit. Stupid. Said game. Slay the Princess. There you go. Yes. I should reach 100 watch streak by July on estimate depending on your schedule. With the way that work goes right now, I believe the guaranteed streams that I can do per week is 2, like twice a week, only on weekends. Because on weekdays, it's like, yeah. On weekdays, it's, yeah, like very busy with work. But like, it's just like last Wednesday, was it Wednesday? Yeah, like last Wednesday that I streamed like a gorilla stream. It was fun. That was fun. That was fun. I had fun with that. Okay, we're gonna open Slay the Princess. Pristine cut. Oh, I'm gonna remove my cat mode. It's my cat mode. And then let me put on some tiaras over the princess. We're the princess. We're the princess. Princess. I'm a princess. Okay. Let's put on some crown. No, no. Ade. Oh my god. Okay, fine. I crown myself a princess. Okay, we now have a crown. We're now a princess. We are now a princess. I'm a princess. Mm-hmm. Like, depending on if you can reach back into your old schedule. Honestly, I do want to stream like more. If I could, I do want to stream more. Like almost every day. I do want to stream a lot. Like at least 4 times a week. I do want to do that again. Or 4 times or 5 times a week is so good. Alright. Game capture. Slay the Princess. Should be there. There we go. Oh, it's too big. There we go. Hold on. I am very hungry. Like depending on your schedule, like it was usually Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Friday. If possible, I was able to do Friday as well. Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, and then Sunday. Like all those. It's almost every day back then. But it was shorter. So I'm like, with the days getting like less and less, I was like coping it with more hours recently. The glory days. Those are the days when I wasn't too busy with work. Yeah. But now I'm kind of busy with work. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Wait, let me check. Damn, there's a lot of people live. So Doc is live. And JD. Oh, there's 4 of them. Why is she bald still? Oh my god, she's at 145 now. Wow, that's crazy. Nice. And then Coffee is doing Far Far West. Okay. Let me make them hydrate. So I'm back. Gotta ask, will you play this bed we made? Huh? This bed we made? What? Is that the title of the game or what? Let's just take Auntie and make her do endless amount of workloads of email. That's crazy. No, please. No. Yeah, that's the title. The bed we made. This bed we made? Hold on. Is it on Steam? Oh. It's a mystery game. Oh, so you're doing as a maid in this one. Ah. Looks nice. So it's it's a choosing game as well. I see. Looks nice, but it's not on sale and it's kind of expensive, you know. Not much into story games, but we'll see. You can wait for it to sell. Yeah, I could. Yeah, probably. I could put it on my wish list. Yeah, put it on my wish list. Yeah, looks like yeah, it's a choice game. Alright. Before we start the game, I'm gonna do a little bit of pee break again. I've been drinking some water a lot. And I'm thinking like getting something to snack on. My tummy is hurting because of so much hungriness. I'm too hungry. I'll get something to eat real quick. Maybe an apple. I want to get an apple at least to put something on my tummy. It hurts. Okay. And also like, yeah, my medis time is gonna be happening in an hour and a half. So yeah. Iga, yes, I'm gonna get some food ga real quick. I'm gonna do pee break and get some food ga. You know what that means. Yeah, this summer sale. But I hope I have money for that, honestly. I'm gonna do a birthday debtathon, on my birthday week. So I changed my Twitter name and my Blue Sky name for that. So yeah. I'm also gonna debut my another customizable model, which hopefully I could use more in the future. So we'll see, we'll see. It's the 1.5, I guess we could call it the 1.5 model. Where I could settle with that. I'm not sure. Or maybe I could just like have different types of customizable models until I get my own like 1.0, like the real the real Nazi OC. Yeah, new model. Yes. I've been slowly transitioning the assets I have, like the emotes I have is kind of based on it. And like it's more, that model is more expressive, I might say, but it has the lack of like the movement. Like it cannot do this. Usually the thing it can do only is a little bit of
Glued.
here and more of like the left and right like that. But not much like this. This one is more flexible. I have no idea why. But yeah, I believe that's okay for me. I don't mind anyway. It's just that this model is too flexible. Yeah. More accurate movements, more on accurate facial expressions. Yeah. It's more accurate. Especially the mouse. Oh my god. It's so good. And the and in terms of like um what you call it? The maturity? Yeah, it looks more mature. And this model is too young, I guess. It looks a bit young than what I have, right? Like what my voice is. So I believe that model will kind of reflect my voice more. And it's more beautiful. I'll have to modify it more though. So yeah, more accurate movements. It's kinda, yeah. But there's a lot more customizable models that are going out soon. I'm also trying to check those. I mean, if those are better than the current one that I'm planning to debut, I might go for those. But yeah. Looking forward to that. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll do a teaser, like the silhouette on when the month starts. Maybe on June, when June starts. I'll debut it on the birth deptathon. We're gonna have a deptathon. It's my birthday slash donathon that is aiming to pay the debts that I have, including like the home electrical wiring and stuff I have for my dad. So yeah. So does that mean we are bringing back stickers? Yeah, I'm gonna bring back my merch on that donathon. But it's gonna be different this time. I'm gonna be planning it properly. The last donathon was a flop. Um, so it's gonna be a limited time donathon. There's gonna be a timer, and every donation will increase the time. So that's the plan. So I don't have to make it like a 1 month long donathon, and I announced it like since mid-April already that I will be doing the donathon on my birthday. So I'll just keep on saying it every stream that, oh yeah, I'm gonna have a birthday donathon, by the way, on my birthday on the end of June. Yeah. And we're gonna plan it over time, and that includes the debut of the new model. There's gonna be new art, new panels, new mechanics, and some updates to the streaming assets. I'll be sure to get some merch. I need some for my kit. The stickers. Okay. The stickers are cute, honestly. The stickers are cute. I'm having some commissions going for that. That also includes the sticker for that I'm using for my emotes, the one from emote tab. I'm gonna include some of those, but there's like a couple of like commissions that I did for a good sticker. Yeah, there's a chibi one and there's a yeah an illustration that is so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute, I swear. I'm cooking real good on the back. And for the commission money, I'm just using the money that I earn on Twitch. So the one that I get whenever I get a payout on Twitch, that's the one that I use for commissioning art. Yeah. We're we're trying to do something for the channel, yeah. I'm gonna change some of the assets, so there's gonna be new assets, new chat boxes, new stream backgrounds, new start stream screen, ending screen, offline screen. There's gonna be a lot of changes, and it will be based on the new model. We're bringing back old ghosts too from last time. Probably those that were not achieved from the last stream, maybe. The last stream. The last donathon. Yeah, that's a possibility. We could do that. Okay. Hold on. Okay, let's have everyone drink. Wait, let me drink. Drink this and then this one drink too. Alright. Will the ones okay. Will the ones we're not achieved be lower? It depends. There are still parts of the previous Donoson goal that will be still up there because it's kinda like a hard one to do. Yeah, so we'll see. They will replace the ones that were achieved already. That's a possibility. They could change the others, or I could create another goal for those that were achieved already. It's a possibility, or we could reduce some of those. Like the one that you changed my profile picture could be there still. And no, Kirby, no, don't eat the floor, Kirby, no, that's dirty, no, dirty. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot more, and I will optimize the incentives for the donators, and hopefully we get a better
Drink up,
one.
bitch.
Drink up, bitch. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, for the stretchies, I will have to stand up now and go get some food, okay? I'll be back. I hope the old model redeem. Oh yeah, the old model redeem will still be there, yeah. Alright. Oh my god, my back. Alright. Alright. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some food, probably an apple. I'll just clean it and slice it. So yeah. I'll see you all later in a bit. Give me some minutes. Happy.
Never mind.
Oh, she's here now.
Good
Oh,
night.
hi.
Oh, hey.
Hi. Hold on, I just got back. Oh, hi. Oh my god.
Hey, I was getting camouflage.
Oh my
suit.
god, I'm hearing
Oh,
myself
that's what
from
it
Dog
is. It's
Suit.
the invisibility suit. You forget to do that every time.
That suit must be OP.
Wait until
Okay.
Nachi gets here. They're the brightest character we've ever seen.
Oh my god, yeah.
In my gas mask.
You
too, for
haven't
Nacho.
seen it yet. Okay.
Oh, did you change off the fluorescent shirt?
No, it's still that one.
Okay.
Are they going to be a
I'm
beacon
back,
at
you
night?
guys. I just got kidnapped for No More Room in Hell. So yeah.
Bing bong.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
Peak
play
was
No
an
More Room in
amazing
Hell
game, Demon.
instead.
I like how you said you got kidnapped when you offered to join. Come on.
Yeah, I was about to say, hold up.
Wait, hold on. I am in the call. It could be technically a certified kidnapping.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Time out. Anyways, to be fair, I chaos grab her all the time, so
That
she's
can
just
be.
joining us. It's fine. I just
It's
decided you're coming
fine.
along.
It's gonna be
And by
fine.
certified kidnapping, I mean you're my friend now. Please play video games with me.
I remember earlier because Nachi asked, was like, "Are you gonna stream today?" And I was like, "Yeah." Plans were probably gonna be far, far west or potentially No More in Hell, because Zoro asked earlier, and Nachi was like, "Oh, well, maybe later," and I could potentially join.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Scroll with a Gun? I think Dark's played that.
I
Right?
haven't.
Oh, you haven't played Scroll with
No.
a Gun? I felt like that would be a game you would play.
I probably would, yeah. I
Yeah.
think I've seen it a few times, but there's just been other stuff that's been
Not very fair, yeah.
a little more like grabby my attention.
I have
next
watched
season,
people
I'm
play
making a meme.
Scroll with a Gun. I've watched people play it, but I have not played it, no. I
Okay,
plan
I'm
to,
ready. We have some
drag
like
Dark here through the life of gambling.
Hi, Red. I'm Shield Assist.
Oh, Gamble with Friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually seen Bats play it. It looks very fun, actually.
the light has shined upon you. Hi.
Dude, I can't even see you because the fucking menu.
The menu is in there.
Oh no, I can still see them. They're fluorescent through the red dark menu. I can see them pretty clear as day.
Oh
To be
my
fair,
God.
Ace's Collab was already set up, and then we just started adding other streaming friends into it. To be able
Oh.
to join games, you kind of need to be around the communities more often.
Oh hi.
Oh, Zoro. Shield said he makes a product for meth called Cummy Ache.
Cummy. What?
Potato, you're around the people. That was the point I was getting at. No, motherfucker.
Dang, my bad. Wrong VC. Heard it before.
Gambling is only fun when I'm winning. Don't play with me. You lose every time. Anyways.
Cummy Ache. Yeah. Yeah.
Cummy Ache.
Yeah.
Yep, that's Shield's go-to
Yep.
Yeah.
one.
Yep. You heard that correctly.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
there was no stutter, there was no accent, it was straight up just there you go. Give me
Yeah.
27.5.
Listen. If you stick me in the meth lab, I'll end up listening to Clown Core. Look it up. It's horrible. And making people have tummy aches. Don't stick me in the fucking meth lab, please.
Why that specifically?
It uses
Because
horse
it's
semen.
funny to say.
That's fair.
Both of those answers oddly work.
You know.
Also, horse semen is in the
alright.
recipe. It's the 7th one from the end, and the end one is a mega bean. Oh god, I remember the fucking recipe.
You got a problem. You got a problem.
You have a
I
problem.
real big pro- Let me shoot things, please.
Let me shoot
Let's go.
things, please. I remember
You
what
don't
I'm
say-
starting
You
with.
got a problem.
I think I'm starting with a gun. Ugh.
You McFucking better be. We start with revolvers.
Gaming.
No, I took the revolver off my person. I'm starting with like
Yeah,
an actual
with-
gun. Yeah.
Oh, you
You okay?
You spent actual money in the game.
I spent game money. I didn't spend actual money.
No. But by actual money, I mean like expensive.
I bought the right to use gun and ammo if I ever wanted to. Yeah. Imagine
Just
JD be
ruined
like.
my drug addiction.
Just ruined your.
Imagine JD be like, I'm going with nothing. I've done that. Fire. I'm the fucker that will go with nothing.
Some ammo for you guys.
Oh yeah, wire is literally the backpack.
I'm just looking at a map as I hear an explosion and
So
moan.
long as I can either
Yeah.
get my 556 or my fire axe, I'm good.
Yeah, before we jump down, we'll take a look in the back here. There's usually
Yeah, I'm right
something
behind you.
back here.
What is the gun? Oh yeah, I have the Hunter rifle and ammo. For
Hey,
it.
look, the MC-15
Oh wow!
and a crowbar.
Was so
with a
fast.
pistol up there.
Crazy.
Gun,
There's a crowbar if anybody wants it.
gun.
No,
Molotov.
pistol suppressor.
Shovel. MC yes?
Potato.
Crowbar?
Oh god. All right, I'm going back up.
Crowbar?
Potato. Hello,
Crowbar?
fellow
Crowbar?
hat.
Yes!
Crowbar?
Yay!
Oh, duck.
I'm happy.
It's okay. Don't worry. 3 minutes later. Help.
Crowbar.
Help me, please.
Happy.
It's in that Texas speech, so you just hear, help.
Anyway,
Wee.
I was banging on the door, so I opened the door. Then their head went across the room. Holy
Watch out,
shit.
there's a zombie in here.
Planks.
Wait, we need to stop doing that.
Shield, we just accepted at this point.
Behind you, Zora. You're gonna...
What's happening?
Oh, body armor, sure.
We jumped down actually. I don't know if you joined us.
I'm down.
I'm gonna try
Planks.
and work on getting the tower. So that way we can
Game
see.
looks good if you're happy and you know it saves drugs.
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 Ah! Ow! Why would you do that?
Oh, that poor person.
Decent stuff in the care package. There's a bunch of 1911s in here, so I don't know who's gonna run that. But there's a decent amount of ammo.
He
Claw hammer,
screams, so there's a
hatchet.
runner somewhere.
Ooh, a hatchet.
Yeah.
I usually run 1911 once we get suppressors.
There's a pistol suppressor in the box, I
There's
think.
2 pistol suppressors here.
Yeah, I have a
Oh,
pistol
hell yeah.
suppressor. I just need to find a pistol.
Holy fucking zombies. You guys got a bunch head in the diner.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Holy police brutality. Sure. Yeah, I'm leaving that building. I'm getting kind of stuck in there.
Just grabbing these pills.
Where
Alright.
is-
We're good.
I'll go check out the care package here in a second. I need some lights. I can't see shit.
You're working on that one over there then?
Where did you
Yeah.
find the stuff?
It's
At
out
the
front.
care-
Over here.
The
Ooh,
big
light
care
bulb.
package sign.
Right
Yeah.
where I'm at.
I didn't realize y'all were already there.
Yeah.
I went there immediately just to look inside. There was an ammo crate too, that's why I picked that up. I'll drop it in the
Alright.
diner.
I turned on that one. I'm
Oh,
running to the care
Rochester.
package.
There's also a
Mm.
bunch of 45 as well.
Oh,
Yeah, I need 9mm and Winchester. That's the.
There's,
There's
there
a
was
MP5 here that has the
Yeah.
9mm.
Okay, that's the gun I'm using, so that works.
I found some 308 for you, JD.
On my
Ladies and
way.
gents, we have power.
Oh, I can
Thank
see.
you.
Thank you.
There's a Beretta back here. No, I'll go ahead and take it.
Unload that.
I got.
Wait, hold on, JD. I have 308 for you.
I got Vulture Expert,
Take that,
so.
and then take the 9mm.
Thank you, thank you.
A Rochester
I need a
again.
pistol. Let's see.
I got a medkit. Looking good.
Nice.
Yeah, I
medkit
guess
too.
me and you's just going to use the same pistol. That's fine.
There's another suppressor there.
I have one. That's
Oh,
the
there you
reason
go.
I was looking for one. Until I can change the pistol, I'll just use this. No biggie.
Fair enough.
Zero, you want a medkit if you don't have one?
Oh,
Fair
Mom,
enough.
Mom, hold it.
Fair enough. That is
Nothing in the bar. Oh wait,
hey,
JD, you take 308,
there's,
right?
Yes.
There's a
I
Winchester
found
back
308 for
here.
you.
I'm gonna use a
There's the
357.
actual-
Yeah.
There's the actual Winchester back here.
Oh, yeah, I would love... Wait, the Winchester uses what? The Magnum ammo?
Yeah, the Magnum.
Yeah.
It surprisingly was a disappointment when I used it last time. MP5 rhymes up drug... What? Get off drugs, G-Man. Your brain's stuck on drugs right now.
Talking like Coffee Cat when they syllableize words.
Ooh, lots of optic gun sight. Nice.
If any of you guys find a rifle suppressor, let me know, please. I found everything but that from you.
Okay.
A shotgun and an MP5. Okay.
You say there's a shotgun?
A 6.8.
Stocking up on bandages.
If anybody gets infected, I found experimental gene therapy.
True, I
Okay.
cannot make
Oh,
you.
nice.
Correct.
Who uses 6.8?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
6.8 goes to the M7A1, I believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
There's a 308 there. I don't know if you use that, Zero.
Okay, I'm grabbing it just in case.
Does anybody want to carry the experimental gene therapy?
There's also a
carry it.
mash
I have
casual
to just
ticket
wait on
here.
that.
Okay.
I'll meet up with you once I'm done clearing out some of this area.
Yeah, that could have been cool if it worked.
Nice.
That's in the police cruisers. Runner.
Yeah, I heard it. Gotcha.
Nice job. Took his ass down.
Alright, G-Man, don't be saying go do drugs.
I'm dropping ammo box in the diner.
On my way.
It's got 2 357, 3 556, 2 9mm, and 1 12 gauge.
All I hear is I'm coming for ammo.
There's a baseball bat here.
Battle, swing.
45, 9mm, 308,
I'm
556.
seeing a bunch of pistol suppressors.
Yeah.
You know what?
Same.
I'll go for shotgun again.
I feel like we end up forcing you on shotgun a lot.
No, I'm actually choosing to this time.
Okay.
So, JD, there's my ammo there. Or the 357 ammo.
Gotcha. Oh, I don't have a Magnum.
Oh, hi.
I usually just don't
hi.
use it because I use a two-hander. So I try to even out the odds.
Here's a long... Where the bat is over here.
I saw 12 gauge ammo in this box.
Right there.
Thank you.
Yes, I believe this game is coming out on consoles.
It is. Yep, it's summer.
And a lot of people...
Yeah, I have a hatchet.
Yeah,
does
this
anyone
don't
need
work.
a long gun flashlight?
I don't think I could put a long gun
I
on
do.
this. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah,
Okay,
me
in the grocery store, I just now pinged it. There's a long gun flashlight.
I'm tired. Hope
attachment
you'll
there.
have
Oh
a
God.
good night.
Okay. You,
Have a good night, Papaya. I hope you sleep
Good
well.
night,
I can't carry anymore
Papaya.
because I'm carrying a bunch of
Fucking
ammo
hell.
for different people to meet up with.
Get a good rest, Papa.
You fucking dumbass. Fucking runner.
Come here.
He's a runner, she's a track stop. Sorry.
JD, did you ever get that Winchester?
No,
Oh,
I wasn't going.
boy.
I wasn't going Magnum this time around.
Oh, you weren't. Oh, I thought you were.
No, I'm going 308 Win and 9mm pistol.
Okay, so library has a disc.
I'm just hanging out in the ball, waiting.
Man.
Hey, who's
That's
breaking my
a-
shit?
Oh, what?
Hockey stick, yeah.
Oh, a runner's breaking my shit. Stop it. Fucking runner.
We'll get the discs after we're done here. We had to.
Oh,
Why
you
do the zombie
fucker.
noises sound like the homeless man outside my neighborhood? Depending if you live in Florida or states like that, he probably is a zombie.
Oh, shit.
Don't look at me, Nachi. I didn't board that one.
Why is it closed?
Nice.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I found the rifle suppressor. Yippee!
My
Okay. I'm gonna
My
leave
mouse-
all this here.
Shield, there's 45 here because I know you're using that. I'll ping it. My mouse wheel is so sensitive. If my finger barely touches it, my gun spins like 8 times, and it's so annoying. I'll hold that frag grenade.
Oh my god.
Anyways. I look away from you for 2 seconds and you get grabbed.
I know, right?
Bad Nachi.
No, why am I bad? I'm just like dropping the loot.
So they say brains will just moan and groan. They just moan and groan.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hey.
You have a mouse? Yes, I have a mouse. They keep breaking down my front door. I
Hey.
got out that window somehow.
You have a zombie on
The
your
window's
back.
barricaded. How did I go through that?
I hear a stinker out there.
There was whale. Oh, where?
already shot her.
Oh, okay. Oh, this place
What?
also has a disc.
What in God's name was that? I heard that.
I've set a few IEDs. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
I threw
You're
a
right.
pipe bomb out the front door. If that's what you would.
Where is that long
Do you
gun
need more
suppressor?
barricades? I could
Man,
grab
you could
some on the way
long
back.
gun
Go around the
is
back.
is in the grocery store. If you go into like the back room area or near the back room area.
Back rooms?
Back rooms?
The back rooms, jingle jingle.
Jingle, jingle.
Over here,
Guys,
Jill.
a lot of zombies are coming to the
Brain rotted.
Come here.
Oh,
Yeah. I got
Also-
my full loadout.
I love that
Oh,
G-Man's
I already
like,
have the hatchet. What ammo are you?
huh, no, I just needed the space.
there's a-
12
there's a
gauge and 45
stinker
AC.
there.
I love that G-Man's like, oh,
I
these
don't
are
have
just
any
homeless
45 on
people.
you, I just dropped it.
Buddy, stop shooting them.
Pick that up real
where
quick,
is
cause I still have ammo. I still have
It's
ammo.
so suppressor.
I gotta give JD the ammo I found for him.
Disc
Been
on
in
the
the
bookstore.
Same place. Something just blew up.
Okay.
I dropped the ammo for you in here.
Okay, who's using what?
45 in there.
I'm using
On the
5
ground.
on Bang Bang. And Bang Bang. The fuck
Where is
is-
it?
It's on the ground right there.
You're gonna need to pick it up and then put it back down again. I don't see it.
I haven't seen. Is
Do you
anyone?
not see it right there?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Is anyone using 5.56?
I am.
Lara.
Okay, you have a lot of ammo in the ball.
Okay.
Clucky.
Listen, I found. Yes, I do. I found these two things. If anybody has space, I can take one of them.
I can't take any of it.
Oh wait, no. I was able to stack. We're good.
Okay.
All I did was move my mouse. Stop changing my gun.
Alright, let me give this stuff to JD and...
Got a medkit.
Gil, I saw a super in one of the stores. I'm not sure if you
Here.
grabbed it or not.
Oh,
I
you
have
got
not
ammo
found
there.
it yet.
A nailer here.
JD,
Okay.
bunch more 9mm here.
Alright. If
in
no one's
the
using
ball.
357, then I will use 357 then. I'll just go back to the revolver.
There are 2 rounds of 357 in the airdrop. I dropped my revolver there. Whoever wants.
Alright.
Plucking 2 years. Again, G-Man, there's a way around ad breaks. But as I've been telling everyone, go show Lyra donation help instead of
Okay, I
subscribing.
could pick up one of your things. I could pick up either the... Actually, give me the critical supply. I might not... Okay, yeah, I'll be able to. Okay.
Oh, by the way,
There we go.
go get some rest, Ace.
Rebar.
Alright. I can't carry any more items for the moment because I'm carrying a shitload of health supplies for us. Where have you found all the discs so far? Because I know there was one in the cafe and one in the
Zoinks, thank you.
library.
Purified Walter? Are you using code NDMU?
Good night, fire.
Have a good night, Fire.
Good night, fire.
Good night.
Okay, Ace, feel better.
Another Rochester. God damn it.
Can you pick that up? Okay, good.
Yeah, I have a lot of room. I've just been sitting here.
Fire, do you have a sight for your gun?
Yeah, I
What
have
the
my
fuck?
gun fully attachments out.
No. Over under. Yeah.
There we go. Hi. I had a lot of medical stuff for us. I go look for more.
Look up to see the back breaks. No, your Kyoto doesn't do like crazy back breaks or anything. I can have Shield come over here and stare straight up here in a second to show you.
Healing, cover me.
Oh, without a man. Shieldy boy.
Yeah, what up?
Never mind, Dark's here. Hey, Dark, stare straight up. See? It actually doesn't break your back. You actually look up like a normal human being.
I have more ammo to share. It's my mill.
Yoink.
There's also 45 here as well.
That gave me a breather. Gruber.
Also, JD, that pistol I marked was a 9mm.
I have a 9mm pistol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Holy freaking zombies.
Yeah, I have a shit ton of ammo. for my pistol.
Zombies.
Where are you, Doc? Okay, over there.
Oh.
Yeah, but I can come back. What up, man?
I want to hop.
Hop.
Medical.
What?
Oh, I can't see it.
I can't either. What was it?
I don't. Oh, did you drop something?
No. Oh,
I didn't
you.
either.
Oh, for 45. Oh, it's in the
Yeah.
diner.
It's in here.
Oh.
It's in the diner. Yeah, I put it in the diner.
Yeah, I left some stuff I also looted on the diner.
Right here, Shield.
It's on the laptop.
Oh,
area.
I can't see it.
Winchester.
Oh, here.
I'm
I'll...
gonna have to pick it up and drop it.
Hi, potato. I give you a hug.
Found the last one. It's in the hardware store.
Nice.
So, a hardware store, library, and cafe.
There we go. Yeah, you're
If the
fucking
oranges are
Ubisoft.
orange, then it's orange or the orange is on. What? Stop smoking stuff.
Ooh.
Chi-Man comes into my chat just to fuck with my head, I swear.
Probably.
Maybe.
Because I'll read it
Really?
halfway before I realize, like, I'm being fucked with. Oh, I hate the game.
Oh, hey.
I hate everything. It's how I'm alive.
Got fresh bandages.
Another one. Dog. Come,
Oh?
come here. Come here.
Yeah, what up?
I
Fire
thought you might
runner.
like. I thought you might like this.
Wow, G-Men. Wow.
What'd you drop?
I dropped 12 gauge ammo for you.
Man, that guy
Oh,
just punched in the
I
door.
am not using 12 gauge.
Oh, he going for potato
I
instead.
thought you
Is
were.
that-
That you were going shotgun.
Shield's going shotgun.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, okay.
Oh, potato, come over here around that.
okay. What ammo
come
are
around
you
that
going
truck
in?
to your back.
357.
Go around the truck
Oh,
behind
okay.
you.
The usual.
Yeah.
Let me in. You literally left
Zara's
the
like,
building
"Let
to go
me
around and do
in."
that bit.
Rattle this way.
Cage.
Shield, they literally
Oh,
left
right
the
here.
building to do the
Oh.
bit.
Hey, there's a door open over here. I'm
Oh
just
my
doing
god,
you.
there's more 12
Okay.
gauge.
They left the
Okay.
building to do that bit.
Classic.
Oh, hey. I know that energy drink.
Oh, hey. Oh, yeah.
You also saw that corner shop night chat. Also, I kind of want to bring that back, but I don't have
Unnecessary.
space.
I don't have space either. I could get
I
the
wasn't
ammo,
aiming.
but I can't pick.
Tell
I
that
can't
to that
bring
guy's
back.
summer face. Some is here, some is there, some is all over.
Reloading real quick.
Where, G-Man? Oh, you just posted it. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't see one.
Ooh, a bat.
Oh my god, bunch
Hey,
of
Bob!
suppressors.
Bob, you're missing half your brain.
I'm on the
Oh,
hardware.
that guy's just missing his head.
Okay. I got it, Lyra. I'm gonna head
Don't
back.
lose
Okay.
your head. Not for you.
Hey, brought some boards for us to board up the windows.
No, Bob! Exactly. Oh,
All I
what
can think
the
of was
fuck?
Resident Evil like Outbreak, where it was like, what?
I just double tapped my pistol. I didn't know I could
help.
do that. First
Yeah, you
ping
can.
pong and now
Dude, how
Bob.
did you do that?
Help!
Do a jump shot.
Kyra, do we need to put you down?
How did you do that?
Try jumping on top of the truck.
Yeah, no, you can't. Maybe you're safe.
Maybe you're safe here.
Where's shield? Where you at? I have something for you. I don't know if you're interested. In
He's trying to help Lyra.
Right here next to Lyra.
Alright, get away from Lyra. I have a plan. Back away from Lyra.
Is it blowing up the... I
Yep.
heard that grenade pin.
Yep. Punch your cheeks.
Okay, that clears this.
That did 0 damage.
Well, I was trying to knock you down. That was the plan behind it, not damage.
Yeah, you can't, unfortunately, damage teammates like that. Maybe if you fire your rocket up. That might be the only way to do it, man. Is you need to get down, I guess.
Yeah, you might have to just...
Here, shoot.
Oh, crawl maybe? Nope,
Oh, thank you.
You might just have to pop, and I'll pick up your stuff and give it to you when you come back.
Oh, why? Well, here's some ammo for you guys.
I'm not... There's gotta be another...
Can
you try to jump, crouch on that wedge here next to you?
That's what
I have an idea.
Oh, she was floating for a second.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Close.
Just
do
push
that
towards the
again,
left. Push
but
towards
go
the
over.
left.
Yep.
What?
Hey! Alright, come
Yeah,
here.
there you go.
Oh, well, I'll go
There
get the
you
shotgun
go.
ammo to shield wherever he's at. Here you go, boy.
There you go.
I regret saying what I just said.
Hold on, let me a second. Let me get rid of my knife.
I have an idea. Just end your life.
Hey, it was a good idea.
I mean, at that moment, yeah.
Even G-Man agreed. I have an idea. All F4.
And then I come in with the rational, like, wait a minute, man. Just give it a bit more time.
Let me cook. Let me cook.
They've been falling for over 30 minutes.
I come with loot.
Yes, but we didn't hear a splash or a crack yet. We can't from up here.
12 gauge.
Came with loot.
Broke on that.
That's a boot. Oh, good night. Oh, good night.
12 gauge?
12.
I might have a bad habit.
Hold on.
Oh,
I need
wait.
I need to put down my knife again.
Oh, yeah, shield. Here you go.
Magazine's full. Some ammo.
Oh. Oh?
Got some bandages for us.
Inventory full my ass.
Grabbing this
Drop
med
that real
kit.
quick.
Taking this med kit.
Bro was playing Pokemon with grenades. Gotta kill them all.
You know what? I have enough ammo now. I can just drop a hatchet.
That one was good, dude, man.
I mean, the knife is actually, like, decent, though, surprisingly.
I'm gonna drop the only 6.8 I found because fuck carrying.
Oh, shield, there's more shotgun ammo there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hit one. What are we, one shell in a box?
Give me a second.
That is crazy.
Alright, perfect.
I want hand grenade?
I love this. I love the throwing knife, dude. I love the thrown weapon so much.
Hello? Did I make it back in time? Hello? Oh no. Hello? You hear me? Do you hear me? Hello? Did you hear me? What happened? Oh my god. My stream died. I hope I can still join. Hold on. Hello? My PC died. Yeah, my PC died suddenly. No, my character. No, Mr. Baldington. No. Oh my god. Can I join mid game or not? Oh. Oh man. Let me try. Man. No.
We should take. Hey, we should stick to. Think I've seen you. Hey, hi.
Hey, dude. Hey, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Howdy.
Want to stick together?
Hey.
Yeah. So okay. Okay. Yeah, it's not letting me. It's okay. I'll wait for the next one. Nope. I closed the game because I can't go in. I mean, I could try and launch it again. Hopefully, I could join. But nah. I'll wait for the next one and then I'll do the game. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do Slay the Princess while they're doing the run. I'm sorry for this suddenly, I'm sorry for suddenly yeeting on y'all earlier. It was Noggy. Noggy suddenly woke up and then yoinked the extension cable where the PC is connected. So that's the reason why I got disconnected. I know it sucks. It sucks a lot. I hate it. I hope I'm not um I hope I'm not disconnecting anyone that needs, or I mean, I hope that everyone gets their streak back. Hopefully, let me know if you can't get your streak back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to restream. You guys. Oh, hold on. Let me check my stuff. All right. I'm on shared chat again. Hopefully, should be. All right. I don't know why it's not making me scroll down. It should be. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Hello, chat. Hello. I hope everyone is like having a good time for now. We're gonna just slay the princess while we're waiting for them. So, we'll see how it goes. I'll just wait for Zoro to ping me. I just told him like ping me if you're done with like, oh my god. Oh my god. Medi's time. Okay. Medi's time. But before that, I have to eat something. I have my food in my face since earlier. Like, bro, it's crazy. All right. So we are gonna eat while we're doing Slay the Princess, and then we'll join them again for the No More Room in Hell once they're done with the run. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. For now, I eat while we game, okay? Hopefully we get something new to the game today, yeah?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her. Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Okay.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Okay.
Good. As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should all be smooth sailing.
Okay.
You
Let's
make
do
your
it
way
like
up the short
one
path to
straight.
the cabin. We're not going to go through. Ignore him.
We're gonna slay her immediately. Let's try what happens.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
The blade is your implement.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Mm-hmm.
The door to the basement creaks open,
Oh, we have a
revealing a
blade
staircase
now.
faintly illuminated
Okay.
by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Oh.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Good.
Let's continue.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Mm-hmm.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yeah?
Huh? You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Oh my
I'm
god.
probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this. You lunge
go
forward
direct.
without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Yeah?
Oh. This is it, isn't it?
What happens?
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Smash. Oh, by the way, Zoinks, the stream died earlier. So you might do another streak. You might get another streak today. Like right now. To call this also like probably the redeems are also reset. I don't know if it's working though. I hope it works. Let me know if it does it. It should work though. The daily thing, yeah. That one.
Your mom's
reset.
car.
Oh shit! I don't hear that. Fuck. What's happening? I didn't hear that. You heard it? Okay, I didn't hear that.
Woke up.
Oh yeah, that one I heard. But the one from sound alerts is not
I'm the one
working.
that has sex with you right now. Woke up.
Oh my god. Thanks though for the hydrate. Okay, here you go. Noggy pulled on the extension cord where the PC is connected. That's why my stream died. I also got disconnected from the game. I lost Mr. Baldington. I am so mad. I already had the good stats on that character. God damn it. And he was my highest level too. Is the stream laggy too? Is the stream laggy right now? Let me know. I'll have to do something about it. It says that my bitrate is too high. Shouldn't be like that, honestly. I don't know why the bitrate is too high. But yeah, we're gonna play the game while they're running. Because I can't join them anymore.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Let's check for a pulse.
You lean down and place your hand against her neck, holding your breath as you search for a pulse, even though you know you're not going to find one. We definitely won't if you keep talking. I'm sorry, do you want her to be alive? You just saved the entire world from annihilation. Why are you suddenly trying to call that into question? Wait, what was that?
Oh, she's still alive.
You know what that was? That was the sound of a heartbeat, followed by another, and another.
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Oh my god, that's so creepy. What the fuck?
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy. Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now.
Oh my god. She's so creepy. What the fuck?
Twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
The game not working? What do you mean the game not working?
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now.
I think you should have dipped. What do you mean I should have dipped? On the game? On the collab?
So close. Why did you hesitate?
Doesn't
matter. At least you managed to take her with you.
Nah, it's okay, it's okay. I told them I'm going for the next run.
Everything goes dark.
So
And you die.
yeah. They're doing
You're
the
on a
run
path
anyway,
in
so
the
yeah.
woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
But
can
I
assure
died.
you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
What's the next
This whole
voice?
thing's a crock of
Oh,
shit.
they
She's
cheated.
just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. You said this whole thing would be easy, but after we sank our blade into her heart, she just got up and started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine. Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We mostly listened to you. How were we supposed to know she'd spring back to life? If she sprung back to life in this hypothetical scenario, then clearly you didn't slay her. But congratulations, you've been given a chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We stabbed the princess stabbed us, and now everyone's right back to where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
Screw this. Who cares what happened to everyone else? She's not going to play fair, so we should do what we can to save ourselves and just get out of here.
Why
At
we're
least you know
gonna
not
get
to
out?
trust her, but you do realize that everything and everyone includes you, right? If you turn around and leave, you're dooming yourself as well as everyone else. We were so close to finishing the job last time. She can't get the jump on us twice. If we're careful, we should be fine. That's the spirit. Just keep that stiff upper lip, and you'll save the world in no time at all.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna choose. Okay, let's proceed again.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. The interior of the cabin
The
is a jagged
fuck
mess of
happened in the
warped wood and
cabin?
broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay, let's take
You
the
take
blade
the
and kill
blade
her
from the
again.
table. It feels a bit.
Let's enter the basement. What does it look like?
The door to the
Holy
basement
fuck!
creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall.
Okay, I have to drink my medis while it's in that yapping.
The air seeping up
Okay.
from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below.
Streamer!
If the princess lives
I'm
here, slaying her would
coming!
probably be doing her a favour. That's right, scraping. That sound could be anything. It's probably her grating voice.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
Oh
There
my
is something
god.
so wrong with that voice.
We're finished? Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
Give me a minute.
As you descend the final step,
What
the form
the
of the
fuck?
princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across
She
the
looks
room.
beautiful in this one though. What the
I wonder
fuck?
if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we?
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Let's stab her immediately. Stab.
The princess falls
Oh, she
silent,
looks beautiful
her smile
though. Oh my
unwavering
god.
As you charge across the room.
Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win.
But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal
What the fuck?
slicing through meat.
What?
Who's me?
What?
Not ours, right?
Hers at first, then yours.
The fuck? What? what the heck?
What did she even hit us with?
You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with.
The fuck?
And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb.
The fuck?
Bull.
You're going to die now.
With a twist
You're
of
going
her
to die
knee and
now. Oh my
painful squelch,
god.
she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
That is crazy. God damn. What? There's a chapter 3?
You're on a path in the woods.
No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
You're what? The interior of the cabin is
The
sharp.
fuck?
A constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
What?
I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't
What
that
the fuck?
Getting smaller and smaller. Running.
Oh,
isn't
voice
the
of the
option
hunted.
anymore. Good. It's better
Voice
that
of the
way.
stubborn.
Without a fight, no
The
one can
fuck?
win, and if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning. Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right?
Okay.
Why, that's too much responsibility.
After. Okay.
Nah.
When the
it'll
option
possibly
goes
high
out,
stakes make the
we'll
fight so
we'll pause
much
the game
better.
and we'll hop onto No More Room in
Let's
Hell.
just stay
Okay.
focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. We take it.
We take
Okay,
it.
sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there.
The fuck?
It would be difficult to slay the princess and say this feels right. We just... That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. We will win eventually. That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing. I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how? You walk through the door. There isn't a door, there's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? I can feel the air coming up from behind it. If it's in our way, let's just break...
Okay, okay. Let's stop for now and let's go for. Oh wait, let me save this. Save on this one. Okay, we're gonna go back there later. Let's go Said game. No more room in hell 2. And then I do the game capture again. Okay, I hope it works. Should be. It should be. Is it working? Ah, there we go. Okay. Let me unmute on Discord.
Am I holding this giant light? I
Hello.
just set it down on the side of the train.
There's the Nachi. Welcome back.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello, Notch.
Welcome back.
All right. Get your butt in here. Don't crash this time.
Tell that to
make me
Noggy.
for real. I'm gonna go make a drink. Chat, you have an ad in like 10 seconds. Be right back.
Damn. Okay. Let me in.
Let me in.
Let me in. Rattles gate.
There you go.
Oh hey, look who's back.
Oh my god. No,
my character's gonna have nightmares of you without a head because I blew it off.
Mr.
No,
Baldington the Fifth
I was gonna say
has
that's Baldington
emerged.
the Fifth.
The Fifth.
Yeah. It's Baldington the Fifth.
The Fifth.
It's like,
Fifth.
it's like somebody streaming an Arma op as a pilot, and every single time they die, they add a number to their call sign. I've seen that so many times.
I
Oh,
could
can
do
just straight
this
up just
one, but
buy a fire axe or a
I'd rather
sledgehammer.
have Mr. Baldington
shit.
the Fifth.
But it's nice
I'm
to
a
see
bit
all the
like that,
prices
too.
of all that.
Yeah. I'll say my credits though, because it's actually a bitch to get.
Oh, thank God, the rifles aren't any more in cost. I think with the right SMG perks, the MP5 is probably the best gun in the game because it has some of the most prolific ammo that you can find.
It has Pen 3 on it too, which is kind of funny.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
That's so
which
good.
is which is so weird because it uses the same round as like the Beretta.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
I'm
it
like,
is a longer barrel, so it does add a
That's-
little bit more velocity.
yeah, it's true. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I'll read you the stats.
Oh, hell yeah. But once you put a suppressor on it, it retains... Games are weird.
Where's the pen? No, don't even lie to me. I saw the pen on this thing. I know it said 3.
What are the heavy rifles, Pen, if that's
Alright, I am
3?
back.
Also 3. The
Really?
M7A1 is like the M7A1 is 3. The MC15 is a 2.
What are we talking
The ranch rifle is a 2.
about? Oh, the guy.
The Hunter 85 is a 3. The M14 is a 3.
Okay,
Wait.
those are 308, so those make sense. The other two were 556, so at least they're on point with the bullets being different penetration values. But
Well, the M7A1 is the 6.8 one.
yeah,
That
which
one is
real
the most
life, that'll just
powerful.
go through everything.
Yeah, that one's the most powerful because its headshot damage is 150.
Oh my god!
You dead?
Yeah, it's just goodbye, brain. Yeah, that one's probably the best. So the way they made it was, they made it realistic with like ammo, where like 6.8 is going to be the hardest to find because it's the best round, while there will be a shit ton of 22 because it's like the shittiest round and no one's gonna take it.
Dude, I have been finding 6.8 ammo. I cannot find the gun to save my life. Like, I
You
find
got
a
it, like,
good...
maybe a few times. Yeah, it's supposed to be rare.
Yeah, it's like I've been finding the ammo like crazy, but the gun just... I used to find the gun every run, but we don't even find it anymore.
I have an idea for you, JD. We farm until you're the level to just equip it to your character when we go in.
I can equip the ammo right now.
The gun, he means.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I can equip the fucking ammo right now.
Yeah, if we were to do normal, which is classic, we'll get 100% more credits, and the account level will be 120% more. Character will remain the same, where we get 100%.
Also, Shield, you can't equip that gun. It's not a gun you can assault with. I'm looking at the guns right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, actually, yeah, you can.
Oh,
Yeah,
M7. Okay, my bad. I was looking at the wrong. I was thinking of it was called something else.
Its account level you need is 75.
Gosh. Yeah, I would rather just have the M14 battle rifle, to be honest.
What account level do you need for the 1873 lever action?
The 30.
30? Okay, that's not bad. I'm level 26. That'll be good to take in for me.
Yeah.
I just start with a hunter and ammo because I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah, hunter is 21. The ranch rifle is 27. As for the shotguns, the DB12 is 20. The 590 is 35, and the super is 63.
Super 60. Oh my god.
Is everyone back and ready?
Yeah, is everyone ready? I'm gonna ask Nachi and Zoro, are you guys fine if we do a classic? Try a classic? If not, we'll keep going casual. But
Okay. So classic, if your character dies, he's dead. You don't revive.
He's done. Yep, he's done.
Yeah.
So once you die, that's it. You can't come back.
Okay.
There's no respawn, no saving that character, no nothing.
The bright side is we're doing it on a map which us three have played a lot and we don't usually fail on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can help you guys pretty well.
I've taken Nachi and Zoro on this map because it is the easiest.
It is the easiest, yeah. I love PA maps.
So they know the map
I'm ready
a little
for
bit too.
this. Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm game.
Damn, I can't take two things of 357 Magnum with me.
Yeah, no, you can only take one box of ammo, and I'm like, that's bullshit.
They thought it through. They're like, no, you can't. No.
I need
You're
to
not giving this
start.
dumbass more than 26 rounds to start.
I need to start starting with like a Molotov or like a pipe bomb because I can already grab a Molotov, so I should do that.
You and I both can, I think.
Yeah.
The Molotov is so good.
It is.
Because
Oh
I
my
enjoyed my
God.
grenades and everything, but the Molotov's still
Where am
just
I? Oh, I'm in the
more
middle.
battle. No, I'm in the
JD's
middle, but you're near me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm in a
my
tree
gosh.
house. I
I'm
will
near-
come, I
I'm
will
near
come
PD.
check on you in a second. Oh, I see Nachi.
Also, there is no care package on Classic. So
Oh, so we have to loot
we're-
houses.
Yep, we have to start looting.
Hi, Nachi.
Hello.
What's everything up here?
What we get
Nothing
is
there?
scraps.
Okay.
Yeah, I got everything.
We're all fucking doomed.
I actually like that there's not a kill package on the harder difficulties.
Yeah.
It sucks, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
I
'Cause
hate on
casual
the-
is for like, hey, this is what this is.
Yeah.
That you can have. That's good.
I hate on this map that trees just randomly fall. Like, excuse me. I don't have a silencer, so if you wanna come with me or stealth kill these, you can. But I try to ignore them unless I have to shoot. Well, about
Grenade.
being quiet.
Sigh.
I got bandages.
You're fine. Dog, careful.
Damn it.
Nice, nice. I recognize you. Who, Bob?
Working on it.
I'm CRC, for now anyway.
Battle up.
Okay.
Oh, where's my silencer? I miss it already. That was our mouse and scaled me. Oh, my game froze. Holy shit, that was scary.
Yeah, I seen you lag back a bit.
Alright, I guess I'll use a mallet for the time being. Mainly because I just don't want to make loud noises. And... kaboom.
Alright, gang, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome
What's up,
back.
man? I didn't realize you were not here.
No, I realized a second ago that we spawn in the woods on this map.
Oh yeah, so
I
you're
was,
fine.
Like, I'm safe anyway. I might as well just
Yeah,
go to the bathroom while I have a chance.
Yeah, you're totally fine.
Open sesame. Thank you.
I guess you didn't hear me then. I was explaining that there's no care package this time, so
Oh, nice.
we're stuck with finding scraps, which I'm totally fine with, but...
Pog. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Oh, hammer.
But that means now we have to really look around for...
Watch
what
out,
we
Nazi!
need.
Threw the fucking ammo, I love it.
There's a grenade.
You're really liking
Tell me
it.
that. Nachi, you got people outside your gate.
Okay.
They want that booty.
Oh, they can't catch this booty. They gotta work hard for it. You got to claw him.
making that noise.
Okay. That's what that wires is down.
Ooh, satchel noise.
Satchel, that's a good find.
Yeah, that's really good. Really? There we go.
Oh, you can
Tired
just
of
like...
deal.
Oh my god.
You can just shoot them, but it's loud, and I got tired of dealing with them. Because I've already dealt with like 3.
Oh shit, yeah, we get the red ones now too. Fuck.
What are red ones?
That zombie right there, you see how he's a little more bloody and red?
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a little more mutated and he hits heavy.
Oh, that's why that guy tanked so many hits. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Come in!
Ruber rifle.
Did we get both of the panels, or we still
did,
need...
yeah.
Okay, I'll turn on the power. I'm right here. Wow.
Alright, I'm gonna just start looking around.
Well, I know shield's back.
Body armor, nice.
What? How?
I don't know, loud noise maybe. Have a good one, zombies. I'm going this way.
Nice.
Man, I don't know where a shield could be.
Oh, God Christ.
You good?
Fucking runner, man. Yeah, I'm good.
It's like, I leave you for 2 seconds.
I open the door and dude just comes sprinting.
Stocking up on
That was the mistake you made. You opened the door.
You're right. You're right, I'm the one breaking and entering.
grabbing
I want that grenade, thank you. Well, I mean, it's a pistol.
a sidearm.
Wasn't the pistol I planned to use, but sure.
I accidentally picked up an IED.
Well, randomly place it. Everything will be fine.
Well, shit.
The alarm system.
Ooh, you skilled me. I did not like that.
Oh, hi.
How many bullets I gotta put in your head? Hate this pistol. Oh, Shield just came in here to loot and then run, I see.
Just grabbing supplies running around. Might as well make the most of this.
Nothing in here.
185.
Grabbing the med kit.
Anybody plan on using 308?
Yeah, I think that's my main rifle. Yeah, that's my main rifle right now.
There's a 185 upstairs.
That's the rifle I have, yeah. So I want the other one.
What, the M14?
Yeah, the
Shotgun
better one.
shells.
Alright. I think we're good here.
What were you doing, zombie? Crawling through the ground to go up 3 inches?
What the hell? What's that guy doing?
He's floating.
Yeah. You know what? What's
He's a
his,
David Blaine
what is-
zombie. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Dude,
Who's
trying to pull
calling
Chris
me?
Angel.
Trying to pull Chris Angel.
Hold on, somebody's calling me.
Yeah, you should be safe there. That guy doesn't seem to be really bothering anybody.
I don't know why that baby lasts so much.
Ooh, Molotov.
I love that these 3 people are dead here, and beside them it's just a watermelon with a face on it. Oh, ragdoll physics.
Handled. All that for nothing. I found what kind of suppressor do you need? JD.
Which gun, the pistol or the range or the rifle?
Okay, well, answer my question.
My main gun needs the rifle, if that answers the question.
Alright. We're in your luck. I found a rifle suppressor.
Who the
Nachi?
fuck's breaking doors? I missed. Damn, missed that shot. Anyways. Dude, stop changing guns. You're so annoying. My mouse is so fucking annoying.
How you guys doing over there? Shield and Zoro.
I'm over here by you, dude.
I'm back. Oh my god.
Zoro's over here with
A
us too,
parcel
Shield.
arrived,
is he?
so as soon as I
Last
got back, a
time I
zombie was
checked, yeah.
attacking me. Oh my god. That's crazy, man.
I'm glad you're okay, at least.
Do that. I even said, I was like, hey man, you good? I was gonna probably say you should get on the rooftop. Might be
Yeah, I
better
went to
than-
the second floor.
That bitch came.
But
running
somebody,
up there.
like, yeah. A zombie found me there. I even closed the door.
Huh.
Well, I got the other thing we need to start repairing.
Okay.
So
Even the fucking pistol at him. Oh, I love it. Love throwing pistols at people when I'm done with them. Ooh, hunting scope. I mean, can I put that on this gun? Oh, I
I
can.
might have been infected.
Sure, why not?
That is bad news. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Please don't be infected. Oh, this difficulty, that's gonna suck.
The M7A1.
Oh, that's funny. By the way, I have a lot of ammo.
Yeah, I
because I've just
am
been grabbing
infected.
ammo.
Fuck. Oh my god. Any of you got pills?
I got
Nope.
pills.
Here, go find pills.
I don't
Stock
have
up on-
pills. I lied. I thought I had
Stock up on
some.
pills.
Oh my god.
There's pills
Oh,
here. There's pills
no.
here where I'm at.
Pills
I'm
here.
running.
It's stop changing
What
guns.
the
I'm going to
fucking
scream.
Motherfuck. Here.
Virus pills.
In case.
Got some of those virus pills.
I'll make the most of it.
Man, I hate walking into that room and seeing a sock on the floor, thinking the sock is a gun. Dude, stop changing my gun. This mouse going to scream.
Oh, I use a 5.56. Okay.
Just go ahead and fully heal.
Oh, whoa.
What was that scream? I med-kitted myself and I heard someone screaming. Was that you, Doc?
No. Nowhere even near you guys. Me and Nachi are still at Shady Pines.
Dude, I med-kitted myself and my Keltor acted like he hurt himself. That's worrisome.
Alright, Nachi, we gotta get going. Now you're on a time crunch.
Pick up the gun now that I did that? I can.
What ammo do you need?
I guess a 5.56. It's a 5.56.
Let me see your gun. Quick.
It's a 5.56. It's a Gruber Ranch.
You are correct.
Potato, where you at?
Okay,
You're
you got
below
the
me.
ammo there. Okay.
Potato, do you want a claw hammer? It's the best hammer-like weapon. Here you go.
We'll keep looking around, see if we can find you some more pills. I keep finding fucking bandages.
Same.
Oh, pipe bomb.
And med kits. Shotgun shells.
I really like the Winchester.
A 9mm.
Dude. Gun fucking sucks. This gun is literally, hey, do you want to aim? No, fire. That's how little damage it does.
IG. On site. Nothing.
Trying to do more pills.
All right, all teams meet at the community center.
Who are you?
The one that just said that. What? Huh?
It's like, who motherfucking said that?
The guy trying to keep us all on track so we don't get separated and lost. What do you mean?
I'm already at the community waiting for you.
Oh my fucking Christ.
No, the fuck you're not. I can see the entire map.
I'm closest. Leave me
God
alone.
damn,
30
run it.
meters away.
Oh.
I'm next to you.
I'm still the closest.
Now I'm the closest, motherfucker.
Here.
No, you ain't. As I'm looking at you beside me. Hey, runner behind you, Shield. Pay attention to that guy. Yeah, I don't have a silencer, so I'm trying not to fire right now.
Fuck face, goddamn.
Oh my god.
Kills for Nachi.
Thank yous. Oh.
I'll be at the side building waiting for you, like I always am.
ID.
Here, Nachi.
What? Pills.
Pills. Pills. Got some fresh bandages.
Me and Nachi are gonna check this one last time. Oh wow, what are the odds? Gene therapy.
Nice. Yay.
Hey, take those meds.
I'm upstairs.
Yep. Going up, where's the stairs? Okay.
Going up, where's the stairs?
Oh my god, the zombies like through the wall. I'm here.
To the walls! Sweat down my anyways.
Okay, gotta use the pills first.
You having fun, Shield?
Yeah, go ahead and use the pills.
I got to use the rest of my 5.56 in all honesty with you.
Oh, I would have took it there if you
It was
just
3
gonna
rounds.
use it.
It was 3 rounds. Yeah.
What's your main gun?
Winchester. It's all I'm carrying, or the Rochester, because they couldn't get the copyright to Winchester.
Okay.
Which uses the
357 mag.
Oh, there was mag somewhere in one of these cars. I just opened it.
All right, once you're done.
Yeah, here you go.
Over to the community center.
There's mag right there. Screen. Oh, runner running at me. Hi, buddy.
I realized
Almost
the gym's
there.
gonna be a fucking nightmare.
Bye, buddy.
Okay, I'm done.
Unnecessary. Yeet.
JD, do you need a rifle flashlight? It looks like you do.
Okay.
For my other gun, sure. I can't
Drop
put
it.
it on this.
Right here in front.
I don't see it.
There you go. I marked
Thank
it.
you.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I told you the zombie is in the wall. Oh, he now dropped.
Nah, bro, I'm leaving. Let's just get to the
Yeah.
community center.
Be with you. Oh, Bubba. What the fuck? Get away from
JD,
me.
have you gone all the way back
Just
around?
ignore
or
him,
you
just ignore him.
Yeah, I keep on ignoring them.
Yeah, I went all the way over there.
Let's go.
I'm just waiting on them.
There's little nooks and crannies over here that you missed. I'm just collecting.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about them.
Yeah,
I know
there,
they're
but
there.
there's a frag grenade that I just found.
We're on our
Buddy.
way, so if you wanna just get started, you can.
Oh, okay. I have full frag grenade shield. I think I'm good. Zoro? Never mind. I'm glad me
Zoro
and
knows if I'm looking at him, he's all right.
me and Shield both just sitting there aiming at that guy like, Zoro? Well, there's no fixing her brain, but we can at least make sure she doesn't die.
5.56 NATO on this counter. In the door to the left where we came in.
Like I said, I have every ammo. I'm kind of doing the Lyra thing of, hey, I'll collect the ammo for you.
By the way, I fucking love night sights.
Shield, you walked right over the Magnum.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, it was on the ground, that's why. I'm
Yeah.
not using a flashlight right now.
Hey, stop punching.
What is that?
Are you talking about the shoes that are glowing up top? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a visual bug.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
We actually had
Yeah,
calculated fire that
unfortunately.
time.
I was like, what?
Yeah,
What is that? Crazy.
I thought it was like some kind of running
6.8.
shoes where you run faster or something.
Yeah.
Good.
Keep the light on him.
Oh. Yeah, Dark has my silencer, I believe. There's Magnum in that
Yeah.
full spark shield.
Five,
There's a
five,
guy
six, no
behind
problem.
me. Oh. That's not what I want! My mouse chose to change to a fucking grenade, and I'm like, I don't want to throw a grenade right now. What the fuck? Oh, was that not Zoro the whole time?
I thought it was.
I thought it
I
was
turned around and I was
too.
like, oh, it's Zoro. And then I just turned back around.
Alright, I'm going to do the padlock. Oh, okay, never mind, you shot it.
Take shotgun and 8.6.
Is that a Lyra? That is a Lyra right here.
Hello, Lyra. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, princess.
More Oreos.
Of course you are.
What?
There's 5.56 all over this fucking room, dude.
You leave me and my
Cool,
Oreos.
help me.
Don't speak to me or my Oreos ever again.
Dude, can you stop changing weapons?
No.
Alright. Run
Fucking
upstairs and
piece
turn on
of
the
shit,
lights.
mouse. Like, I don't know why the mouse does that. I think the scroll...
Shotgun.
Oh, shit.
I think the scroll wheel for my mouse just, like, rolls sometimes, whether I click it or not. Oh, I don't want the mallet. That's not what I want. I hit him! I love that me and you both easily turned around.
Hello.
I head upstairs. I've been doing Lyra's job, so I have so much ammo that I'll be dropping here in a second.
Fellas. What's happening?
Welcome to the party. I'm gonna go upstairs and check that area real quick. Shotgun. Someone's using shotgun. There's shotgun ammo right there. 45. Well, I'll just grab it and drop it for everyone. 9 mil. Okay. Upstairs I go. I'll be back. Shut up!
5.56 NATO. MC-15 on the right-hand side over here. Grenade along with it.
MC-15 and Gerber 22 in the army room. Plus M9. With a long gun. 2 long gun flashlights.
I'm specifically looking for a 1911.
Alright, I'm just gonna drop these meds back here.
Another MC-15 here.
Alright, coming back down. I grabbed all the ammo up here.
Nice.
Man, Lyra's missing out on all the MC-15s.
I know, I hear so much 5.56 and MC-15s.
Yeah, I've been using 5.6.
What's next? A fire axe?
Probably.
Most
Man.
likely, yeah.
Man, that wouldn't happen. There's no way. Hey, a fire axe. I'm just kidding.
Oh, did someone grab the 5? Okay. No biggie.
Nachi's using 5.56.
Yeah, I realized. It didn't take me long.
Oh, hey. 1911.
I'm gonna change to MC-15.
Question? Possible answer.
Ooh, I'll take the handgun.
There's a
I have
lot of
so
over-unders.
Alright,
Last
give me
I
a...
heard Nachi cough. Can we shoot it?
Where's
No.
the 1911?
It's in the
No.
kitchen. I marked it.
Alright. I'm dropping that because I don't need it. I'm dropping
Where the
that.
5.56
Alright,
it's behind the counter in like a little safe. You should see it.
Okay, cool beans.
Fresh bandages.
Alright, I'm gonna pick up that pistol. Because I have so much 9mm, it's not even funny. Alright, I need that silencer, and I'm about to drop all the ammo I don't use.
I dropped that silencer.
Oh, great.
Where?
I was coming to you and drop it.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Stormy girl.
Heavy
Hello,
rifle.
Stormy.
Here.
Thank you.
I'm dropping 308 and 9mm.
Thank you. Alright,
There's a
I'm
baseball bat
gonna...
up here at the front desk if anybody wants.
Dropping 5.56 for you, Nachi.
Scurry off.
Yeah.
Roach.
If you grab that gun right there, there's a flashlight on it. Take the flashlight off, put it on whatever gun you're using.
Okay.
No.
I have a silenced hunting rifle. Not a lot of ammo, sadly.
There's more hunting rifle rounds upstairs.
I've been upstairs.
Well, either you're blind or you...
Oh,
you
I'm
didn't go up
probably blind. Because
Yeah,
I was,
whoa.
because I was just grabbing every single ammo I could find, so...
Yeah, no, you hit this one, but you missed the one in the corner.
Damn.
But you know what? I'm gonna use this MC
Yoey.
as a quick gun to fire.
Ooh! Damn.
Oh, there's some more of my ammo. Well, just bring it down to me, Shield.
That was
since you're up there.
I don't have the space.
How do you know? Okay, whatever. That's fine, no biggie.
There's also a frag grenade up here too.
I have
God,
enough.
dude, there's so much 12 gauge. I might just take a 12 gauge, to be honest.
Use the 12 gauge for this round. Save your ammo for the town. It's not a bad idea.
Probably, yeah. I'm getting gypped on 357. So I might as well.
Yeah, surprisingly, I didn't find any. Yeah, now that I think about
I
it.
have enough 357 to last me the entire round. If
Yeah,
not
but you're
extra.
using... Yeah, but...
I'm using the
it's
lever
true.
action, yeah.
Well, I'll give you my ammo then. Now let's take the 12 gauge, because there's a lot of it here.
Oh, dude, are you sure? I have over 100 rounds.
Nah, it's all good, man.
I'm
It will be needed, especially for the mutated fuckers we're gonna deal with.
Oh yeah, the mutated. Oh, here we go. Here's some wind. I just walked. Oh, inventory's full. Here's some wind. I just walked right past. I love that you have to.
Winnie over here on the ground.
I love that you have to drop your fucking, like, whatever you're carrying to pick up ammo so you can pick it up.
Dropping a molly right here.
Yeah, I have 4 Molotovs. I'm gonna go ahead and drop those 2 in the back.
And dropping a pipe bomb.
I dropped a grenade because I had to.
Same.
I heard something about a pipe bomb. Here we go. I will drop a grenade for a pipe bomb. I will drop a grenade for a pipe bomb.
Nachi?
Elbow.
Oh my god, Nachi's got a lot of enemies.
JD, I really hope nobody throws a grenade.
Oh my god.
Luckily they don't blow up, but that would be hilarious.
They came from the door on the side because it's busted.
How did I hit that fucking zombie?
A molly on me.
Just go back and heal, Nachi. Just go back and heal.
Please tell me you're not infected again, Nachi.
Nachi, you're infected again. I see
No.
the
You
little
won't.
red thing over your name.
That's
No,
that's
it's not.
for
That's
health as well.
damage.
Yeah, that's low health.
That's health.
That's low health.
Yeah,
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
right now. We won't. Damn it.
Shield, the only way we can tell if they are infected or not is when they start coughing.
Ah.
Yeah.
They will know before we do.
There's been a significant lack of IEDs.
Yeah, I
What?
placed one. I found one.
I did find one earlier, but I had to drop it.
Yeah, I
Or
placed one by
builds.
the front state whatever it's called.
What? Zara wants to kill me. Kafalil. No, why would I cough? Stupid potato. Let me barricade that shit.
Zoro's just like, here, have some dust, and then just Nachi coughs and is like,
Doc, are you stacking mollies right now?
I dropped 2 in the back.
I say I just found an extra one over here on this cart. Also some shotgun rounds for you.
We have a lot of grenades if people want to just yeet them.
Yeah, we do.
Med get the drop back here. Alright, where's that shotgun?
Shotgun and molly over here.
Nachi, you did heal yourself, right?
I did.
Thanks.
Did we find the book before we saw it?
You know what? I wasn't even like looking.
I figured.
I was mainly just kind of get bit. Man, calm down.
Hey, I'm in my corner. I'm ready.
Oh my god.
Reach your hand out. They're nice. No, I beg to differ.
Did you get bit? No, I bit it back. Wait, what?
I'm gonna grab this real quick and just...
Okay.
I'm gonna grab wherever remaining medkits there are. And
The
put them in
fuck?
the
Why
bag.
is it so smoky in here? Zara.
There's also pills.
I love that we pile so much medic there, and then I never see us grab any of them. Hi, Potato. This is my spot. I sit
Oh
up.
yeah, Doc.
Oh.
You know that
Because-
one cozy game restoration?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The-
because
the
they come
playtest came out
from-
today.
They come from here.
Yeah, I didn't realize it
here.
either. But when I was cooking the dog's
And then
food,
up on
I
the
went to scroll on
balcony,
TikTok because
and then
it takes
around the
longer
corner
things
sometimes.
to cook, and I saw that the developer said that the playtest is out now.
Ooh,
no,
that sounds good.
Yeah.
You wanna know what
I got-
needs to hurry up and come out? The game where you could be a dog.
Oh, the one that
Oh,
we've been
yeah,
waiting
that-
for.
The 2 that we've been waiting for, the whole one and the exploration one.
You got a sandwich?
Yeah,
Yeah, probably somewhere in my pocket.
Haunted Paws, yeah, and then Akua's Compass, I think? Or something like that. It's on my wish list. It's on my wish list, that's all I
Well,
know.
there's a drink if you want that.
A drink. Can I borrow it and...
Give it to brother. What are you typing?
Zoro. What? What the fuck do you want to do to a sandwich with a sausage? What the fuck are you typing?
Put
The Free Shepherd? Is that it?
Here, I'm safe right now. I can tap out and chart.
Just mark some more shotgun rounds.
I see.
My
Oh,
god,
no,
I just
no,
closed
single
it,
player
man.
of a dog exploring the world.
Yeah, I'll have to check my pack. here again.
Ikuma the Frozen Compass.
That's it, yeah. I remember it had compass.
Yeah. That
well, what-
one still has no release date other than it's supposed to be this year.
Yep. Akuma Compass is this year, Haunted Paws is to be announced, and those are the 2 we're mainly waiting for.
Yeah.
Runner.
I'm also waiting still for that Invoke, which is the board
Nachi,
game
watch
game. I
yourself.
can't think of what it's called right now.
Hmm?
Invoke is what's
It
the
might be
game
a
where
runner.
they roll a
Runner
dice
where-
and then whatever happens in real life?
I don't know. I just heard
I
it.
don't know.
Jumanji.
Jumanji.
I was
yeah.
barricading it.
That's what the Evoca
The
is. It's just
thing.
Jumanji.
It might be
but
hidden in the
as a game.
barricade. Did we find the paper?
Mm. I've been sitting in a corner talking to Lyra.
Oh man.
This guy's... I know.
So
didn't know
from
we
what
were-
I'm looking at with Haunted Paws, the devs are going to be releasing a update every month until they get closer to either making a demo or actually releasing the game.
Which barricade got busted?
Like I said, I hope it comes out because it looks really fun and silly.
Apparently there was already a playtest for it.
Would not surprise me because they had to get gameplay from it somehow.
Yeah, it was at the very start of this year, it seems, because that was their last update that they did before they finally said, "Okay, yeah, we're gonna announce every single month."
I mean, that's a good thing. That means it will come out either the ending of this month, or I mean, not this month, this year, or the beginning of next year. By the sound of it, I could be wrong. By the sound of it.
Oh my god. Is it?
There's so many
might be
games I
annoying.
want to get, but they're not out yet.
I'm the same boat.
I just found like 5 more games. I put them on the TikTok collection.
I'll check them out.
Mm.
My biggest thing, that's also why I want to
They
like
broke it
kidnap Dark
again,
from
God damn it.
gambling, is because I really want to play that gambling with like people who are just crazy, and I feel like Dark would fit.
Dude, I'll risk it. I played what was it? Fuck, something with airport security.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. You like you're trying to something like that. Yeah, you're trying to break in or something.
Yeah, this one's called Airport Security Sucks, where it's so simplistically made that's funny. But in the lobby, there's like a gambling room, and I was playing with my brother and like a couple of his friends, and I went, fuck it, I went max, like betted into coin flip, and I won on the first try.
Gamble
and
with your...
And my brother was like, no way he fucking got that in one try. He was like, I'm actually upset.
Gamble with your friend. When you start the game, it asks you if you're feeling lucky or not. If you say yes, it flips a coin. And if you get heads, you get to play the game. If you get tails, it closes the game. and of course, if you say no, you don't feel lucky, it just starts the game for you.
Yeah?
Naughty,
you alright?
You're hurt again, and you're outside. Get your ass in here and stand in front of me. Stop dying.
I keep on barricading it and they keep on smashing
There's
it
no point in
away.
It's just gonna keep happening. Are we all are we on the gym?
Yes, Nachi, come heal. Come on.
I'm here.
Go heal. I'm starting it. I know where the paper
Oh,
is.
Okay.
They fell off the stage.
They're dead.
There was a bomb in front of that stage, just so y'all know.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Just try to save it the best you can.
I just know they go over there a lot, so that's why I put it there. That was a red guy. I had to put some extra bullets into it. Ooh, that guy lived that shot. Holy crud. He's Superman.
I was really looking forward to just came out. Ooh.
Which one?
Librarian, tidy up the arcade.
Oh, I thought you would like that one. Yeah, I planned to get that for...
$5 right now.
Yeah, I planned to get it for you when you had your surgery, because I'm like, that's definitely a game you could maybe play with one hand.
The offer ends on the 14th. It's $6 right now, but right now because it just came out, it has that sale for a week.
Yeah. The falling from second store near you, Shield, and stage. More falling from second story.
I'm just now looking at all my games to see what
Stage.
I can get.
Second story.
What the fuck? Oh, Lyra, I didn't tell you
Bathroom.
I discovered this like a couple nights ago. You know that
Yeah.
email I got that one time where I was like, "Hey, do you want to try this game?" and like get a key for it like way early.
Yeah.
I got another email like that, but it's for a cozy cat game that's co-op.
Cool.
Ooh.
What's the name of it? Do you know?
I have
Do
to
you
look at
remember?
it again.
Okay.
But I was like, huh?
Middle floor.
Man, you're always getting these emails saying, "Hey, you wanna try our game?" I don't get shit like that.
Run off from stage. Run off from stage.
Oh my god.
No use.
Loading.
He's down.
Run on, Nazi.
Behind you, Doc. Behind you, Doc. Reloading.
I just get emails about some random person owing
He's down, he's down, he's down.
insurance.
I get those too.
Nachi, heal up.
Yeah, isn't yours like Dave or something? Like Dave owes money to an insurance company?
No, that's like a digital loan or something like that. It was weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For me, it's like some bitch named Barbara who owes money to an insurance company.
That's funny.
Dude, I should not.
Stage, Field, stage.
I haven't looked in a while, but like, while I'm saying like, I remember the name. Consistently, fellas, I've got nothing but an email that says, "Hey William, your digital e-loan is like available now to like to get," and I'm like, "Who the fuck?"
We're leaving. We're leaving.
Yeah. Let's go.
Roger.
Yes, chat. That's all I do. I sit in a corner, cover them, and call out where things are. That's all I do.
Yeah, fucking bitch.
It oddly works.
Yeah, I'll have to look and find that game. But yeah, I forgot to tell you, but also I remembered that I told you earlier that Dev followed me on Twitter because I said I was excited for the game, and
Yeah.
and oh yeah, they follow Nachi too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, two famous people, oh my god.
I just saw it on my For You page.
I actually looked at the trailer because I went on their Steam page and I wishlisted it, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, I played this game. So you were absolutely right, Nachi.
I mean, it's a horror
I
game.
It is a horror game, but it's also like a sandwich making sim.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, Borgor with horror?
Sandwich making sim sounds awesome, by the way.
Horror Borgor? Oh my god, why am I rubber banding? God damn, oh my god.
Yeah,
God damn, Pink 700.
Forever Die.
Oh my
That's what it's
goodness.
called.
700 ping, oh my goodness.
Nachi, pinged me at it earlier and was like, hey, you might be interested. And I looked at it and I was like, you're right, I am. And all I saw was them pick up a piece of meat to put on a bread, and I was like, yep, I'm in.
Is it co-op or single?
It's single player.
Aw.
They're working on it currently, so the demo, there's no demo for it yet, but they're working on it.
Yeah, they're working on it.
Oh my god, that zombie fucking cucked my path because he fell over the fucking roof, you dickhead. Jesus Christ, that fat badonk.
Badonkadonk.
He's a big badonkers.
That would shit upset me, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Right side. Run behind.
Oh my god, too many baseball bats, dude.
Behind you, Nazi.
It's like they're,
My
it's like they're
god.
saying something.
Why do they like me that much?
Behind you!
That
My
just became
god.
blood on my screen. Mouse, let me fucking reload this gun. I tried reloading it 5 times and kept changing guns. Nice shot, Shield, by the way.
Thank you.
My screen just became blood. Dude.
I just whipped to it. There's 9 mil back here, JD. Come here.
Shit. Yeah, I guess I could use that gun for a bit.
I'm just looking at games now while you guys finish your match.
Shield, that was funny. Ping ting ping ting.
You got a helmet, we don't care. We have enough bullets.
I'm just requesting access to a lot of play tests.
Hey, that's fair. Especially if you get
$9
codes.
here,
Grab it for me. I've already.
I like
went
how
right.
Lyra is just like
Roger.
calling us famous people, even though it's like, hey, dude, do you want to try this? Yeah, sure. I remember one time I played a
from
demo.
you because you always have some form of dev in your chat whenever you're playing games.
That's not true.
I don't want to hear it from you.
That's
Dude,
not true, man.
It's true and you know it.
It's
we
true.
We were playing Stardew, me, Lyra, and Shield, and the dev of the mod
Ow,
we
ow,
were
ow,
using
ow, 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 ow.
randomly joined and just gave us bits.
What a guy.
Yeah, I was like, hey, you use my mod here.
I think we were using the Stardew Valley expanded mod, and it was the
Yeah.
creator of that. I think. I don't know.
Correct.
It was a creator of one of the mods that we had.
No, you're correct.
I played a demo of some like zombie game that looked very interesting, and the dev came in and
Baseball
was like,
bat.
"Hey, I'm the dev that made the demo," and I was like, "Oh shit, dude, welcome in." And I made honest opinions about it. I even pointed out that when you reload the shotgun, because it's double barrel, or it's the over under, one of the shells ejects, so it knows, so you know, like, hey, you use that round, and like you can't.
Damn.
There's nothing else in there.
Guns.
I made a comment about that, and he was like, "You're the
This
first to
better
say
cut
that." I was like, "Yeah, it's cool detail, dude. I like that shit." And then he followed me, and I was like, "Dude, thanks."
I know.
And then Lyra DMs me and
Doc, look
goes,
out.
"Jay,
See? Lyra just knows.
Doc, please tell me you saw that.
I did. I actually heard it." I turn around. All I heard was, "Doc, watch out!" And I turn around and fucking just see you go.
I don't know how an entire kitchen knife through a zombie's head doesn't kill it.
Alright, I'm opening up the right side. If these zombies would let me.
I'm good, thank you. Why am I have to spit that out?
Alright.
Oh my god, another runner.
Now I'm opening the right side. Yeah, we came over here and
stank.
it's been runner after runner. Like, sheesh.
Go around, Nachi. No, not that way. That's through you.
Fuck off with fucking police armored runner. Fuck off with that shit.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot more armored guys. Oh shit! You know what's funny? So that 45, if you aim kind of like between the like, I forgot the name, but the thorax, or like the tank is, you can actually pin through the chest and hit the tank.
No fucking way.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Right on that guy right there.
Alright, let me see here.
Oh, that sucked. That sucked. That sucked. That sucked. That sucked. Oh, that still sucks. Oh, I'm in the best one.
Oh, well, maybe not for him because he's mutated. I've done it before though.
Okay.
Maybe because that guy's mutated, I guess.
Jason, mate.
Doing that. Maybe try for like the kind of a neck area.
A grouper wrench.
That might be a better shot. Okay, I ran straight to the hardware store. If you guys want to make your way here. Catch my breath.
Okay. Coming.
Oh, hey, Dark. It still does the scope bug.
What does?
Just the rifle with the hunting scope. It does the bug where it like doesn't zoom in.
Oh, really?
so you have like fish eyes.
That's so weird.
Oh my god.
You know, I was over here going to change my guns. What the fuck?
Right. I don't have any.
Where'd you come from? There was no one in here.
This is
Weird
not
ass
one row.
motherfucker. Take that off. That off. Throw this
Oh,
gun.
long gun flashlight.
Thank God. The switch.
Oh, I can't
Is that
use
long gun
this
flashlight?
I
Found some.
That's Zoro.
Oh.
Ranger boots, nice.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, bandages, thank you. Oof, I almost got down. That would have sucked because none of y'all are in this town. Oh, y'all can knock down that door. Huh, good to know. I thought that door couldn't get knocked down.
12 gauge in here.
Oh, thank you.
Anyways.
Pills.
Shit,
Lots
man.
of pills.
The one time I carry a bunch of stuff. Okay, who wants a molly? I have an extra.
I'll take it. I can stack.
I dropped it somewhere around there.
I got it. JD, there's health supplies in here and ivory bullets.
I'm in town.
Oh.
Oh, you're in downtown?
Yeah, I opened up the right spot, got swarmed, so I had to rush into town. Otherwise, I was dead.
Oh no.
So I've been just grabbing things. I need more meds, but if
We
I find some,
we
I'll
can
find
cut
some.
through the back and hook around to the right side. We can get in easier that way.
Luckily, I have silent stuff, so they don't notice me. I'm safe for the time being. But I'm just gonna hide in this building until someone can bring me beds.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Yeah, I got. I don't know why I ran around all the way like that, but over here, shield. To your left.
I also hate the room I'm in because all the TVs just buzz. And it's so annoying.
Tree trimmer.
Crowbar.
We got a crowbar here.
Someone who hates high-pitched noise, this room is like deadly.
Is this the gun?
Grab the melee weapon.
I'll be damned.
I am happy
Oh,
I
what?
got my crowbar back.
It's the gun store.
There we go.
I'll shut it.
Nice.
Somehow
Oh,
missed that
satchel.
shot.
Who needs satchel? It's a good one.
What does the satchel do again? I forget.
It
It gives
increases
you
your
space.
inventory.
I grabbed it because I was desperate for it.
Oh, more crowbar.
That's totally
Nice.
fine, buddy.
I like my crowbar.
What?
Watch out.
Die. Thank you.
Where's the input thing?
Oh,
Where do
It's
we
in here in the
find it?
office. I got the code.
Oh, if
Ready?
you double punch them, they stop
ready.
buzzing.
Do it.
387 056.
Oh, the room's not buzzing anymore. If you
We're in-
double punch TVs, they
Yay.
stop buzzing. Oh, that's
Ooh,
so
a heavy
nice.
rifle. A battle rifle. Damn.
I hate TVs in this game. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, man, look at the ammo in this. Phew.
Oh my goodness, that's a
M14.
lot.
Rifle here.
Yeah, I got an M14. I managed to find one. I definitely need more ammo for it, though. That's for sure.
Oh, you guys want to see something funny? Hold on a second.
That's the
Let me
other
just,
thing. If
I have
y'all
4 of
can,
these. Oh, we're completely caged. Shit. I thought we
if
were.
y'all
Are
could,
you thinking the power plant where we think there's that little gap up top?
Yeah.
that's the other thing. If y'all can find 308, I would.
Zoro, don't waste your ammo. Oh shit, you can shoot through this one. Never mind.
Yeah, you can shoot through it.
Yeah, you could.
Just a sec.
Hell.
That'd be a little
Here.
savage.
I'm gonna give it to somebody.
Some stuff
Revive
here.
syringe.
There's.
Max fully stocked.
Gonna need bandages.
Whoever wants it, you can have it. Also, anybody got a spare battery?
Yeah, right behind you on the ground. Or right behind Nachi.
The fuck?
Oh, there it is. drop my bandage for that.
I got some fresh bandages.
There we go. It was in a weird angle where I had to like move back to get it.
I'm just here, sitting here, and all I hear is a loud boom.
Hold on a second, I have an idea. Let me out. No!
Why?
Oh.
Just why?
Also, Shield, you do realize your bombs like blow through the fence gate, so you just throw it near a wall. You can't harm your teammates. You run to the corner.
This is fine.
This is fine. This is fine.
What has happened?
Little does he
Don't worry
know,
about it.
it was not fine.
Well, there's another.
No, it was fine.
Put it up.
Yeah, let's go.
It's another explosion.
I think. Hang on. I think through the front door here, we should be at the gate where JD went through.
How many grenades did y'all fucking throw?
A lot.
Yeah.
What I can say is a lot.
Yeah, through the front door. We can head to the gate where JD went.
That's just a machine gun. By the way, the building I'm hiding in is surrounded, just so y'all know.
That's okay. Hey guys.
It's
What's
just they
that?
haven't noticed me.
Oh my god. Oh, Happy New Year.
I love blowing up the firefighters.
Yes, I had a fuck ton of throwables on me.
Reloading this fucking.
Like I said, if you could bring me more 308, I will not complain.
I got a bit, but I got a bit of 308 for you. Yeah, bit.
A bit.
I'm glad you understand.
Let me take care of it.
Alright, I see where JD is.
It's in a box. Don't mind me.
Where are the odds?
Wee.
I'm just looking at the zombies through the broken door. I realized they could break that door. I thought they couldn't. Oh, that's not a
Fire axe over here.
Lyra. Your
It's
gun
Lyra's
and the fire axe
favorite.
showed
Oh
up.
my god.
I knew it!
It was eventually.
Oh, something's about to go boom. Oh, that sounded painful.
I hate every car in this game.
Oh, hi, Potato.
Oh, hey, Potato.
He found me. he found me hiding in my little building. I think Potato has a lot of people chasing him now.
Hang on, Zero. I'm coming to assist.
I think he got them. Hi!
God damn, that guy's persistent. Jesus, it's dark in here.
It wasn't Oligo, it just suddenly became dark, and I'm like, alright, fuck it. I'll take that.
Hatchet.
Dark?
Yep.
I make it?
Oh.
I've been here.
Silly me, of course. What kind of
started leaving. I was like,
what kind of doctor would I be? You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, why did you fucking remind me? God damn it. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I'm alive. I can leave the building now. Yay!
I was surprised you were just not like leaving yet, and then I totally forgot you were asking for a first aid kit, and I was like, oh, that's fucking right. He wanted ammo and a first aid. What's next? Free healthcare? Like,
Well, the ammo was just in case if y'all saw some. I wasn't leaving that until I got health.
I'm taking a risk. I'm gonna head down the parking garage.
That's fine. I went into the building.
Hey, look, more 308. Hey, whoa, you sold your fucking roll there, pal.
I regret going in that building, so I'm leaving. That's a lot of things in that building.
Ooh, let me,
Ooh, this?
Oi, that was scary. How about you back the fuck up there? Okay.
Oh, hi, your track star, your run, or get on the ground.
I got the one research drive.
Oh, wow, that's some bad luck. On the ground.
Nice. That's all the water data.
Got it.
I'm disabling the security.
Oh, look, another fire axe.
Got him.
Man.
Oh.
And we're on classic too, dude. Man, maybe we could have.
Man.
That's a rarity, actually.
Wow, that guy lived. That was funny.
Oh my god, a
aim,
lot
but
of
damn.
research drives here. Oh my god. That is crazy,
Good.
man.
That speeds this up.
Yeah, I'm looking for the scientist. That's why I came in here.
Grab this med kit.
Man,
Shut up,
I
alarm!
so suppressed and I need that.
JD, I got more 308 for you.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Fucking bullshit.
Who punched the call? Just hear a call going off, so who punched it?
Listen, not my fault their trunk was unlocked.
Here, let's grab this and put this in here so I can fucking see. Thank you.
God damn, why are you so aggressive?
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
Shit. What the fuck, Dash?
Dash.
Why did he request to join in?
I think he clicked the wrong button. I just looked over. I was like, huh?
I'm just like, huh? Why is he wanting to join?
Thank you very much for the 9 months.
I didn't.
Was trying to
I didn't know you had the
resub.
Oh, JD behind you.
Hey, there's zombies out there. Like. What? Did it glitch? Oh, it now says my inventory is full, even though it's not. Okay.
Get fucked, bruh.
Thank you very much for the 36 months, Hort.
Bank is pretty well clear, but knowing this extract, it's never going to be bank again for us.
I don't know that.
Very true.
Every time he clears the bank, it's the other one.
The game does knows. The game does knows. They're like, nah, man. All that effort you put in there.
Y'all started a hype trade, y'all two.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
A shared hype train.
You can do that?
Yeah, any hype train doing shield chat activates a shield hype train, and if people jump into it, based off of which chat they jumped in on, will give that percentage of the rewards to that person.
Ooh.
Why is it loud in this restaurant? I regret coming in here.
Why am I on top of the building anyway?
I don't know.
On the
Why
top
are you
of
on
the
top of the building?
building. More
That's a pipeline.
bandages.
Must be a good-looking building. Oh my god, yeah, you can shoot straight through the zombie's back.
Yeah.
You're right, Doc.
Yep.
I just did it with my lever action.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, if you have
That's how
the
good the pen system is.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. If you have the rifle pin like I do, you shoot through all the time. That's how I hit the bombs on the back of fighters so easily.
9 mil.
Mommy, sorry, mommy. But yeah, thank y'all very much for dropping by.
Oh.
How's y'all day been?
Uh-huh.
Did you just laugh?
Reclose that door.
Oh, there's a bot.
What's our quest still?
Science,
Oh, we're
but he's
still looking
nearby.
for this fucker, yeah.
He's near me and Zora.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I was across the map.
Hello. What's up?
Hi,
Drink
Corbin.
up, bitch.
Oh my god, drink up, bitch. Okay, I will drink.
Make a stretch for me. Ooh, missed that shot.
Zoro, you alright?
Okay.
Oh, 7 hours.
More. Oh, we don't need the drives anymore. I see.
Alright, well,
Man,
be careful,
I-
man. There's a good amount of zombies outside.
Missed 3 shots. I'm clearing the zombies outside right now. Never mind, I'm just breaking your window because I missed.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'm clearing the zombies for you right now, dude. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, I also found a satchel.
Here, catch!
What are the odds?
Damn. We're rich today.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, we're popping off over here. Where the fuck you at? I'm just kidding. Just-
By the
I'm
way-
just, you know, I'm drilling that base. Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah,
Nachi, do remember
that
you
base.
have another collab tomorrow, like midday. So if you need rest, get rest.
Why would
Oh,
no? It's
son of a
okay. I
bitch.
have
Ooh.
a lot of
I got you.
Good shot. I heard the pitter patter of the feet.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit of
More
a luck
med
shot,
kit.
but hey, we take it.
More medkit.
Ah,
The fuck?
I hear pitter patter.
Why are there so many?
Yep, behind you, dude. I think it's the
Yes.
difficulty.
Time to go get a med kit.
I cleared that.
I think it's genuinely because of difficulty. Plus, I don't have a silencer, so it's probably my badass fucking shotgun.
You definitely bring more to you, yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, I'm surprised we didn't find many. I love that these.
What is that?
Did you see that?
Oh my god, I'm surrounded again.
I understand.
Roof.
I understand Dark is shooting, but why are all the runners running to me?
Maybe a smell.
Oh my
Nachi?
god, you thinky. Oh my god.
Nachi did say she got overrun. Is she okay?
Nachi,
I'm
please,
healing
you
up.
have
I'm
meds?
healing up. Yeah.
I'm looking for meds. That's why I'm in this building right now.
I have a mass casualty kit.
If you need a drop it, do so.
Oh no, Zara.
Yeah.
Zara, no!
Oh, Zoro's down.
Oh my god, I'm near him.
Get him up.
Oh shit.
I'm on my way to them. Don't stop! Don't stop! Not too
Just
bad.
run. Okay.
Clutch save.
Oh my god. Oh. He's on the stank gas though. Oh my god, I'm the one that. Oh. Oh, I have
You're
a syringe.
fine. They can get to you.
Yeah. I have syringe.
There's an M7A1 up here.
Okay. Do you have healing, Zara? Here you go.
You guys better find healing.
Kick, please. Thank you.
We're now at the point of we can extract and get out of here.
I put down a mass casualty. Go get some here.
Found bandages.
Heal up.
I got a med kit.
Zaro, ready for an infection? You were in the middle of a stank gas.
Oh my god, so thanky.
Y'all have so many coming to you, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, they don't see me because stealth.
Through the window. Just through the window. Just through the window. Cut through the gap.
Yeah, y'all need to just get out of that building. Is what I'm saying.
Just through the window. Head straight. Head into the plaza where JD is.
Which sucks for me because I needed a med kit, but oh well, I'll find a different one.
I could give you some. Here you go.
Well, you need to heal, Nachi. I can live better than you.
That's a little insulting.
I didn't mean it like that. I just...
Why?
Hey,
Put down a bandage to help.
Hey, it's the bank. Actually. I told you. You never know.
Off for like the past 10 minutes.
The bank.
Oh shit, dude.
What's even more funny is it's probably not secure anymore.
No, it's probably respawned. Nice shot.
Thank you.
What's my
Blew that
HP,
guy's fucking dick off.
Not too bad.
Come on.
That's a screamer, so there's a runner somewhere.
Shit,
Yep, it's
I
no
don't
longer
have.
clear.
Don't
Just
have
go past him up
ammos
the
anymore.
stairs. Best you can.
Alright, I got this runner. I'm on my way. Stop screaming!
Hey, Brad.
Bread! Is his name Chill Bread on Twitch? I love that.
Yes.
This is some chill bread.
Come on, JD.
I'm coming. I'm just dealing with shit. Please remember, I'm a slow
I
motherfucker.
don't have an ammo.
Holy fuck.
It's a good thing they just don't notice me.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that is a lot.
They're running to the fire though. They're running to the fire. Go right. Climb up again.
That sounds deadly.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Runner.
I got him. Well, at least I got the one that was shushing you.
Come on, JD. Shit.
Get in, get in.
I got more ammo inside, so I can.
No, just get in. Alright.
Hey guys, we did it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I should have been
dude.
infected so many times. I am so glad I have that less chance of being infected. Potato
Jorah
did get
was
infected. Oh yeah, that ending when he went down 100%. He was surrounded.
Yeah. Yeah. He got surrounded and was like, there was a stank gas there.
Oh my god.
He was surrounded, being eaten on the ground when I came out and saw him.
I had just gotten there. Zora had just gotten picked up, and I was just like, "Oh, okay, everything's handled." And I saw 8 zombies walk past, and I was like, "Everything's not handled."
Don't worry. I have slow infection.
I switched to full auto, empty the mag, dropped the gun, and ran.
Oh my god.
Don't worry. Don't
I got
worry.
hit by spam. Utility items. What is that again?
That's like crate or the casualty kits and boards, batteries, stuff like that.
Yeah. Because my options, utility items reduce less, I heal myself and other people more, or I heal while using pills, and I'm like, I don't know what to choose. Because I don't want to re-roll. Let's see. Heal using pills will
man.
come in handy, I think.
I
so
got
we'll
the
do
rush
that one.
expert skill. No, I don't use a two-handed melee.
You can re-roll it.
Yeah, you can
Yeah, but
re-roll
it's
it,
an expert.
Well,
You
that
can
person
still-
has decided your choice.
You can still re-roll it.
Yeah. I mean,
just
I
hope for the best.
yeah. I have this white one that really haunts me when trying to run away from things, but being able to carry so
Alright,
much is
Zoro.
good.
Have a
Good
good
night,
day.
Stanker. Thanks for the fun game.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Good night.
Have a
Good
good
night,
one.
Stank. Fuck you. No, fuck you.
Not to get infected on the next time.
Get
on time
infected
next
on
time.
time.
Yak.
Nah.
Oh, Rose found me on TikTok. She liked one of the narrator posters I did.
7 hours? Oh, really?
Yeah, you've been live for about 7 hours, dude.
Damn. So also I was able to salvage the stream. But not the
Right, my character
game.
now has 2 guns and ammo on them.
We did get a lot of credits from that, actually. I'm kind of proud of
Yeah,
that.
we did. I just spent all my credits.
Hey, boys, we're fucking rich. I'm now poor.
Exactly.
I feel that we're rich. I have no money. Wait, what?
No,
I kind of want to spend the money to reroll a skill. Because one of the skills I have is for rifles, which I don't fucking use ever. And it's an expert too, so I'm like, that makes it even worse.
Oof.
Oh, man.
It's steady shot, which reduces rifle recoil. Actually, greatly reduces rifle recoil.
How are you today,
Oh, yeah, I had that
Carvin?
one.
Hi.
I'm like, that's
hello,
cool.
hello.
I
I
don't do
have enough sleep. Don't worry. I have a lot of sleep.
Yeah, I have fallen in love with the guns that are like the 308 guns.
You know what? I'll risk it.
Ooh. How'd that risk go?
Yep, totally worth it. Thick skin. Actually, two good skills. Thick skin and staying alive. I'm not getting averaging.
Oh.
I hate that shit. Maybe thick skin.
I just now realized just how much of a backpack I am. So I have reduced medical items, I have reduced utility items, and on top of that, I'm also a caravan, thick skin, and I'm a marathon runner.
You're also bald!
You're literally a courier.
You gave me away, GG, you bastard! You bastard!
Oh, the chat gave you away, but hey.
You kind of gave yourself away by doing the toothless dance party and then that afterwards.
I wanted to. I tried to distract with the toothless dance party, and then JD distracted you, and I was like, perfect.
You can't distract me. I saw that.
No, you don't have 5 monitors. No.
5
maybe
monitors,
6. Maybe 6. I mean, what?
That's crazy.
So what map we doing this time?
6 monitors and hacking level
Oh.
status.
She has the exact picture of all of our houses up on each one. Just no.
Yeah, yeah.
Just 24-hour surveillance. Like, I see.
Drone on station.
It's like. So I seen you earlier today taking out your garbage. How was the weather over there?
Imagine you're just leaving the house. I text you where you're going.
Where you going?
Dude, I feel like you'll just do that one day, and you're gonna time it so right. I'm gonna be like, leave me alone.
No.
I'm gonna be like, just leave me alone, man. We got Power Plant, Lewiston. We could do Broadway again if you guys wanted.
I mean,
Broadway was fun.
Power Plant has the biggest risk of us losing people because of those beginning areas.
That is true, yeah.
And so is Lewiston. Lewiston's fucking packed.
Yeah.
And classic.
I'd rather go for Broadway.
I'd rather breathe. Holy shit.
I think I
No
killed at
breathing
least
for you.
100 zombies tonight, not gonna lie.
Dies.
Because I execute everyone I see.
I cast manual breathing.
When we were doing Broadway and we were running like on that train, like running the other box, I heard your pistol killing the ones in the seat as I was just running by. So I was like, "Fuck them, I don't care." And you were just like,
"Yep."
I was just standing in the middle, kicking them into the electricity. I'm like, I don't even have to shoot them.
Nah, man, electricity's great.
Until I had to get out of the middle area, and I'm like, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. All right, everyone ready then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nachi.
Yeah. Munching on apple.
Sir Baldington the Fourth, are you ready?
An apple.
An apple.
Where's mine? Where's mine?
It's Doc's vein.
I'd rather be dead. Don't talk to me.
Oh yeah, apple says the dark away.
You're dead to me. Don't talk to me. Just...
Drink up, bitch. Oh my god, I'm not dehydrated. Okay.
You better hydrate.
I am.
Looking apple eating.
Round him.
I'm just kidding.
That's the most
God,
unique thing you've said all night. You apple eating bitch.
You apple eating bitch. It's like almost
dog.
insulting as calling someone a milk drinker. It's just like
I tell you that all the time because you legitimately like to drink milk.
I do like to drink milk. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I love milk.
See, I wouldn't say it's a bad habit, but I have a habit of going in my kitchen, grabbing the milk carton, taking a drink out of it, and putting it back.
I did that when one of the half gallons was like almost expired, and there was still like a lot left. So my folks were like, "Hey, just grab it and just take it with you."
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
we know you drink it. I was like, "Yeah, Will."
Yeah, if it's at the ending of the gallon, I'll just take it, I'll drink it, or I'll buy my own.
Nothing, never mind.
There's an MC-15.
Oh. Wait, what? My gun?
And I took it.
What?
It's okay, I took your ammo.
No! Oh, there you go. Princess, take it.
Oh, not an M15. That's the wrong gun that I was thinking of. I'm looking for the.
I think I'll go for a
305
pistol
gun.
this time.
305, you mean 308?
308, yeah.
A 45.
There's a 308
yeah.
that I really like
The
finding.
45 user pistol.
Did you use the revive syringe on yourself, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah, when you were down.
Yeah, the revive syringe is only for yourself.
That's
It
Magnum Gel.
helps.
Holy fucking zombies.
Damn!
I hate this gun. Are you dead yet? How about now?
Oh, yeah. The Ruger 1022.
Using the ammo while I have the chance. Catch! Yeah! Throw the gun. Anyways.
Oh, a stanker!
I'm gonna get hit.
Get away from me!
Holy fucking zombies, man. There is a lot out here. I shit you not.
Ooh, I don't like being over there anymore.
Don't go out front.
Oh gosh, yeah, Doc, good luck. I just saw you.
Oh.
I just wanted to go and repair the power. Instead, I came across a fucking run.
It was a run, oh, gotta reload. Okay. That's a lot.
Oh my god!
Lyra, you're getting swarmed. Jump out the window.
Just leave the building. Just leave the building.
I got you,
Use
Lyra.
the-
I got you. Out of rounds, dropping Magnum.
Yeah, you...
Lyra, go through the kitchen. You're about to get swarmed again.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
That's a lot of stankers. God damn it.
There's a screamer somewhere. Where is she? There she is. Don't you scream, bitch. Got her.
Hello, BB. Hello, Stormy girl. Ah, get your claws out of my thigh, please. Oh.
No, she likes you.
No ammo.
More. More.
Oh, fireplace. Thank you.
What's wrong with this wiring mess? Succeed.
That's it. I don't think that.
All right.
Yeah. I
That
need to
beginning
catch up.
sucked.
Do so. Alright, we have power now. We can see.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm actually going to
Oh my
leave
God,
this
gene therapy.
area and look for
Immediately? Wow.
Well, that's a
Oh,
good
hell
thing
yeah.
because
I could
a
take
couple
that.
people got swarmed. I'm surprised no
Brown
one
shot.
needs it right now.
Good.
I have immunity, so it takes a
Same.
little bit longer.
I do too. I have immunity as well.
Yeah.
3 of us do. Woo!
Mine's an expert, so I'm
Oh, okay, show
Yeah,
off. I see how.
mine's
Yeah,
not
that's right.
expert,
That's right.
yeah.
They flexing it, huh?
Me and Lyra, main protagonist.
Oh, who bought it at the door?
Plot armor. Plot armor.
Streamer armor, streamer armor. Did I kill you with that? You
Yeah,
just
that
stood
was
still.
So one of the floppy things
Oh, thank you,
is
thank you,
in
thank you.
the dining building. Cafe,
Yeah,
the cafe.
entertainer of sorts.
Entertainer of
Floppy
sorts.
disk
In
in
the
the
cafe.
cafe, Roger.
Yep.
There's a 1911 in the pharmacy. I don't know if you plan on using that still.
Yeah, I'm using 1911 now.
Alright.
I'm just using 305 if anyone finds ammo.
308.
Yeah, you know
Thank
what's,
you.
I guess
I don't know why I keep doing that. I really don't.
Mr. 305. Dolly.
I'm really good at math. Why do I keep doing that? Also, there's a long gun flashlight for anyone who has a big gun.
I need that.
I guess I'm gonna use 9mm too until I can find more 305, 308, whatever.
You almost fucking did it again.
I don't know what it is.
Are you trying to be Pitbull, Mr. 305?
my brain just does it
Dolly.
gradual sometimes.
781.
The worst part about it is I'm really good at math, so I don't know why my brain does that sometimes.
Anybody using shotgun by chance? There's a super in the gun safe.
Shield on you.
I was about to say, that's you or shield, pretty much.
Where was the one? Okay, I see where the gun flashlight is. I'm right into it.
Man, you like butchered that guy. Literally.
Yeah.
Man, I love kicking people down and just shooting them in the jaw.
In game.
Okay.
Sure.
Nice. That's usually my go-to thing too. It's like in game, right? What?
You targeted me?
Yeah.
You mean in game? Right?
Yeah. Oh, the alarm's going off.
Huh?
Shut
So
up.
there's
I mean,
a disc in
yeah,
the
sure.
bar or cafe. There's a disc in the
Yeah,
cafe.
yeah, I said that.
Okay.
Shield was the only one who. Shield was the one who horned me. Out of
You're
everyone.
asking the deaf person to hear something. It's not gonna work out.
Long gun flush.
Well, to be fair, you and Dark were laughing at whatever the fuck y'all did.
Yeah, why I came up with streamer armor. That's what we got.
Oh yeah. So y'all had an excuse. Also, I hate the building I'm in right now because there's only one exit. Fuck that shit.
Okay, I found one of the hard drives in the 24/7 mart.
Again, if you find any 308, just pick it up and drop it at the ball.
No.
Oh, hi, Nachi. Okay, fuck me then.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I now
Yeah,
have
okay,
a
okay.
.8 rifle in my possession.
Oh, there's a few
6.8 rifle.
6.8 ammo in the hardware, I believe.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of 9mm and 357 in the hardware, so.
So there's a disc in 24. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The corner market, I'll call it.
Yeah. I want to try to find either a one-handed like, blade weapon, either a hatchet or a machete. If I can't find my fire axe.
There
That's gonna
was
be a little
a
more rare to get.
There was a machete
Yeah.
somewhere. I'm sorry, I forgot where.
Yeah,
It was
because right
either-
now I have the cleaver, and although it's good, it's
Oh,
not.
It might have been
doing
a
as much
cleaver,
damage
I
as I
saw.
want.
Healing up real quick. Cover me.
45.
Who's there?
I'll grab this 45 to drop it off or something.
Yoink.
Else. Who's healing? Why do you need healing?
Why
What'd
are you
do?
laughing?
MC15 here.
It's the last thing you hear
On the
before like, you get your
furniture
fucking
floor.
head caved in. Like,
Yeah, you were in the complete dark.
What does a
Just
M16
laughing.
use?
Nachi, I just
Uh,
marked the semi-automatic shotgun for you.
You mean the
If you want
MC15?
M something.
MC15 uses the 556. It's the gun that I'm using.
is anybody using 357?
I took the ammo.
Yeah, you good. I don't know how I
For
missed
your
that save.
princess.
Because I was in here. I don't know how I missed that save. I'm blind as bat.
Oh, wait, what? Which side? The long gun?
Oh, rifle suppressor.
Flashlight? You need a long gun flashlight?
No, I don't. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just picking up ammo to drop off at the ball, pretty much.
Grab the med kit.
Oh god, TVs. Pick them down, shoot them once. Love this game. Shotgun. Oh, I guess I could grab the shotgun ammo. Right. Grab that ammo for whoever.
Hey.
Pistol silencer for someone because I don't have a pistol.
Oh,
9mm, 305. Can't find 9mm, can't find 305. I'm just getting bullied. Or 308, whatever.
Yeah, there was a screamer.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I got rid of them before they
I have a
screamed.
9mm.
Nice.
Nice. Just, like I said, hold on to it until we regroup into the middle. That's what I'm doing with all the ammo I'm finding.
Yeah.
Ah,
same.
9mm.
Provide 2-inch.
That's gonna be handy. You know what? I'm gonna grab this kitchen knife just to throw it at something.
Winchester.
It's so fun just throwing things.
Looks like somebody finally found that
Long-term
IED.
flashlight. Yeah, I am carrying 2 on me that all help set up there.
I can't hit that. I hate that noise. I'm gonna use that rifle just to use it.
Pistol suppressor. Okay, the other disc is in the what is this? The pawn shop?
Pawn shop, yeah.
Yeah, it's over here on the desk here.
Couple in the back of this car.
Oh, I wish I could add a flashpoint to this, god damn it.
What guns are here? 45.
Take these bandages. I'm just gonna heal up. That's better.
This looks so wrong.
Alright, so that's all 3 of them, right? I don't want to know what y'all are doing over there.
Oh, nothing.
What, you judging? You judging my gun?
No, no.
Huh?
I'm not judging. I ain't judging. You judging? I ain't judging.
Oh, nice.
I found a floating kitchen knife. This kitchen knife's just floating. Shield, what'd you do?
I might have thrown it at somebody.
It's just floating. You see this, Nachi?
Is it by the staircase?
Yeah.
If so then yes. That was my
Yeah.
knife.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Just floating in
It
the
was floating. It was funny.
Okay.
There.
308.
Here you go. I need
Alright, I'm
a
gonna
45.
Yeah, give me a second. Alright, I'm gonna start dropping things. There's the shotgun. There's the 45.
Nice.
Or if anyone's using it, long gun flashlight, and a pistol suppressor.
Oh, I needed that.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks. Now
Here's
I
my
can.
win, thank you.
I use a tree trimmer.
I don't plan to keep this Magnum gun. The Rochester. I'm just using it for its ammo. So if someone actually wants Magnum, let me know and I'll drop this. But it's full.
I got a med kit.
Did you know it was full?
Hang on, let me check. Yeah.
Is everyone ready or is people still looting buildings?
Looting. Give me 2 seconds.
I'm looting.
Got some bandages.
Yeah, I'm also still looting.
Oh, hey. Doc, where you at?
Where?
Oh, there you are. Don't worry, Doc, I got it. Went right through him. I'm glad you saw that go through him, too. Yeah, for some reason, they just become, like, immune when they touch the vehicles. I don't know why.
I think it was that animation. That's probably why.
Oh, I'm on the wrong gun.
Okay.
I got you. We don't question that.
Melees.
Yeah, the gun's sometimes picky, but I still rather use them. Where's the runner? There he is. No reason to be quiet with you.
Fire in the hole.
Beat him up! Beat him up! Beat him up!
Damn.
That was just a bad aim. Have we explored this room yet?
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a med kit.
That scream.
Got some fresh bandages.
Just walking around and hearing someone scream they're alive.
Oh my, rubber bending.
Why are you using a rubber band?
Because it
I don't think that's
bend.
effective. I'm gonna go back to the ball and sit in my corner. Because I'm ready. And I don't want to waste too much ammo. Ugh. You and your
Mag's
full
full.
clip.
Give me alone, dude. Want to make sure.
I guess I could start barricading while I'm waiting.
Do I have the what?
Do you have any amount of room?
Let me drop some medical stuff that I brought in for you guys. I'm gonna just.
I have this for you.
Ammo's out.
I'll take those off your hands. Go set those.
Yep.
Ooh, hello.
I just need to find a rifle suppressor at some point because I don't want to use my gun. I don't want to go loud.
I can give you one of my rifle suppressors. I have 2. They're on my guns, but I don't mind giving you one.
It's okay because right now I don't have much ammo for my gun.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I have like a mag for my gun, so I'd rather not risk it.
Just a sec.
Where are we dropping ammo inside the diner?
Same spot as always, the middle section. Where all the medical stuff is. Like, not on the medical stuff, just to the side.
We also need to board up a window and a door.
Which ones?
Do we have any boards around?
Oh.
308.
How did I miss
Another hardware store has some. We were there not too long ago.
I'm here.
Oh
my god, get away from me.
I still have 5. What windows, what doors? I still have 5.
Back here in your little corner.
Oh, they never come through those 2.
You rather make sure. You rather be safe than sorry.
Hey, there's some right here on this table too. In the diner. Also, where is the ammo drop? Because it has not loaded.
Oh my god.
Right here, I'll pick them back up and drop them. There's only 2 ammos here.
I gotta heal. Cover me.
September 2028.
Now I feel goofy because I don't use either.
Is this the future?
Yeah, I know you do it.
Is this the future?
Yes.
Look out for me a sec.
Well, that fucking sucks.
No wonder I oddly feel depressed. This is the future.
Yeah. Like, goddamn, bro. Like, I understand though.
Heads up, chat. 8 minutes you gotta add.
Wait, this game takes place in the future?
Yeah.
That explains so much. Fully automatics must be legal.
Okay.
Finally, it's passed.
Dude, you act like that stops people.
I know it doesn't stop people, and especially if you do it legally, you just need a tier 3 tax stamp.
Right.
Basically, a manufacturer
This
license.
is my corner.
608.
Like my corner shield.
6.8.
Oh my god, you're in the...
Look to your left. This is my corner.
See, the only reason...
I can't close the door. I wish I could, but I can't.
Doc, are you just stuck outside?
No.
Okay. I was like, did we barricade everything?
Are you?
Why would
That was a waste.
You blew up my toilet.
That is crazy.
Cherry bomb.
You
I found
toilet now.
more barricades.
Can we barricade this back door right here?
What back door?
Who the fuck? Wait, who
He
the
only has
fuck
3
pays
wishes.
$15.50 for a cheeseburger?
It must be a meal deal. It must be cheeseburger, fries, and so on a drink.
Oh my god, that is a lot of zombies.
There's also Reuben for $15.50.
Oh
my
I was
god.
gonna say that sounds like regular prices here. What do you mean?
Why does cheese cost $2.50? A hamburger's $12.99 and a cheeseburger's $15.50.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What is this horse shit?
It sounds like my normal meal.
Yeah.
It sounds like a McDonald's meal right there.
Yeah. The soup of the day is $4.50, which is hilarious, by the way.
Oh my god.
Anybody want to open a bistro and piss off the local populace? Like, what the hell are these prices?
That
Dude,
reminds me of the
you gotta
fucking
realize.
Sponge-
Some more ammo here.
You gotta realize it's gotta be like a meal. It's not just one thing because the alcohol over here is only $8.
Hold on, I'm doing an investigating. What were you saying, Doc?
I said the cheeseburger, that pricing reminds me of a fucking SpongeBob movie where Mr. Krabs puts in like makes the Krabby Patties like $100, and Squidward's like $100 for a Krabby Patty with cheese, Mr. Squidward, with cheese.
Yeah.
That was.
We need to
Okay,
start.
okay.
We need to start this because they just broke down that window.
I can confirm that they do have a deep fryer, so they must have some type of fries.
Fuck.
I told you I was doing investigating. Fuck you.
I'm ready to start when you guys are.
Back long smite game. How was your smite game, Dash? Did y'all win? Are y'all still in a team, like a competitive team, or did that die out
that window
again?
But now we're gonna have to go out and get the drives.
Yeah, y'all go get y'all drives. I'll be in this corner. I'm very helpful. But yeah, Dash.
Fucking dumbass.
Are y'all still doing competitive? Like, I don't know if y'all still trying to do competitive or not, so I was just curious.
I got the corner market.
Someone's breaking a door. I can hear it.
Probably from the.
Nice show. No, it was over by Shield.
Oh no, Princess. You good?
Oh.
Lyra, you're hot.
I got medical. You don't think I have medical
my
stuff on me? What do you take me for?
True. You all bet.
Oh my Jesus Christ! Did you all hear that guy? Fucking
No, did not.
He sounded really pissed.
If they find any what, Shield?
If you find any 6.8, let me know, guys.
The dinos. The dino just went up to level 8. What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
It popped up in the bottom right.
I really need to look that up.
No one's done baldy locks. We just did exclamation bald. So she should go back to normal lazy.
Baldy locks.
No one's donated the 5 and gotten the baldy locks yet.
Where's the last one?
I don't know.
Oh, it was
cafe,
over
pawn
at the,
shop,
pawn shop.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Starting up playing
across the
Water
street.
Waves. Yeah, it. I have a gotcha problem. Save me,
There's
Dash, brother. You can love gotcha. You can play gotcha. Just don't do what you did. What Abaddon did. Don't blow all your money. You can enjoy the game without spending thousands of dollars. Just enjoy the game. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
I only say that because, bitch, I almost called Dash Abaddon, and then I remembered it was Abaddon. I would do what I please. Alright. Go bully Lyra for me, Dash.
There's a stinker in here. Left side
I
or
want
right
to
side.
spend my money on gotcha. I will. I know you will, bud.
Where at? Oh yeah.
Aren't you supposed to be saving, or is that Abaddon that's
Oh,
supposed
there's
to be
one left
saving right
side.
now?
Amadon's saving right now because he
Get
used
the-
Yeah, Dash. Every $5, Lyra has to spin that wheel. Are we uploading, or are we waiting for y'all to get back? Lyra
Hang
is
on,
We're
the
almost
cool.
back.
Alright. Lyra is the cool. You alright?
Lyra is cool.
Oh, I see.
yeah.
I see that floating knife you were talking
Yeah,
about.
it's still there.
Nah, I'm none of the above. I just exist, man.
Alright, go ahead, start it.
Yep.
As no one's near the computer.
Son of a fucking.
He just walked away from it and started shooting out the front door instead.
Taking this med kit.
I'm gonna bandage up real quick.
Keep them away.
I don't understand why us uploading things brings zombies to us. It's not loud.
Frequency waves.
They are drawn in by frequency waves. That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious and cool. Oh,
No, they don't say it, but it was kind of proven.
Gotcha. Nachi, come behind the counter. You can talk to your raiders, and I'll protect you.
Whole coffee cat did the raid. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So go into the corner, and you can talk to your raiders.
I didn't even hear the notif. I don't know what's wrong with my stream elements right now.
My chat just blew up. That's how I noticed. Whoops, missed
Oh
that
my
shot.
god, hi Coffee. Thank you for the
Damn, I killed two with
raid.
one shot.
Shout out to Coffee. Welcome. How is the coffee
Yeah, be careful with the
today?
mutants, dude. They
Baba
take more than a
booty.
couple rounds sometimes.
Missed that shot. I'm terrible. There we go.
You ate it. Why did you eat
I
my
got him.
stream elements? What did I do to you?
Totally dry.
Reloading, reloading. Nice.
Alright, last file.
Okay.
I hate your stream elements. Please don't. Those are so annoying to fix. Ask Lyra how many times she has to help me with tag. And don't eat my tag, please.
Why do you think I now have a tech support channel on my Discord?
I saw. I thought that was hilarious.
I have so many people asking me, hey, can you help me with this OBS thing? Or hey, can you help me with this Switch thing? At this point, just file it into tech support and I'll get to it.
File it in text and file in text.
Why did you eat it?
Which does remind me, Lyra, we still need to fix my Steam Deck.
Hello.
Rounds.
Military zombie.
Down the handgun.
Oh, there's a runnel. Get that runnel. Alright, out the door, out the window where Lyra is. Go, 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 go.
Thank you.
Oh, front door, front door.
Oh no.
Reloading.
I think we're now
We gotta go to the
Out
sewers.
the window, out the window. Come on.
Yeah, we're 5 away
Good.
from the
Come on.
second goal being completed.
Out the window, get a move on. Here, take my gun. Yeet!
Dash, you get to choose 3 songs of your choosing. As well as any of the other
How lazy
previous
Thank you for the follow, dude. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you,
all the
thank
time.
you. Thank you for the follow,
Dash,
Nasia.
if you do exclamation mark donathon, you can see the incentives I have. If you want just the 50,
How was the
let me know. If not, there are other
Coffee, by the
smaller
way.
tiers
So
that you
those
can
who came
choose
from Coffee Stream,
including
I'm
spinning
not
the wheel 10
Nashi.
times.
I'm your vampire butterfly VTuber. Yes, yes.
Oh, we're going into sewers?
I do.
Which
I do a lot of variety
I'm
stuff.
already following you.
and-
I'm just here to say hi to JD. Hi, Lazy.
Yeah,
Thank you
so
for dropping by.
basically we're
Shit,
just
there's
Alright.
one at Diner, isn't there?
I'm going
so
in.
no more room in
we'll
hell
let
too.
JD decide for you. 'Cause I don't know.
Sorry, there's like a lot of stuff happening. But
I
yeah.
tried to. It didn't let me.
Nah, not JD.
Just do it.
Shield, okay,
Right
Shield
there.
gets to choose
Ah,
the incentive.
ow, my legs.
You get to
you-
choose if Dash only gets the 50, which is just sing 3 songs,
My
or if they get
legs.
anything below that, including changing my profile picture, making a tweet, or spinning the wheel 10 times.
You
Spin the
coming
wheel
down,
10
Dark?
times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything
I was
else in that?
contemplating, just ending my life.
Oh god.
Gosh.
Just the 10 spin wheels, or do you want him to also make a tweet for me?
Let him make a tweet for you.
Okay, so he gets just 3 songs, tweet,
Oh, we're going to the
and
fire
10
station.
spin the wheels. Okay. Let me quickly write that down real quick.
Oh my god, that
Hold on,
is
it's in my
a
safe
lot.
location.
I'm out of 308, by the way.
Oh, that's mutants. Shit.
Yeah. Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Okay, once we get into a safe
Okay,
area, Dash, I will spin the wheel for you.
Reloaded
Alright,
this
don't go
fucking
up.
thing.
Okay, Doc, apparently you're gonna be making the tweet for Dash.
Oh.
You have the power, oh my god.
There's Magnum
The
ammo. if anyone wants
power.
that.
The power. I legit.
357.
Don't go that way. I'm gonna head up here and take a little look.
Haven't used social media in
See
over
if it-
6 months.
Let's just back up.
You know what? That's probably really good. Oh,
Have fun. Thank you, coffee.
There's a cleaver in
Thank
that
you.
thing.
Thank you for the raid.
You know what? I need a melee. I'm low on the ammo.
Good night,
Okay.
coffee.
I need.
Okay. Don't
I need-
go up that ladder. We might have to go this way.
I don't know the meta. Well, that's fair. I need 9mm and 308. I'm out of 308.
Oh my god. Follower
I
go
have
mad.
49
Oh my god. Thank
but
you,
I'm trying to
Dash.
save it.
For the follow.
There's 22 in there.
Thank you.
Dash, if you want, you can
Oh my
put in my channel under the music share the 3 songs you would like to hear from me.
Yeah, just sing for me.
If not, I'll just randomly pick from my list. What? You donated 50, so you get me to sing 3 songs of your choosing.
Thank you for hydrating, Chef Coffee. I'll do that here in just a minute. God damn it, man. How do we get to this fucking fire station?
Yeet! I don't know where that went.
I don't know.
Got it, Doc.
I think it bounced off the roof.
Oh, I didn't hear you. My bad. It was like last second.
You're good. You're good. I threw a hammer right past him.
I think this is it. It's fucked up here, though. Be careful.
It is absolutely fucked up
Oh
here.
my god.
Really fucked now. Someone shot a call.
Not my fault. The body hit
Dash,
the car.
what the fuck?
The body hit the call. What Dash do this stuff?
Another 50.
Yep, that's Dash.
Oh
Knew
my
that was
god.
Oh
Oh my god. That is a lot. Oh my god.
So
We are
now
so fucked
to
here.
enter the Live 2D giveaway. Do you want me to put your name in that?
Woo! Woo!
I have it all.
There.
Yep. Huh?
Oh, we need to restore the power station. Fuck.
God damn it. Okay.
Got bandages.
It's down fucking stairs.
Yeah.
Nothing in this medicine cabinet. You think I'll find my fire axe here?
If you don't, I'd be quite surprised.
I'd also be quite surprised.
Alright, we got power.
No, just oh, okay. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We now have completed the second donut goal.
Oh my goodness. There's a valve here. Where do we put it?
We put on
We
some
put
of the
it
doors
around
and
the
windows.
doors. Yeah.
Thank you. JD, love you too, man. Yeah, Dash, thank you very much for bullying her for me. Don't worry, I plan to bully her next week when I get paid, so.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Alright, is everybody in the fire station? Because
Yes, I just got in.
I'm coming in with the last one down.
I got swarmed out there.
Does the fire station
Did it
lock
bit
off
you?
when you do it?
One more time, buddy.
Does the fire station lock off any paths when you do it?
Yes, we're blocking up pathways.
Fuck. Alright, I'm on my way to you.
We just locked this one right here.
The back door is still wide open. Shields can take it.
Give me ammo. Not. Oh well, I'll take that ammo. 9mm.
Through here,
I'll take
through the
that.
alley.
Okay. I'm down to 6 rounds.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of Oh. Okay.
Ooh, J57.
What?
I was slowly opening them. You opened it. I picked up a hammer.
You
I was
find
like, oh,
the
okay.
last file. Oh, I found it. Never mind.
Yeah, I left it there because I didn't know when Jill would be back.
Alright, there's a lot of L22 if anyone needs that.
I'm sorry. I think you said piece of shit wrong. Can you say that one more time, please?
I wish there was a gun that was fun to use with that. Like they need to add a
Also, that's
like
a lot of
a
money for a gotcha. My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, just how much you spend for gacha, man. That's
we have
crazy.
two people who spend a little too much on gotcha.
Ooh. Ammo.
Is that a lot? Yep, I knew that question was about to be asked.
How much?
It's a lot to me. 100.
100.
100 for gacha?
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, I literally heard people spend $1,000 on the league, so I don't know. You be.
I have a friend who spent a couple thousand on a gotcha. So.
I think in terms of like today's time of like buying stuff, I think it's fine.
Isn't the fake Aria skin like fucking $400 or something, Dash? How much was that skin? Because even Faker straight up told people not to get it because it was crazy how much they
gun up here with
put
the
it
308 ammo.
Oh, thank you. I'm on my way. Hopefully it's better than...
Yo, what's this upstairs?
I hate that TV.
I just found a head on a shelf upstairs. I wish I
Nice.
could steal its sunglasses.
5 bullets, that's better than none. Well, make that 4 bullets because you can't
It
get
was
the
like
1 bullet.
500. That's how much I need for Offkai there.
The Faker IE, Ari skin was 500, and the person that the skin was made for straight up told people don't pay that much money for a skin. Are you crazy? Like, he wouldn't even buy it, and he was getting paid for the skin.
Okay, wait, are we in a safe place right now?
Ish.
Yeah.
Okay, can I do my 10 things then?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I punched the TV.
Alrighty, spin the wheel.
Alright, I'm gonna go pick up all that 22 ammo because I found a 22 gun.
I know you guys are talking about how much like fakes and like, you know, spending money on gacha games are, but nothing will ever beat the platinum founders pack from Crystal Fall. That's
You got
1,000
Megamind.
USD.
Oh my god, the Mega Mine! Let's go!
Already?
Let's go!
Already.
We like the Mega
That will
Mine.
have to be for next stream because I haven't made the toggle for it just yet, so I will have to do that next stream.
Oh, I'm so
I
sorry.
thought it's gonna be
That's fine,
today.
You're fine as long as we don't
You're fine.
exit.
Yeah, just don't leave the building.
So wait, the platinum was how much? 5,000?
No, just 1,000.
Oh, okay. I misheard you. I was like, what?
Oh boy, voice mod for
not-
20 minutes.
It's not any better,
Okay.
but you know.
Yeah, it's not
pee.
better, but damn. I'm picking up all the 22 ammo because I found a 22 gun, and I'm like, I could waste these bullets.
Yeah, hang on. I'll
Gonna go
actually send it to
pee
you, so you
while
know
Lyra
link
is
to it.
doing stuff.
It sounds familiar. I think I do remember hearing about this and being like, fuck that shit.
A free-to-play game. And the platinum
He got
founder pack.
hydrate.
Chug that drink.
Platinum founder pack, 1,000 USD.
God, that's so
You know what this is? You know what this is? It's a 10,000 credits, I assume, in-game money, and the rest of it's cosmetics.
Yeah, it like wasn't worth it, and there was like someone who actually bought it. It's like it wasn't worth it.
What? Someone bought that?
Yeah, there was like people who actually bought it. I think people were making comments about it.
You gotta invert your keys. Oh no.
Oh, you're screwed.
Fuck, dude. Oh, we're going through the subway tunnels? Fuck
Yeah.
me, man. Is the movie theater just off limits now? Like,
I'll be right back, gang.
God.
I'll be right back, gang.
Fuck your
He gets to
movie
pick
theater.
my loadout, but since we're already in a round, I'll be for the next one.
Oh.
You could also do the invert keys for,
Yeah, he could do invert for next round too, since
Okay,
we're
yeah,
already through
I'll
one.
do that.
Yeah.
Knife only for the next round? Okay, bet.
She would do that, yeah.
I don't know, it depends.
so
Are you guys
1,
gonna keep
2,
playing after
3,
this? Because
4,
I'm probably gonna
5.
stop. It's like 1:30.
I mean, I'm still down to go. We can always
You
switch
get
to
a,
Overwatch
a
and stuff.
custom Discord role.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We
yeah,
never
you still
did
need
mine.
yours.
Yeah.
You never told me what you wanted.
The custom role
bad
for
at thinking.
Dash. DoorDasher.
He also gets VIP for a day.
The dash is what he is for mine.
Alright,
Just
let's
the
see.
dash.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah, I remember this thing.
7.
Yeah.
So he has 3 more items to get.
And yeah, I think like people were making comments about it because when it came out, so many people were talking about how it's such a bad idea, and then they found out like 3 people had bought it.
Oh my god, I'm fucking... those are people with just fuck you money is what it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, I remember
He
seeing
gets
that.
VIP for 2 days.
Whoa!
Whoa! Alright, 2
The,
more items
the
for you,
DoorDasher gets VIP for 2 days. Bunch of tire irons in here. Oh my god.
You get a community day, Dash. You get to choose what we do for a community day soon. Whether that be playing a game. Actually, for 2 days because you got a 2 times spin thing.
Nice.
Alright, last one. Last item for you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
God damn it, another dihydrate.
Oh, what is playing Genshin? Oh no.
I haven't played Genshin since like when it first came out all them years ago.
Same.
I remember playing it like for a little bit,
Alrighty.
and then I went, no thanks.
Nah, I'm good.
Nah.
I'll save the next dihydrate for when when we're starting the next round. Cause I just finished my first drink and I need a little bit of a breather in between drinks. Okay. Okay. So, Dash, you get to pick 6 songs now because you donated another 50.
Mag's full. Let's do this.
My ammo.
Oh my god, my
is
character is
so
holding
bad.
hands. Why? Because you donated 50. That's the incentive for donating 50.
Congrats to your character holding hands. That's cute.
You can also have others. I didn't donate shit. Yeah.
Yet. Oh gosh.
Oh no, but if you can't think of any songs, I'm sure you can ask someone here to have me sing certain songs.
Yeah, it could be any
I was
song.
honestly thinking of making like a Google Doc of songs that I know I can somewhat sing. Where do I post these? You could put the names of them in the music share chat in my Discord. If not, you can type it in chat and I will write it down.
Are you still in her Discord?
That is true. Are you in my Discord?
Dash has a habit of leaving Discords.
Fully loaded.
If you're not in her Discord, you are in mine. I know that.
Reload. Cover.
Yeah,
What?
he's in my server. He just added you right now in Discord saying yes.
Okay, well.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
just
brother.
put it in the music share what songs you would like for me to sing, and I'll sing them at the end of the stream. Again, you can also ask any one of these people here.
These.
Oh.
I have a
I
suggestion.
don't know
I
if
just
I'll
got
be able
back.
to do screamo, because that will hurt my throat, and I got to stream tomorrow as well.
I remember I was like, oh.
I'm not sure about screamo would be the best place there.
So I have an idea for you, Dash. Make her sing Celine Dion. Any song.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Double, oh my god.
Man, y'all hate me, huh?
Oh
If
my
it's not screamo, it's
God.
fucking Celine Dion.
Oh god.
Okay, god damn it, Shield. Also, did we not find any fire axe here? Is the gamble for that just that low?
Yeah.
It's
Damn.
that low.
I'm saying.
You haven't found a fire axe since we started today.
The only fire axe you got was the round that I wasn't there.
Yep.
And you got 2 of them!
Yep.
Man, this game hates me.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Mazel
Dude,
tov.
that scream I just heard.
Okay,
Fine, no screamo.
Thank you. My throat will appreciate that.
Imagine Lyra doing that, like.
I can't even
Crazy.
scream in real life. What makes you think I could do screamo music?
Oh my god.
I just
Yeah, I
sound
was
like a
looking
pug,
at
like
them.
the.
I wish I had a grenade right now.
Yeah, we
But I
gotta
don't.
get that over there.
You want a grenade? I think I got one.
Well, come up here and chug this grenade at this hole that's sitting in one spot.
Hold on, let me catch
That's
my
a
breath.
perfect grenade spot right there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just throw your grenade right there. You got lucky, it bounced out there. Oh, you lit something on fire over there to the right. Cool.
Yeah, I know what the sad part is. We have to get over there.
Where?
I have made a wall of text.
Oh
I
no.
apologize.
To the left.
Oh no.
You're
You gotta get to the subway tunnel.
Bang bang.
Man, we're fucked.
What?
Actually, wait. This might work out. Hold up.
Oh, there's a way down on the left side, so if we just bait them over here, we can just jump down on the left side.
True.
Yeah.
Let me just kill these runners that are right here.
Anything
Can't go
here?
that way. No, you
Wow.
can't go that way.
My thumb be too thick. I can't get in.
Damn. Mine be too thick too, man. Hold on. Oh my god.
Take my gun! Yeet! I love that.
Stop throwing your gun.
Well, it was the shitty
Nachi,
LO
don't
gun.
throw your melee this time.
I am not throwing it.
I mean, I'm just baiting them into this corner, so y'all go. Go with Dark and Lyra. She'll go. That bitch lived that? Die. Thank you. Tell me when you have it open.
It's open.
Alright, on my way.
Okay.
Oh, I made that jump. I'm just that good. Whoop, hello. I didn't know y'all were there.
I dropped a bandage and anybody needs a bandage.
Bandages for your next.
I have a lot.
Where's the front door? Found it.
Over here.
Keep an eye out.
And he goes, yeah, I'm on the way. Where?
Couldn't find the door. I was like, uh-oh.
Is anybody using 357?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, I got you.
Thank you. I got nothing for it. Here's an extra med kit if anybody wants it.
Grab the med kit.
I got you.
I'm so low on
I have
ammo. I
one.
hate this.
I only have 30 rounds left on my MC-15.
I have no melee.
Maybe it's about time you start looking for
No,
one.
Princess! Princess, where are
So
you?
yeah, I have
Princess, I got you.
22,
What?
Here.
What's up?
44.
Holy shit.
Okay,
I
guess
have, I have a total of 38 bullets and then
I
I'm out. So, I got this. I'll be fine. I just need to not miss any shots. Oh, hey, what's this explosive do?
Looks like plenty of rounds.
I have 20 bullets total.
Full mag.
Okay, I got one mag after this one that I just reloaded.
Yeah, I got one mag as well.
Careful
Or
with
my
that door.
handgun.
Oh, it's
IED,
closet, never mind.
IED. Yeah, it's closed. I found IEDs. Those were coming in handy.
Nothing over there.
I apologize. No need to be apologizing, Dash. We bully Lyra because we love Lyra. That's the whole
Oh,
point.
this is a little different.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like
that's
this.
on fire. I like one-way tunnels. They're deadly.
I have exactly one song for you. I sent it. Okay.
Hey, someone go
Oh,
dance in that
dear.
waddle.
That shit made me cry. Oh no, it's an emotional
Oh my god,
song.
that is a runner.
That was a runner. Where did that runner go?
Went to the other side of
Oh,
the...
there it is.
Oh, there we go. My bad.
Well. Bang bang, motherfuckers.
Bang, bang, bang.
Be good.
Gonna reload.
Yeah?
No wood.
Yep. I'm healing it. I'm saving my MC-15 for dire needs. I have two... Oh no, I have one
What?
IED on me and
We were
one
just
frag.
shooting that guy in the noggin for like 5 minutes.
I have
He's
two
got a titanium
IEDs.
skull. Nice shot. That was mid kick.
Imaginary pole just took that bullet. Got it.
Who threw their mallet?
I'm running out of ammo. don't blame me.
She was like, I'm only good at range, dude.
Oh, dang.
She's like, so I'm gonna throw my mallet.
I'm gonna throw me mallet.
That's it? I'm getting me mallet.
That's it. I'm getting my mallet. I love that.
Got a shotgun.
They give a hydrated stretch.
Jesus Christ, that's scary.
God damn.
You got too close to me. I told him to fuck off.
Hydrate. I don't have the stuff to hydrate right now, but
yes.
I will soon.
Oh wait, be careful here, be careful here, runners. Runners. Bring a lot of runners here.
Happy New Year.
Oh.
I ran across just to drop kick someone about to grab Nazi.
I just shoved them and they died.
Need a sec.
This'll have to fucking do.
Oh yeah, I'm in
Fuck it.
rude
The
health.
gun's a gun.
There's
6.8
ammo.
MP5.
SMG over here.
Oh. Oh. They took my 9mm. Fuck.
No ammo, got nothing.
Pretty sure. Tree trimmer.
Another tree trimmer.
Maybe we should take this off.
I hate this gun.
Why you grab it?
Ammo.
All
I would
for
rather fight them
ammo.
with my hands than use that piece of shit.
It's like a fucking boss file weak ass gun. It's so weird. Well, not even boss file. A baby shotgun. It's like I'm shooting them with BB guns. There we go. That's what it is.
Here, dude, he is a cleaver.
I could throw it.
Shotgun shells.
I can throw it.
Wait, where?
I can't pick it up. Never mind. It's upstairs.
I want it, please.
There's a bunch of 1911s up here you can get ammo from.
Fuck that gun.
We need a 45 caliber.
Never mind. JD is going for the 1911s.
No, I don't see them.
Body armor.
Where is it?
I need bullets for 1911. I'm completely out.
Okay.
Bigger research up here for supplies. I didn't mean to grab that boot, but guess what? I have a boot now, so now I walk quietly.
Here you go, Ship.
Ah, gracias.
The pistols though too.
Oh.
Full.
Bandage.
Man, this shit is this shit's rough, but it's good.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've been so like low on ammo though. Ugh.
Actually, yeah. But
That's
Making us
true.
work a lot more as a team.
yeah, and
It's
trust more in
better-
the melees. Hey, a Molotov.
It's making me just sit in the back and go, hi. What?
Molotov.
Where are we going? I'm like lost.
We have to go back down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's just a battery in the radio in there. Okay.
I'm like just lost walking in circles.
Nice. I got bandages.
Hey, another thing to throw.
Y'all are throwing. I should have never taught y'all that.
Dude, the second I realized I could throw guns, I keep picking up guns, wasting the... Like that bad gun, for example, using as ammo just so I could throw the gun.
Frag.
That's a fair.
Anything.
It's so funny throwing.
Damn.
Oh, shotgun.
Shotgun shells right here.
Ooh. Damn it!
1911. Oh, never mind. Someone took the ammo out of there, are they?
Just no gun for me. I see how
More
it is.
shotgun shells.
I'm gonna cry in a corner.
Alright, I have shotgun shells on me for whoever's using it.
I need handgun ammo.
Fuck that guy in particular.
Yeah. Aww.
Oh my god.
Ooh, rifle suppressor. I have not had that at all. I need
Alright,
that.
let's wait to destroy this radio. Actually, you know what? That might come in handy.
There we go.
Yeah, why not?
I used the
I'll tell you
radio
what, I'll bring out
overload.
the
It was
sun.
awesome.
Then-
I bring out the sun.
There's a radio right here too.
Yeah, they're nice.
Who's using shotgun ammo?
They just respawned, by the way.
Watch out, watch out. Through the fucking melee, I saw that.
Alright, where'd my cleavers go? I threw them.
Yes.
They just disappeared.
Well, one's right here.
Be good.
Yeah. I don't know where your other cleaver is.
I only need one, just in case if I run out of ammo. Oh, fuck, that was awesome. Yeah, I hold that. Alright, where are we going? I'm lost.
That's peaceful, right?
Hey, Bash.
Shimmy ya. Drink.
Marty, are you enjoying that tree trimmer?
No what?
Swallow.
That tree trimmer?
What?
It's a fun weapon, the tree trimmer.
No, I was just curious.
Okay, you're at the market. Bravo's ready. It's just he's gonna need to know
There's
where
no
to
other
land.
two-handed available, so. Teach him it is.
Skill.
It was
I
up
have
the
the two-handed
After you
skill.
use it.
Other stairs.
Yeah,
other
but-
stairs.
Yeah, it's the
It
stairs I
helps.
went up, right?
Over
Oh.
here.
I suppose.
Opposite side. Opposite side.
I walked up there like 3 times, and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, you had to damage the power box that was front of the security door.
Oh, Molotov.
Damn.
Revive syringe.
Molotov!
We're about to get fucked here. Actually, it's the bonfire
So
one
I
again.
have an
Oh,
IED,
boy.
I have a frag grenade, and I have a pipe bomb.
I have 2 IDs, a frag, and a cleaver to throw.
I got a molly and a
Oh
frag.
shit! Watch out! Watch out!
Hold. Throwing frag.
Why?
Double down.
Why?
I love that Dark's like, wait, I got a frag, says shield, after Dark's already throwing the Molotov.
I was gonna
know
say,
what?
I was just
It
gonna
works.
shoot the guy,
It
the
works.
fireman's like backpack.
Yeah, the propane was all we did.
That was overkill.
No, they ain't.
It's never overkill, it's just
Nothing's
fun.
overkill here.
Shotgun ammo.
I'll stack that for whoever grabs a shotgun next.
Oh, I would have grabbed a shotgun if no one had one.
There was a shotgun
There's a
down
runner.
there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would have grabbed the
Right
one
there,
that
right
was
there.
I can get him. Or not.
Okay. I kept aiming and Shield kept putting his head in my way, and I'm like, dude.
I can get him. Okay, okay, never mind.
I can get him. Or not.
Oh, it's this
Nice
one?
shield.
It's the bonfire
Yeah,
or
it's this
not?
one.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's the bonfire, yeah.
Another
That's
frag
why-
right here.
That's why I said we're fucked.
Remember, you're cool. Dark.
Ooh, 45, nice.
Whoa! You're cool.
That's awkward.
No, you're
I didn't expect
cool.
you to break that.
Do you want me
I
to say what the things are for you? The code?
Well, he broke
right
down
here.
this door, so I'm just gonna run in and
Omega
loot it.
side.
237.
Yep.
361.
Okay, let me get the other one now.
That was funny.
I'm running towards the other one right now.
I'm doing
Okay.
great, Dash. I'm feeling a lot better from my
What is Delta?
Paying
sickness.
tributes, huh?
Oh my goodness.
I will
Delta
gladly
is
accept it.
551 503.
Input.
All right, cool. So what this means now is that once we start, they'll open automatically,
Yep.
which will help us greatly.
Awesome.
But be
God
careful.
damn, Dash. I get the
God
sun to
damn.
to the matching.
Oh my god.
Oh my
He said hi to that,
god.
Chief. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I wasn't
That's
notified. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I don't hear the
it was-
notif.
It was not good.
God
Nah, it's all
damn.
Dash.
Thank you for the 5 sub.
But it was
Thank
only
you,
like a few
thank
day
you.
thing. So I'm glad it passed pretty quickly.
It was like a head cold.
Because
Yeah.
of that dash, you're gonna be on a sticky note and you
Oh.
decide where you wanna stick your name.
Alright, I got a shotgun, by the way,
Model.
Shield, if you want to give me that ammo.
Where do you wanna
I'll
stick your name at?
When you guys are ready, we'll get started.
Yep.
No note? Okay.
Remember, just remember the indoors
You see that, Nazi?
will
It's time to hydrate
behind you
with
on the
some
be kind of packed. So just
purified
be ready.
water.
What?
Using code NDMO.
We need someone to start it off. I don't have anything to light it on fire. Actually, we don't need any Molotovs for this. I'm
Huh?
just
What?
gonna do that
I have a
there.
Molotov. Hold on.
No,
Do I just... Oh.
there we go.
Alright, Shield, let's go. Let's get back
Alright.
to them.
Remember, find the heavy wood and bring it back to the bonfire. I'm apparently am full on ammo.
Alright, Ronald, fuck off. Doc, you gotta run
Oh, there's
outside
one
your
here.
door.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yep.
Dash! Oh, hell.
Oh my god.
Fucking A.
Oh my god.
Dash, thank you for the
Dash.
5 tier 1 subs, dude. Holy
Let's
crap.
go.
You're fucking good at dude.
Protect me, I have one more board. That's all 3 in here.
I truly appreciate it, my guy.
Yeah.
Who got the subs? We got
Oh, shit, what the fuck?
Temerity,
Oh my
Dancing 2K Pop, Discovery Sue, Palnea, and Spookly.
Spookly.
Nice. Now they all can get to use the cool emotes. And potentially in the future, another one that will happen.
There's a
soon.
Molly here. Oh my god.
That's empty, so...
I need more.
Take the gun!
Oh my
There's body armor here if anyone wants to pick it up.
308 over here.
I have this cool thing.
Oh,
called
I wish I could get to
disposable
you right now,
income.
Shield. I'm kind of surrounded.
Lets me get people. Lets me get back to
pick it
people.
up because-
That's really cool, man. I like that a lot.
Oh,
you,
that's a
man.
lot of zombies right there.
How's it
Hi, Shield.
going? Disposable income, what's that?
I don't know.
Couldn't be me.
There's a disposable
It's some-
income.
Who the fuck is that? That
I'm
is
for you, Lara.
You're good, Lyra. That was me.
You gotta give me a warning.
I just threw my grenade into that fire.
Man. Oh shit.
Muzzle tough.
I don't know where that 308 was, by the way.
Oh my god.
I missed.
Board right here.
I missed. You gotta be kidding me. I didn't set it off.
Over.
Is there more there?
I don't know. I just barely saw this one.
Okay, there's nothing here.
Yeah, it's in the next room.
Next room over. Next room over.
Okay. Ah! Never mind,
gotta be
there's a
kidding
zombie there. Oh my
No, it's
god.
fine.
I'll set it down.
I bring
You
plane.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's head went flying. It was funny.
I'm healing up real quick.
Nothing is better than casual violence. That is true.
True.
Okay.
Man.
Is there any more there?
Yeah, I got 2 over here in my building.
Wait. Once it gets to the part where we have to like make sure each person gets it, I have a pipe bomb that we can use. Ah shit.
I have
I
a
still have radio on
Molly.
me too, so.
I also have IEDs.
Good news. That gun's empty. Wah! Alright, my 308 only has 4 bullets. Thank you.
Oh my god. You okay?
Oh my god, your character's tripping.
Yeah,
your character is
for real.
just struggling.
I wasn't
Oh
even
my God.
touched. I wasn't even touched it for that long. Jeez, calm down, brother. Calm down.
I was having a panic attack.
He is. Oh my god.
There's like no fucking ammo in this building. Oh wait. What's that? Oh, supply.
Oh.
Bringing her down to your bonfire now. All snuggled up here, ready for an early pickup.
Whoop.
All right, we're good.
Got it. I hit it. Ronald.
I need to heal up real quick.
I hear
I
him.
have critical supply on me. I don't wanna.
Got him.
I don't wanna die.
Nice job. Another runner.
1 bullet left in this gun.
He's down. He's down.
Alright, that gun's empty. I only got my shotgun left. I gotta reload. Oh, stop changing guns and reload. Oh, I'm out. I can't reload. That sucks. Oh, fuck you, shotgun. You're gone.
I got you,
Runner,
Princess.
watch out. Runner's down. Nice job.
Grenade in the hole. Grenade out.
Woo! Running this way. That guy went flying. That was funny.
No.
Oh, I'm out.
Ooh, that's good.
Okay.
I just kicked that guy.
Watch
Oh
out,
my
run.
god,
run,
what
run.
the fuck?
Run on Nachi.
No, it was on me.
No, there was another one on Nachi. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, shit. Oh, we got 9 bullets left. Okay, someone needs to pick an idea to go now, or whoever goes first.
Not around.
Shield, go up first then.
I'm already headed up.
I have a revive syringe. Just go. Somebody go.
I'm already headed up.
Oh my god.
Ow.
Come on, Emma.
I gotta go.
Yeah, go.
Grenade coming your way, Shield.
Roger.
Fuck. I'm out of ammo.
Let me see if I...
Okay.
Nazi, you're next.
Okay.
I got no ammo up here.
What gun did, what ammo
Caged
you need?
Kitty tipped 10.00 on stream
Oh
elements.
my god.
Hello.
What the fuck?
Doc, you're next.
HKT, thank you for the $10 tip. Oh my god, thank you.
I down the run. I down the run.
It's occupied. Shield, go. I'm dropping radio.
Roger.
There's no ammo here. Oh, there we go. There's a 9M. Okay. Did we get everyone? Not yet. Okay. Last one.
Cage Kitty, thank you for the $10 tip. Oh my god. Spin the wheel.
Oh my god.
As long as you get to make a tweet for me.
Holy shit.
Holy
Thank you very much
god
for the
damn.
1,000.
Oh my god.
Hello.
God
We
damn.
barely lived that one.
That is crazy. Good morning. Good morning, miss.
My HP is at
Let
1.
me heal you up.
Doc, I was
Here you
at
go,
1
buddy.
HP. That's the reason I ran and got up the thing.
Oh.
I was like, I'm going, fuck
Kitty,
this.
you get to make a tweet for me as well as to spin the wheel.
I'm infected.
Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits,
Yeah.
by the way, Cage Kitty. Welcome to the
Nachi infected again.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know I was infected.
It was probably there at the end.
Yeah, probably at the end.
Probably, yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
How did we do that?
That is
Pure
crazy.
skill.
A lot of
That's right.
running around
That's
and
right.
kicking for me.
Yeah, we were
Okay,
fucked on
so you wanted me to go knife. Okay. Let me get to... Is it only knife, or do you want me to also... Are you also allowing me to have a battery and med kit?
No.
Well, yeah, welcome, Cage Kitty, welcome. I was about to reply to Dark for some reason. That's not what I want to do. Oh, what?
Welcome in, Doc. I've fucking been here.
It's like, what? I was clicking things on the chat. There's like, do you want to reply to Dark? Wait, what?
Wait, what? Oh my god, I got another. Oh my god.
Oh god, I'm really gonna be... I'm gonna be fucked during this round.
Yeah.
Ooh, I can bring in.
Fucking hell. Alright, I
Let's
should definitely bring
see.
in that Molotov though, like I was thinking.
What? Why is that? Oh, never mind. Okay, the rest are expensive. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude! Ammo crates 3,000 credits.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, ammo crate, yeah. Because it's RNG on ammo. Yeah.
It could essentially take us directly into finishing both sites instantly, though, which would be amazing.
Yeah.
Let me do that.
I'm tempted to
Apply
buy satchel or body
changes.
armor.
Yeah.
But yeah,
450. That's cheap. Ooh, adrenaline shot? Actually, hang on.
but yeah, Cage Kitty, Lyra needs to know what you want to do.
Yeah, what do you want me
I'ma
to
do-
tweet? And also,
I'ma
Doc,
do
you also
adrenaline
got a
shot.
tweet for Dash because they chose you to be the tweet.
Ah.
Gosh, making me do stuff.
I'm
God.
not good at coming up with tweets, dude. I just post them
my
online.
god.
You can do funny, haha, funny meme.
Yeah.
I mean, when I made her tweet, I just made her scream, "Bald!"
Okay. I might have something I need a little bit though.
Yeah. Take your time. Take your time. I can tweet it whenever.
There's all of a sudden you get a message. Just 9/11 was an inside job. Just what? What? Excuse me. What?
Lizard. Just oh my god. Wait, I just now realized I'll be able to pay for my plane ticket then.
If you've hit 300 now, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm at 255, but I already had money saved.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Next rage bait idea: like your own text in an argument.
Oh my god, I'm gonna start doing that to people I don't like.
Like your own text in an argument is hilarious. Oh, Dash, speaking of Lizard, when JD is created, I plan to get
Lizard.
a Lizard thing, so.
I still can't hear my stream elements. I don't know why. God damn it.
Dash, don't forget you do have redeems on your channel or on.
Did bro just say jizzled? No, I did not.
Jizzled?
Speaking of that, Nachi, you might have to go update your Steam stuff, like reapply to it, redo it.
Steam? Oh, stream stuff.
Give me a
Your Steam element that's
Give me a
not
moment.
Oh, Stream
notifying you when
Elements.
you get your stuff. You might have to go reapply to it.
Refresh your
Oh
alerts.
my god. Yeah, I did
Dash.
refresh it. It's not doing it.
Hover over where it says star points directly under the chat. You click that and you can do any redeem in there for points.
No. I've been
Dash doesn't
trying.
know about the redeems.
He knows about
Yeah.
redeems. He literally makes me drink every time he shows up.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, I think you redeemed like stuff earlier as well.
Yeah, anytime he joins my stream,
Your mom's
he
car.
forces me to
I
take a-
inverted my
Yeah, I
keys.
still don't hear it.
I changed the keybinds to them because I don't want to flip my keyboard upside down.
Oh gosh.
And oh boy. We shall see how this goes.
Sorry, mommy? Yeah, he knows redeems.
This. Let me check stream alerts.
I'm totally a person that would hide a zombie bite. Thank you for the 200 bits. Oh my goodness.
Hey,
Alright, I
hiding.
will do that. You also get 2 spin the wheels, so thank you for actually stopping by. Let me make that tweet right now for you.
Oh my
Lyra,
god.
if you get bit by a zombie in the apocalypse and you're near me, you can just tell me and I'll make it painless, okay? But if you don't tell me and
I
your
mean-
ass bites me, we're fighting. We're throwing hands. I don't...
Also, to be
Hey,
fair,
if I go down, you're going down with me.
to be fair, Lyra, if you tell us fast enough, we might be able to deal with it without you taunting.
We have a machete.
We will most likely have a fire axe for you, and most likely know
You get
where
a
fire
custom
is.
sticky note.
Oh, you added that in. Nice.
Yeah.
That's a good wheel spin. Did you see the 3 I posted, by the way?
The 3 you posted?
Yeah, when you said
yeah,
all
I'm
the
only gonna
suggested.
add 1 in because I
Yeah.
can't do the other 2.
I
Peach
forget
Kitty,
what-
thank you for the follow.
I'm not gonna lie, I
So
forget
your
what I
custom
even
sticky
put.
note will have your name on it unless you want it to be something else. You also get to pick a community day now.
I still can't
A
hear
lot
it.
of community
goddammit.
days coming up soon.
Yeah, you're gonna be busy.
But that's fine because I'm thinking of like taking maybe the first couple of days off whenever I have my surgery. Cause I already know I will most likely be in a bunch of pain with that with that surgery.
True, the surgery will, yeah. Oh,
It'll
chat, you
put
have
me
that
out of
ad in
commission for a
6
tiny bit.
minutes.
Leave that bat. Alrighty, I have put that in. Thank you again for the $10 dono. I greatly appreciate it. We're now very, very close to getting me to buy my plane ticket. I'm also going to be using my funds that I'm going to get from Twitch for it, so I will most likely have more than enough by next week.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've already told you next week you'll have it because I still haven't bullied you yet. Just like,
You
don't
want the
forget.
hot mom's hat? Okay.
Is
I know.
every
I'm still worried about fucking Knockout and Lazy because they
yeah,
had to grow their
Knockout and
bangs.
Lazy still said they're gonna mess with you too. Yeah. Hey, you still have a whole month, 2 whole months of this, so there's
I
no telling.
know. I know, and whatever, like after I put in my plane ticket, I'm gonna use that funds as well to maybe make a cosplay of my character.
Okay, it's not bad.
If I can find the
I
stuff.
mean,
Of course, I'm gonna change the dress
Cosplay.
because the dress is a little too revealing for my own taste. But I'll most likely look for like sundresses and all that.
yeah, no,
Oh
that's fair.
my
It's the dark.
It's the dog. Oh my god.
Yeah, I
Oh my
mean, it's
god.
been what?
Raiders. Oh my god.
It's been
Oh
what,
my
4 days and
god.
you've hit 300?
5 days and
5 days.
255.
Yeah, I rounded up because it's pretty much 300.
But I like to still be accurate with my numbers.
I could be accurate.
I like to be accurate.
Accurate.
Nachi, Shield, Lyra, are we still going another round? Question mark?
Yes, because remember I got the loadout thing for Dash.
Yeah,
And he
I was just
wanted me
double
to go
checking.
knife.
I was just
The
double
knife.
checking.
Who
Oh.
wants to be party lead?
What?
The Lyra.
It's a Lyra.
Dash.
They automatically went back to me
Thank you
again.
for another $50. Don't know what the fuck, man.
Oh my god.
Told ya.
Now it's 300. Yeah, now it's 300. Oh my god, you
Yep.
crazy.
See, I know
Went
what
right
I'm
back to me.
saying. I know how it came right back to me. I was fucking so down. I
You
hold
just
that.
completed the third goal. What was the third goal again? I honestly forgot.
Is that the singing one?
Oof, I finally hear it. Oh my
I'm bringing it
god.
up right now, hon. Then.
Yeah, I think your third one was
Oh no, I accidentally
karaoke.
opened up the Clip Studio Peanut bit. No, I didn't want to. 300 is the VR chat workout stream, so I'll most likely be doing Just Dance like workout stream.
Just dance down, 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 down.
Oh yeah, because I can't do actual like exercise because of my health stuff. So the only thing that I can do is just dance.
Yes, fail. Oh my! Hi, Cage Kitty.
Oh my.
Oh my.
What's a goal and why do they always move? Hold on, let me show you guys my little PowerPoint presentation.
Power presentation.
I'm gonna dump it real quick while I do the spiel.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, chat, just give us a little bit. We'll jump into another round once Dark figures out how to give ownership to someone else.
Oh, I know how. There you go.
Oh,
Someone
he
else
gave
did.
it to me. Fuck.
Oh, never mind. There you go.
No,
Hey,
like
why
me.
did you say I'm squad leader? What the fuck?
No.
I'm the one controlling everything, so I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, I'll probably
Tape gives you firm control in any circumstance. That's not how that fucking works.
Offkai is a major. Oh, you're in her. You can hear her. I don't know why I'm answering that. She needs to go
Thank you
there
for
for
playing with
her.
us, Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it was a good time.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
head back, dog. You have a good night.
Push.
Please rest well.
No, I'm gonna sleep rough. Actually, I probably should sleep well. I slept
You should.
very
Yeah, you
bad
need
last
to.
night.
You need to
Yes, hit
recuperate.
REM sleep, my friend.
I'll get that good REM sleep.
Yeah.
I gotta prepare for
They're
Bioshock one day.
everywhere.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I'm with
god.
that.
They're
I will for sure.
everywhere. I love the cats.
Which Bioshock are you doing? Or are you just doing all the series?
I'm doing all of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
hell
doing
yeah.
He's doing the same thing he did when he did the zombie
Dead
game. I can't.
Rising.
Yeah, Dead Rising.
Uh,
Start from the
it's-
beginning and play through the whole campaign.
Somebody send me a message whenever you hit Bioshock Infinite, because I want to come in and see all the glitches.
All right. I'm also doing the DLCs too.
Yeah. Oh gosh, the
hell
DLCs.
yeah.
Yeah.
The DLCs glitch the game even more. It's great.
I never played them, so that'll be a new experience
They're
for me.
good. Yeah, they're good.
Some of the potion power-ups are just like, I can do what now?
Chat, you have an ad in 45 seconds if you are not subscribed.
So I'm doing 1 and 2 remaster. I just decided to do it because I'm not gonna do. I was gonna do original, then remaster, then original, then remaster, and one guy was like, "What the fuck?" He was like, "You shouldn't even do that." He was like, so I'm just gonna do like 1 and 2 remaster, 2 Minerva's Den, and then Bioshock Infinite, and that's DLCs.
And by the time you're done, the new one was no.
Imagine it's like, by the way.
Oh, it takes that long. That would be crazy.
It really shouldn't take me that long. If I start early in the day, I should get like the first one done. Probably
I think
in
2
relatively
weeks
quickly.
is what I'm thinking. 2 to 3 weeks if it's the only game you're playing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll do collabs if collabs are planned, but
yeah. Definitely want to steal you for more of this, especially if we keep getting more people, because more zombies is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yes, Dash, to answer your question, Chibi is one of the...
Dash, I'm pretty sure they have mine muted so they can't hear you. Lyra's deaf and talking to them right now.
Oh, fuck me silly then.
Yeah, Lyra muted and deaf and to go over the donations so everyone could hear it, since they're getting a lot of income right now. And I have an ad right now, so they definitely can't hear you.
Did you guys notice when we were playing Pottsville, I put 3 work lights down in the gym just so we could see when the lights went out, and it worked so fucking well.
No, I didn't.
Oh my god, yeah.
I was busy
good,
just protecting Nachi and sniping things from across the room like I always do.
You didn't notice the lights didn't flicker once because I had the entire place lit up?
No, I
Hey,
noticed the
Doc.
light flickered, but it was more like
Dark
hey,
to
Doc.
ITV by PFP.
You're the choice for Dash right now. Should he or should he not get a chibi drawing made by me?
Dash, your Scrabby as a chibi would be hilarious.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Dash, if you can send me your character in DMs, I'll make it for you whenever I do an art stream.
The funny part about Scrabs about that, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it anymore. He just randomly made it one day and then has been using it since and lost the original file. I'm pretty sure.
Dash, take a screenshot or just a edit clip of your screen. With
I
the,
was gonna say,
the
if
image.
you have reactive images, you can get the image from there.
I mean, it is his Fuji, so you can just get it from his
Yeah,
Fuji.
just go to your reactive images website, and you can like open the image from into another browser and just copy it from there.
Unless he doesn't plan to do Scabby and he's doing something else. I don't know what he's doing.
Unless, wait, maybe you sent it to me? Hold on.
Might have sent you Scabby in the past. That's possible. back when he was doing streams. Yeah. All right. Is everyone ready to run through Power Plant? As that will be, I assume, our last one for the night.
Oh my god. Okay.
Dash, I just replied to one of our DMs. Is this it?
Oh, bro.
Okay,
Power
he
plant
found it. He
classic.
found it. Okay.
Wait, let me change character. I don't want to lose my Baldington.
It went back to casual.
Oh, okay.
Because Lyra's stuck playing this back inverted, so I'm not about to make her lose that character.
Yeah, please. This is like my level 50 characters, my
Oh.
highest level so far.
It's on casual, which I believe means we don't lose anything.
Wait, do you not have any more slots for characters?
I do, but I'm still trying to level them up first. But I like my backpack character right now.
I like my backpack character.
Backpack character.
I forgot about my shotgun boy. Huh. I've been upgrading Hawk this whole time. I forgot about my shotgun boy. Anyways.
Nachi's character is a martial arts master. Bro, how do you... Of course you are, how bald you are.
Mama! I did not, I believe I
Yeah.
was asleep or at work.
I
I,
remember.
did not see Lyra sing,
That's
but
like,
I
yeah.
do know about it.
Hey,
Bitch.
Mermaid.
All
I
right,
mean, he'll probably hear it
Murder.
more later tonight because
Yeah,
I gotta
sh-
sing Dash's song.
She has to sing more songs because people have been donating tonight, so do not worry, Bobo.
Oh
She
yeah,
will have to
remember,
do that.
I'm pretty sure Dash hasn't decided on like 4 of the 6 songs.
What? It's only. Oh,
He said he only wanted one.
Yeah, he only wanted one.
Because he donated like 50 times. Or he donated like 3 times, so he got in total 9 songs?
I mean,
Damn. He only
that
wanted
does
one.
that does result in her singing again, but we're not going to tell you to do it. I'm launching us into the match, by the way.
I won't tell you yes or no, but I will say you did just get
Yes.
a promotion.
I won't tell you yes or no, but I will say yes. Wait, what? Let me move cash.
I love you,
Lyra.
Oh my god.
I fucking love you, dude.
I love Momo, yeah. Lyra, after this, are we playing Overwatch tonight?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Put your finger
Are you joining us for that show?
I don't want to have sex with you right now.
You be yelling at me. You tell me to hydrate all the time. You better drink.
I drank.
Yeah, I
And
saw
I
it in the chat
stretched.
that you went crazy, yeah.
Hey, Lazy. What's up? Guys, did you know Lazy hates me?
Damn, lazy.
Damn.
Responder open. Blackouts are getting
Shield,
worse.
did you hear my
You have
question?
to get the Cygnus power plant
But
restarted
why?
ASAP. Gas leaks across the
Yeah,
area.
one
are
sec.
locking
Yeah,
down
man,
access
he
to the
hates
plant.
the
Use
egg.
equipment on
He
site to
hates
deal
when I
with
play
those leaks
Jetpack
first.
Cat.
Then end the
Crab's
security
bolt
lockdown.
piss.
Oh my
Momo about to
god.
put him down.
I
God.
am. Oh my god. I'm
Oh, God.
alone.
Oh no.
Who's on the bottom part? Who's the
Yeah,
most
whoever's
bottom?
the 2 bottom should head
Who's
towards the
near me?
radio
Oh, it's
station.
Jaden.
Yeah.
I'm at
Help.
Lookout Tower. Wait.
I
Oh,
almost-
you got Kavort. I'll be there in
I
a
got
second.
I almost
inverted
made a comment.
keys.
I'll be there in a second to help you. But
I'm
yeah,
going for
Shield,
the
when you get chance,
loadout.
answer my question.
Oh god.
Oh, y'all have a loadout near you? Yeah, y'all should go to that. Lyra, meet me at the loadout if you can.
I'm trying.
Damn. I kind of.
It just feels so weird. Cause
You're
my
coming
Y, like my Y look is also inverted.
Oh gosh.
Oh my
I couldn't
god.
invert my X, so I inverted my Y.
Oh my god.
Playing this game inverted must be crazy.
I'm already seeing zombies, dude. Near Lyra.
Crowbar.
Yeah,
My
I
love.
hear them near me, but I'm at the kill package waiting
Does that
for
mean
them.
your attack is inverted too? So you have to hit
No,
right
that
click.
I didn't do. That I didn't do.
Ooh, MC15.
So all that I inverted so far is my WASD and my looking up and down.
AKA, she's
Dude.
crazy.
Dude, honestly, yeah. If you did the invert for the attack, I would have rather just switched games. I've been like, you know what?
We're gonna go play this instead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go play this. So I'll have a better chance with it.
Shield. When you do the care package with Nachi, grab all ammo whether you're using it or not. So when we group back together, we can deposit ammo to each other.
Okay.
Since you have it
Picking
respawn
up
to me still.
100
Yes, I plan to hop on Overwatch, and okay. However, I
You
would
guys-
not be able
Okay.
You do not what? Yeah, Nachi should be near you. I'm waiting for Lyra. You're fine, I'm dealing with all the zombies, just take your time. There's also a MC-15 here for you. Shut up. And a machete, by the way, Lyra.
I have to do only knife. That was
Oh!
Dash's loadout.
Oh, that's right! Hey, there's
I mean,
a
a
machete here for you!
and on power plant, dude, yeah, you might die.
I forgot she had to do that part.
I'm here.
Yeah, the machete's in the box to my right. There is also a mask kit if you want that.
Okay.
Damn. 3 more.
I'm gonna drop a. I dropped
Dash,
a
am I
revive.
allowed to pick up a gun at least?
No. I don't know why I'm answering for you.
Oh, that's not good. Gotta reload. I dropped a
Yeah,
revive.
sure. I can pick up a gun at least.
Handgun's mine.
I am struggling.
Oh, I got you covered. Alright, I dropped a revived syringe over there for you, by the
I
way.
picked it up.
Oh, the one on the ground?
The one that was in the
dropped-
thing.
Oh, I dropped one on the ground. Where'd it go? I
It's,
got
like,
it.
right
Alright.
there.
Dude, stop
Okay.
changing guns! Anyways. Alright, so what gun are you going to pick up? This walkie wieldly.
MC-15.
Alright, so I need to give you the ammo because I have your ammo.
Dude, aiming with that's gonna be ass. I just rather be dead. Like,
Let me drop that. Let me drop all your ammo, which there was a lot. I'm gonna grab this MP5. That grenade too. Alright. Heal health, aim
Therapy.
kit.
I might be able to save us yet.
Good.
Huh?
I don't know.
I found experimental gene therapy.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Alright. I didn't find any silencer, which sucks.
I have
But-
a rifle suppressor already on.
Okay. Well, I do have a rifle, but that's fine. You having
Should we
it's
take
probably
the
better.
machete for someone? Does anyone want a machete?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah, grab it for him.
I will try to, I didn't realize how hard it is to carry or to move my scroll wheel. I can't take one more mecha. I will be full.
I can grab it. What? Alright.
Down
Alright,
to 3
everything... Alright, I'm gonna try and stop shooting for a bit. We should be good for a bit. Whoop! Never mind.
Okay.
Alright, now we should be good. Fuck, okay, we're out of the corner.
oh my god, that zombie.
CRC actual to responders at the radio
Shut up.
I'm at the radio
Fucking
station.
fluid. You see that?
functionality. Intel suggests an equipment cache within.
Yeah, we're headed to the lookout. Okay. Is that guy still... Shut up! I shot you in the head. Die. Thank you. Golly.
Shot you in the head.
Hey,
See
look.
how good is shooting this. Oh god. Let me...
I only gave you one bullet, apparently. That was funny. Yeah, you're fine on shooting.
I have to be like very meticulous when I'm shooting. Oh wait, here. I have a better way of displaying that I am that I'm having inverted keys. I'm changing my one model.
Oh, gotcha.
To be the one with the keyboard. Cover me real quick while I change into that.
That's all I've been doing. I got you.
I think it was this one. Was it? Yeah, it was. Okay.
I should use my win. It's the one that I have the least amount of ammo for.
Alright.
I think that zombie
this is a
just died to
bumpy
fire.
road.
Lyra, I don't think we go up
Be
there.
very, very careful over here, Nachi. I have pissed off the hornet's nest. The closer you get to me right now, the more in danger you
Apparently
are.
I can't land a shot today.
Okay.
Anyways, let's go. I tried pushing that zombie into the fire.
You're
Doesn't
right.
look like it worked.
I'm empty.
Anyways, I lagged there. Damn it, stop changing weapons! Alright, we gotta deal with this lookout. Sounds like Shield just ran into something.
Careful, right side.
None left. No ammo left.
Well, I missed that shot. Chat, I suck at aiming today. Why did I think that shot was gonna hit? Alright, out of ammo. Pistol.
How'd you get in trouble at work?
Oh my god.
That shouldn't be a surprise for Member, to be honest.
Yeah, Momo, you've been doing so good. How'd you get in trouble? Hold up. You've been like running your
Damn.
whole area.
What a shot.
I'm running to your shield.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Hit, please.
Now
Thank you.
I will do my departure. Y'all have a
Good
good night.
night, dogs.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for the fun game.
Yeah, thanks for playing, Ratchy. Hope you're feeling okay, by the way.
Yeah, it's just been okay.
That's good.
Get away,
That
Rupert.
one's done. We can move.
Ow.
Bye.
Whoa,
Let's just back off now.
Oh my god, zoinks.
I'm the one that has sex with you
What?
right now.
Fuck, again?
Game, if you keep fucking changing guns on me. Maybe drifted the warp truck and it did a...
Door needs a key.
I mean,
Door
I've done
needs
that
key.
many times, so I rightfully have nothing I can say, but that's hilarious.
No ammo.
Oh my god,
Hey,
I'm
now.
a peacorn.
Let's move to the next one.
Don't tell me that you're out of ammo too.
Let's move to the next one.
No, I still have ammo, but
Where's the next one?
there's a
around
lot.
the building. Or in the building.
No! Get away from me! Oh my god, get away, stanker.
What the fuck? I shot that barrel and nothing happened. I'm so confused. Oh, game? Okay, I'm alive.
Oh, fuck me. Ow.
I hit you with a shotgun and you didn't go flying?
Oh my god.
My God, there's
Stay in
stankers.
this. Just stay in this. Just stay in this.
God.
I have no ammo left. They're coming through the door. Huge swarm.
I know. Oh, okay.
I gotta heal up.
My God.
Stop changing guns, please.
Last 6 rounds.
We got this.
What the fuck?
Mouse, I understand you don't like
I'm opening
me,
all these. We gotta put fuses in.
but holy shit.
Oh
bro.
my
We got this.
God. Okay.
Really, you changed guns again? Alright.
Oh my God. Get
Lyra,
away from
move.
me.
Stop grabbing me! How many times have I been grabbed? Fucking hell. Oh, I heard a scream. Well, that's not good. Yep, she just screamed, so there's a runner. I don't know where, but there's a runner. Yeah, let's just back off and regroup.
Yep.
Because I definitely need a hero. Yes, I switched to the bandages.
I need you to cover me, Nachi.
Where are you? Okay, go for it.
I'm right behind you.
Go for it.
Alright, let's run around to the left. Go left, go left.
Fuse box on.
Run.
Oh, okay, bye, Lyra.
I'm out of.
Come back, come back. Follow me, Nachi. Follow me.
I did in a big
We got
work
this.
truck, the one with double axles in the back along. He was not pleased. Yeah, I bet. Lyra, you just focus
my
on
God.
living. I will finish the objective.
You don't have any healing? Are you?
Hey, run to the roof if you can. I got you.
Ow, 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 ow. I'm one hit. I am one
I
hit.
got infected.
Fuck.
I just
Just run
heard
away.
that
Just
you're
run away.
dead.
Run into the woods.
Cover me, I'm wounded.
Just run off into the woods, Nachi.
Okay, I got to heal with the bandage.
Enough. Cover me.
Okay.
Holy shit, I cannot aim.
Ammo's cleaned out.
Meow.
Six bullets left.
Are you out of bullets as well?
I have 6 bullets
Oh,
left.
you're a red guy. I'm like, how you...
Okay. If you can lure them outside the building at all, Nachi, lure them to the red cylinder and shoot it.
I got music playing while I
Where are
finish
they?
it. Alright, it's finished.
It's finished? Okay.
Head to the security trailer and find a radio. Controls are over at Homeland Security or inside that trailer.
Oh my God. We're going there? Oh, that area.
Alright, let's get inside the building, Lyra, and find the safe room. Stop changing my gun.
Okay, we're in.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Okay, it's on the roof.
Oh my God.
We're close over here. We're close over here.
Wait,
We
can
finished
go
ours.
Can we close
Yeah, I'm
the-
luring them away. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Whoop! Yeah, apparently I just closed myself out.
Good job, Nachi. Good job. When I tell you to, run into the building. All right, ready?
Hold
Go.
on. Look.
It's empty.
Security doors
I'm
unlocked
in.
in here. Come on in.
Oh shit. The stuff in here. needs to
Where,
be
where?
searched.
Okay, I got it.
Right here, right here. Yep, just close it.
Okay. I am infected. Oh my God.
You're infected? I got you. Right here. Gene therapy.
Oh my God. Nice.
Stay still. No.
You were about to use it on yourself.
Yes, almost.
Alright, Lara, I'm fixing the wires. Give me a bit.
Okay. Okay.
And then there is a fuse in here.
Okay, you might
somewhere.
want this one. Chill.
All right, I got a
Oh,
shotgun.
that's really not good.
Oh, thank you. Bandages and a battery for your flashlight.
Ah.
Got this med kit.
Oh, this really isn't good.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh, there was a door behind us. We could have ran out.
Got some pills.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
Taking some bandages.
Oh shit, more of them.
Yeah, I was reloading.
Got a handgun.
Alright. The fuse was out here somewhere. I saw it. There it is.
Damn, it's all 5.56 ammo. I should have gotten the MC15.
You can pick it up and just run back to where you were.
No, it's so far.
Look at how many are outside. Hold on, I have an idea. All right.
No,
all
no,
right,
no, no.
everybody. Yeah,
No,
come
this
back here
one
in the
uses
corner
a
with me.
5.56. Ooh.
Yeah, that one does, yeah. Come on, come
Yeah.
on, all you zom bitches, come back in the corner. Come back in the corner. Oh, who's good, little bitches?
Hate generators.
Hold your ass.
There we go.
Damn.
Yeah, let's move to the safe room. Can we go out here? No. Back way?
Oh,
No.
there's-
Alright, give me a second.
There's 4 rounds of 6.8 there. Is there any more in this room?
Just run through.
Where's the safe room in here?
Upstairs.
Make sure you
Outside
reload it.
upstairs.
Oh my god, that's a lot of zombies.
I hope it's up here.
Oh, that's a lot.
You almost just got grabbed. I
Yeah.
saved your ass.
No, melee, so I just kicked her. I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah, I saw one
God.
from my stream, so I have
No.
to do it.
Kill.
You're good.
Kill.
Okay, go ahead. Oh my god, you ran away? Oh my god.
I didn't.
Do you need health, by the way, or are you good?
Wait, it's locked. There's something
Yeah.
down there that we have to do.
Is it down there or that button that I just saw? Kill that zombie, please. Thank you.
There's so many outside. I didn't run. I'm just still fighting.
It's downstairs.
Oh my god. Okay,
I think
Kill
it's that
the
button.
Where did you go?
Kill this guy.
Oh my
and
god.
I'll be right back.
I'm on the roof.
By
Okay,
the way,
going up.
do you need health, Lyra, or are you good?
I'm good. I'm good right now. I'm infected though, but I have 2 pill bottles on me.
Got the bandages.
Nightmare. Yeah, I have nightmare. Here we go.
Okay, I'm
Alright.
I'm upstairs as well.
Yep, I'm here.
Get out of my way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I gotta follow this wire.
We don't have anything here. Oh shit.
Oh. I thought I
Are
already
there
fixed
zombies
this
in
one.
there?
Got more where that came from.
Well, there were.
Ammo's fresh
Alright,
out.
it should be open now. Restore main power? What do you mean? Does the button up there restore main power? Oh no, it's down here.
No.
I know. I see it. I see it. Give me
I
one
think it's a
second.
lever that you
Yep,
click
yep.
while you're going up.
It is. Yep. Fucking hell.
If you have any shotgun rounds, there you go.
I don't use
It's
shotgun.
open, it's open.
I'm on the way. It was a cool drift, dude. No, I believe you, Bobo. I believe you.
Follow me.
Okay.
Alright, Lyra. That sucked.
Yep. Yeah, I did.
There's a med kit, if you needed a one. I didn't mean to grab the bandages, but I now have them. How does he have magnum ammo, but no gun? Excuse me. What's your gun? My pistol is 45.
I just woke up after falling asleep. Good morning, Zoinks. Oh my god.
You said 45?
Yeah, I'm using 45.
There's some right there on the floor.
Oh, another rifle suppressor, yes. On the floor. Oh, right there, I see.
Yeah, right next to the guy.
Yeah. Alright, what are these guns? Shit weapon, magnum. Okay. Fuck this shotgun. I have no ammo for it anyways. We'll pick up the magnum gun.
Dun, da, 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 da. We're on an adventure. Da, 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 da.
Okay.
Oh my god, that is
God.
loud.
Da, 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 da. Just right back to it. It was
Oh
at this
my
moment that I
goodness.
realized he's running around with a psychopath.
What gun were you using? Oh, the 5.56, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness
I'm
gracious.
using 3 handguns.
Stop coughing back there.
No. I'm gonna cough as much as I want to. On second thought, never mind. I see wormies.
How many pills you got, by the way? You good?
I'm literally on my last one now.
Alright, let's go get you more pills then.
You'll be able to access
Cool.
the Ranger's equipment cache if you can enter the building and restore comms.
It's not a quick way down, is
I
there?
hate how everything's so inverted.
Oh my god.
Alright, I do have a silencer now, though. That will help us.
Yeah.
And good news is we're headed towards wherever they are. Yeah, we're headed straight to them, which I think they're clearing this area already, so...
We have to go to
Dude,
the...
stop changing guns! Fuck y'all, y'all can stay in there. Let's go.
Yeah. Where are we going? Left?
No, I had to kill that fucker. You know what? Actually, I will use that gun. Die, Ronald. Alright, anyways. I was gonna be quiet, but that didn't happen.
Run! At this point, just run down the street a little.
Stop changing my gun! That's a Ronald. Well, okay. You changed to the correct gun that time, but stop it! I hate my mouse wheel.
Okay, if we keep going down this main road right here, we'll be able to meet up with them.
Barricaded. Oh my god, that is a lot. Oh my god.
I heard something about barricade. Hey, don't barricade us out. We're on our way to y'all.
No, we're barricaded out of the house.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see your guys' names.
That's a lot.
Oh.
Behind you, Nachi.
Oh.
Well, hi! Did you miss us?
Hello?
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a big barricade.
Yeah,
Okay.
we ain't getting through that.
Oh, that gun's empty. Alright.
I'm out.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
Change
Next
to
gun.
myself.
Oh hey. I need ammo.
Do any of you guys have pill bottles by any chance?
I have a mass
Negative,
casualty
Ghost Rider.
here. Let me put it down.
Please and thank you.
How do I put
Oh.
I
down?
only
Okay,
have
there we
one
go.
pill bottle left.
Here you go.
Bandages here.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, loud ass.
There's 2
Shield.
bottles in there. Also, I
Yeah,
have
just
one
look.
with me. I think. Oh no, I dropped it.
I love that the gas was right there and she was like, nah, I ain't doing it, and just left.
I didn't even see the gas.
I got it. It was just funny. I'm like, huh?
I can do this one.
I got the fuse. Did we already fuse the thing?
No.
Oh, the answer's no. It's right there. There we go. Replace the fuse. There's one more fuse that needs to be replaced. And then once we get into the safe room, we can go over who has what ammo and whatnot. Hold up. I'm barricaded outside.
I can't control what I'm doing.
There we go. Hey, a window. Whoop. Hi, I'm inside.
Everything's left, right, up, down.
Alright, I found out the fuse. I just need to find where to put it now. I think I found it.
I think
Yep.
it's on first floor.
It is. I got it. Alright, activate the power phone.
Nice. Oh my
Input
god.
Park Ranger code. Oh gosh. Radio 1 and 2. Let's see. 871477. 871477. I think I said. Yeah. Okay. 673948. 673948. 6738. Oh, radio 1 and 2. That is not the one I just read. 871477. 877. What was it? Oh, wrong code. 477. I almost did it wrong.
Hi, runner.
Alright, to the weapon cache. What the fuck barricaded me? That's a Ronald. Alright, barricade's dead. I broke the barricade in the front door. We can leave now. Oh, hold out while the cache unloads. That's rude as fuck.
Give me a minute.
Cache open.
Yeah, shield. Never mind, I got them. Fucking runs past them.
We're just... Oh my god.
CRC actual update. The ranger station comms are restored.
Oh, experimental gene therapies in here.
Nice.
I don't think we're in the weapon cache, shield. I think they're in the weapon
I
cache.
did the mission.
Alright, let's get to them. Wait, I don't think we're in the right spot. I saw window, I chose window. Woohoo! Fucking red guys.
You guys alright?
I mean...
I am so low on rounds, it's not even funny.
We've been low on rounds.
Oh,
Let's get
hi.
in here. Hi.
Oh,
Alright.
hi.
I'm healing myself right now.
Alright, I'm using Magnum, by the way.
Oh, I am too a little bit.
I have the actual rifle.
Okay, you take the top shelf there.
And my other gun is 45. That's my pistol.
Okay. I'm cured again.
I guess I
I'm
can hold
using
on to
556 because Dash allowed us for it.
Taking this
Man.
med kit. Grabbing the bandages.
Man, okay, someone's grabbing 45 also, I'm assuming.
It's full.
All I have is 2 mags.
It's fine. I can grab the shit gun and waste its ammo, so it's all good.
Oh, who wanted the machete again?
Oh, I'll take it, I guess.
I think it was
Yeah.
shit.
Got a melee.
I'm gonna cry now. Why are you gonna cry?
Oh my
Dash?
God.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened, Dash?
What
Got a
happened?
med kit. Looking good.
No cry, no cry. Why you
Have
cry?
to reload.
No cry.
Reloading it.
Alright, that's reloaded. How many 45 do I have?
Found bandages.
Good enough, okay. I have the big gun. Oh, I need to drop this wind chest. Well, because I don't have that gun. No crying allowed, Dash. Unless you explain why you're trying to cry.
Lyra, I like your throwing knife.
It's the only weapon I can use other than the MC-15.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dash picked my lowdown. He said knife only, but then allowed the MC-15. And I also have inverted controls right now, so I have every single debuff in the game right now as possible.
At least we're headed to the control center now.
I can't even look up without looking down.
What?
my mouse, when I go up, it goes down. When I go down, it goes up.
Oh no,
Alright,
it's gonna be hard to.
Why do you
with
think
that.
I've been struggling and got infected
how's everybody's
immediately?
How is everybody's health? Is everybody full? Just
I'm
tap C and you
good.
can see the health
I
bar.
have
I'll
help.
need to
I have full health.
heal up
You need to
just
heal?
a tiny bit.
Alright,
I have med kits. It's fine.
Here's a bandage.
Also, Lyra, oh, you don't need pills anymore.
No, it's enough to use a med kit for it.
Oh,
It was
okay.
like, yeah. There we go.
Oh, there!
Huh?
What?
JD, don't turn around. There's a bear in the room.
Alright.
Why was that changed to? There we go.
Alright.
It keeps binding my thing to be my knife is at the 4th position, but not the first one.
Just wait. Alright, we can leave now. I had an IED. I opened the door, kicked the guy, placed the IED, closed the door.
That is crazy.
Live that. I missed that. Alright, there we go.
Reload.
Hey,
Look
there's
out.
a reason shield gives me explosives.
Not always the best of reasoning, I will say.
Over there. Okay.
Dude.
Where's shield?
Can't seem to aim today.
Reloading this
Being a
I'm
slowpoke.
on my way.
Okay.
I'm just trying not to make noise. Ah! Just fall down
Run
the
at
cliff.
that.
No laughing. Unnecessary shot. Had to do it because he laughed at me.
Runner.
Where? Okay. I was like, there's no
Completely
way.
just missed
I was like, there's
me.
no way y'all will let them just walk up to. I was wrong.
I only got a knife, so I can't do anything to help you.
That was unnecessary, but funny. Oh. That
was me!
Yeah, I was hoping you didn't notice.
How would I not notice?
A 9 mil.
Hell yeah.
I saw something and shot it. I didn't realize it was you.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Shield, run to us, run to us. No, just one runner.
On him.
Okay. And we can
Just feel alone? Nah. Don't be feeling alone.
You got us.
Oh, my gun went quick.
Your gun went clicked.
You got us. You can always ask us to hang out or play games with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, after this, we'll
That's
jump into Overwatch if you have Overwatch
Yeah, I was
too.
gonna say, do you have Overwatch installed?
And even then, by the time that we are finished with this round, most likely it'll be ready to download. If he doesn't.
True. Yeah, if that's not like more than usual, trust me, I understand that feeling, Dash. I do. And also, I mean, me and Lyra ends up watching movies after Overwatch, so you can join us for that too.
Yeah.
But no, Dash, I fully understand, brother.
You're always more than welcome to come bug us, even if we're not streaming. Just bug
Hey,
us.
Adam's playing Slay the Spire. You can go tell him how to do things correctly. He's lording the game. I shouldn't bully him that much.
No, bully.
Grab the Greg.
Oh, we go up. Okay. There's
Oh,
probably
okay.
a gun cache somewhere around here, but I'm just going up. Was not paying attention. I don't even aim with this gun because there's no point. That guy's still alive. Anyways. Are you really still alive?
Yeah.
How many bullets I gotta put in you? Reload. Finish the reload. Stop fucking changing guns on me. Thank you.
Moving with Nachi. Did you just jump and kick that man?
Yeah.
Ow. Oh.
Damn.
Oh, down the stairs they go. I just throw the gun at him. I think I killed him with the gun.
What's in here?
Medkit. Random supplies. Right. Oh, that was Winchester, but oh well, I picked it up on accident.
I got a bunch of med kits for y'all whenever you need them.
I still have a
reduced the
oh,
weight, so
we gotta go
I
back up.
have seven.
Yeah,
seven med kits on me.
I still got a revive kit that I've been holding on to.
Are you reviving? Or?
Yeah, revive range.
Okay.
Please, hurry. You have to head inside and get it running again.
I wish I found some more Magnum.
We can go to the far left. That one's closest to us.
Yep,
85 meters.
Responders at the Cygnus
I
plant.
need more Magnum.
Failures at the ash farm, the cooling tower,
Right here, guys.
and the stacker reclaimer. After you get them working, call for evac at the control room.
Go with them, Nasha. Yes, that was 2 for 1.
Nice. My god, it doesn't let me go there.
Oh, he lived that shot. And that was just a miss. love how we just keep kicking them. And that boss is still alive. We kicked the same fucking zombie, I think, 4 times and just left him. That was a
Welcome
miss
to my
and a half.
inferno, fuckers.
Need to reload.
Thank you. Runner, careful.
Going up the stairs behind y'all.
No, no, no.
Oh, coming back down. Alright, go back up the stairs.
Got it.
Grenade out.
Oh, on the wrong side apparently.
Yeah, the fuse.
Yeah.
What the fuck? There you go.
Nice.
Good job, good job.
Then we
Nice.
gotta go down.
What is this stone? Nothing yet, I
I guess we don't. Yeah, we don't do this part yet. I'm missing.
Better take this.
Nice kick. She dead? I guess she's dead.
Excuse me, sir. I shot you in the fucking chin.
Okay. Yeah, that's just the chin. That's
Here,
not the
protect
brain.
my IG wires.
Yep, I got you. I was coming over here to do them too, so works for me.
Yeah, because I want to be able to protect you.
Move to the next.
Where is it? We had to restart the bucket.
Oh, Nachi, are you
Where's
still
the
up there?
bucket wheel?
No.
It's where me and Nachi went. All right, I'll go get it. You say you go to them. You stay with
What
them.
do you
I'll run
need?
my ass back up here. Go to Shield and Lyra. I'm gonna run my ass back up there.
Okay.
Watch
If
this
you
way
need the
here, watch
fuse,
this way
it's with me.
Wait, you have the fuse? He might
I
need
have
the
the
fuse.
fuse.
I don't think I need a fuse. It's just a button click. Yeah, it's just a button click.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you can drop that fuse, Nachi.
Damn, I'm just that good. Every single one I click, correct. I'm just that good.
Alright.
Okay, let's go to
let's
so
go
the
to
one to the
straight ahead.
right. There's also the right one that's closer to us. It's 137 meters compared to 197.
That's true, but we have to cut across the compound.
True. Well, it's
And
like
there's a
we're
lot
already
of
right.
zombies between us and there.
Y'all head there, and I'll just head to the 221. Y'all head right. I'll head to the farther away one.
Nah, it's best if we stick together. There's a lot of zombies.
Don't have
in this
ammo
area.
Oh
anymore.
yeah, I believe it.
Alright, let's go to the 197 then.
I had a revived syringe. That's the reason I was fine splitting up. But it's all good.
I also have a revived syringe.
Me too.
I also have one. Yeah, we all have one.
Yeah.
You lived that shot. What the fuck? I somehow shot the one in the back.
Noggy. Oh my god, this dog.
Ooh, I only have 7 Magnum bullets left. That's not good. Since that's my better gun. What? Let's see. Nice. Lyra, I found 556 for you. I'll catch up to y'all here in a second. I'm just looking for ammo right now.
Shit.
Whee.
More ammo.
I'm the blew up.
I threw a pipe bomb at them.
A 9mm ammo.
That would be lovely.
My face. Still need magnum ammo. Healer, I'm dropping 556 on the floor.
Okay.
This is a death box we're in, by the way. We need to leave. I just kicked and jumped through a window. You could shoot, I guess.
Got a pistol. Got a rifle. It's full.
Oh my god, that is a lot. I'm gonna just throw a grenade when they block.
Oh, what the fuck? Why are you in front of me? I'm just trying to reload.
I got nothing on me.
Yep.
I'm completely out of ammo. Use your machete I gave you.
Love throwing pistols at fucking zombies. I'm out of ammo. Here, have it. You're kidding, right? Oh, I'm actually out of ammo in my fucking revolver thing. Not good. Alright, coming up.
My god, that is a lot.
There's a lot more in here.
Oh.
Stop changing guns at the most awkward of times. Girl just screamed. There's a runner somewhere.
That's the puzzle. I
got it.
Okay.
Just protect me.
Okay.
Healing quick.
Really need magnum ammo. Stop changing to that gun. It's
Good job. The cooling tower's working again.
Okay. Are we done?
I don't know
So
about
the
y'all,
last
but I would
one?
be sitting up here drinking these Coca-Colas before doing anything else.
Oh my god.
Does
Just
anyone
leave
need a
JD
med kit? I
there.
have a med kit on me. I have multiple.
I could hold one, but I'm good for now.
I'm
Alright.
a pack mule, so I can carry a bunch of them. That's why
I
I was
open
asking.
I opened Joel's exit. I'm leaving. Oh god. Alright, now I'm leaving. Man, the one time I wish I had a grenade and I don't got one. You know what? I think I could jump to this building, so I'm gonna go that way. Don't get up. Sit back down. Oh, hey, there's a way down over here. That works.
Zombie tried to grab Nachi. I just pistol whipped him and kept moving.
I could even hear it.
Are you running that way? It's the opposite
I'm
way.
just running because I know there's those zombies to my left, so I ran to my left. Thanks for the words, you guys are awesome. You're the better one. But thank you. Well, my pistol's now out of ammo, so I'm almost fully out of ammo.
Hold up. Let's check this building over here. The one with the stairs.
Well, I'm going this way now. I need ammo yesterday. Is this the building I ran through a while ago? Nope, different one. Please have ammo. Nope, you're just full of supplies. Great. Magnum, I'll take it. It's better than nothing. How many, though, is a question. There's no ammo in there, I just checked.
Damn.
Unless I missed it on one of the desks.
Oh my god, this is empty. Oh my. That's a lot.
Get some good rest though, Dash. And again, don't hesitate to leave it out, or else.
Yeah.
I just jumped out the window, so y'all good luck.
Oh, I was already out of the building.
It's almost empty.
Did get ammo for my pistol. There's a crowbar though.
Oh, there's nothing here.
Nice, there's actually nothing here. Or shit.
Damn it, give me this fucking gun.
I'm coming.
I want to end this as soon as I can.
Alright. Alright, I found a battle rifle.
Oh,
Fuck
bar.
yeah.
Nice. What ammo does it take?
Winchester.
I said what ammo it takes, not what.
305. 305. Got up.
Wait, okay.
308. Oh,
No,
I
it's
got
now
more.
305.
I got more of it.
Let's just
I'm just gonna run past them. Yeah, fuck those zombies. Don't care about them. I'll deal with them later.
I have 308 with my...
Screaming. Oh, run. Fall left. I just saw him.
That was the dumbest zombie I've ever seen, Nachi. He ran at you, but in your previous position, so he just ran out of tire.
There's a runnel somewhere. That's the only reason I haven't dropped down yet.
I have 40
There he
ammo
is.
of 308. Do you want it, JD? Where do I drop it?
There he was. Alright, we can go now. I was like, I'm dealing with that runnel force.
Careful, it's red gas.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Means I can't run up there. Right.
I don't think you can you get to that?
JD, JD.
I got this.
JD.
Touch me.
Stop.
Huh? What not? Oh. Oh, fuck. I gotta drop shotgun ammo. to
We
pick that
have
up.
to steal all the fuses, so we gotta go around.
I apparently have to drop everything to pick this up. What the fuck?
Okay, I'll carry the others. Are you sure you're not carrying the revive?
Yeah, fuck
Okay.
it.
I'll carry it for
I got two-
you.
Full magazine.
Ew,
Eight rounds.
Nachi. Take this.
Yeah?
It goes to that.
Ah.
Oh, where'd my syringe go? It's the it goes to that 99 ammo.
Here's your syringe.
Syringe here.
I'm just gonna wait for you guys, but I am literally I can't do anything.
Oh, you didn't get
Yeah,
your
it's
syringe.
Next wheel.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I threw that pistol at you because it used the ammo I threw at you.
Yeah, I have that.
Believes you could get the fun. Yeah.
Pistol.
She'll hopefully get enough.
I mean, hell, Dash, you essentially paid for my flight. Not even joking, my flight's 150 and he told me that 150.
Yeah. Well, I'm out of that ammo. Here, take the gun.
Cover me.
You done yet?
2 seconds.
You slow at that.
Fuck you.
There we go.
There's one downstairs. Either a valve or something.
Boink.
5 bullets left in this? Okay. Oh, it is the gun that has my silencer too, so let's get that off of that. Put that on.
Thank you, Lyra.
Okay. JD, it's right where you're at.
Yep, I'm
Or it's
already
near
doing
you.
it.
Okay.
Confirming the ash farm is now functional. Confirming successful execution of a black start within the Cygnus power plant. Power readings normalizing. Stand by.
That's it. The plant's rebooted and should be operating normally before long. Hang on a sec.
All right, gang, let's move.
I don't know exactly where we're moving to.
Red marker over here.
Oh, okay.
Not the one I wanted to shoot, but that was funny. I'll take it.
Ow.
Bravo is en route. Responders, make your way to the extraction zone.
Okay, over there, guys.
Let's move.
We got a minute 23.
Ride's incoming. Make sure you're ready. You've got hands to shake at HQ. Clear to depart. Ready for early pickup on your order.
More exactly, Celeste.
Hi, Celeste. I almost said hi, Sky. I'm like, that's the wrong dog.
Wrong dog.
Still precious dog, but just wrong dog. 8 bullets left? Alright.
Did
So
you put a
funny.
floodlight down the way we went?
Now I'm coming, and trust me, I know where you went, because there's a fuck ton in between me and them! Just keep backing, I'm coming, I'm coming. Well, here, you can have my gun, it's empty. I love that. What are you doing? Go! Like, I'm the slowest person. Y'all should not be behind me. Get a move on.
Trying to get some ammo over here. There was some in the lockers, but we got it. Let's go, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, but y'all left Lyra. And we probably have to grab a rope.
Yeah,
Yep, we
that's
do.
gonna be the case.
Your extraction is arriving. Get on board and RTV right away.
Oh my god, that is a lot.
Yeah, I was juking all of them. Go the other way, go the other way.
Whoever can just grab it.
I'm running around. Oh my god.
Oh, there's a runner.
I might be done for.
Next one, next one, next one.
Come on, Nachi. Come on, Nachi.
Oh my god.
We don't have
I'm one
time to
hit.
choose. Whoever grabs, grab.
Go.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Why am I stuck? Oh my god.
Shield your next go.
Okay.
Shield, go. Go.
I can't yet. It's not down yet. All right, going.
You got a runner on you. Good ladder down, let's go.
Please make it. Okay.
I have 1 HP.
Oh
I gotta
my
stop
god.
doing that.
Oh my god.
I got a med
Don't mind me as I have nothing in my inventory besides a revival kit. Because
Oh my god.
Because I ran out of ammo.
Bravo, return to base.
Yay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Get me out of here
goodness.
so I can remember my controls Get me out of here.
Oh, I should have died there. Not gonna lie.
Good job, team.
Yeah.
For the record, at the first objective that Nachi and I were on, I didn't have a melee
my
weapon, so I was
God.
just running around and pistol whipping motherfuckers.
I got
Pistol
it back again.
Shield, I spend this whole game without a melee weapon. I do that on purpose because I find it more fun to go non-melee.
That's I mean, you
That's
heard
the
me
reason
again,
whenever.
Oh my god.
That's the reason whenever me and you run into the issue of you'll grab, like, you are also using my ammo, I'm like, fuck, because I lose so much ammo. That's the reason I try and only stick to guns that I know people don't usually grab.
I got used to you wanting the 6.8 so much, and we were able to find it. And now we're not able to find the fucking thing.
I barely even, like, I'll carry its ammo in the beginning, but I barely even grab its ammo at this point. Also, hi, Nick, Neko.
Happy wife. It's a happy wife.
It is happy one.
It's the happy wife.
Nachi, I don't know how long you plan to stay up, but do you have Overwatch?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't play. I don't play Overwatch, sadly. Yeah, I need to sleep too.
Yeah, that is true. Because do remember in 12 hours? Yeah, 12 hours we have Void Crew.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
That's why I need
I
to
don't
sleep.
think I did that math. No, I did that math correctly.
Yeah, it is. Like around that
It's in
time, yeah.
about 12 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It was fun. Thank you.
Nicola, did you manage to get
Thank you for
sleep?
adopting me.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to kidnap you more.
Yeah. More.
Nicola, go do your stretches. I said Nicola. Nachi, go do your stretches.
Yeah. It's Nicola. It's Nicola.
Nachi, go do your stretches.
No, it was Nicola.
Nachi, I ain't gonna lie. But
No.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When people that are new to the game are in the game with us, because I know I don't have to worry about Lyra or JD or
Yeah.
Dog.
Yeah.
It allows me to lock in and focus on actually being like, "Get down, Mrs. President!" Like it's so fun for me. It's so fun.
Nachi has seen a boot come out of nowhere, kicking the person in front of her many times when I'm near her.
You know, in those movies where it's just like a super pacifist person, and then somebody just gets their plates blown out in front of them, and just blood splatter everywhere. I've protected you guys with close shots all night long.
That's crazy.
So
Thank you,
it sounds
dog.
like we are switching over to Overwatch, though, right?
Yeah.
I need to get out of this knife. I need my cleaver.
All right, my dear Senos, we'll be right back. I'm going to put you on some music while I switch over to Overwatch. Enjoy the music until then. Be back soon.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, thank you as well. Thank you. I'ma go and sleep. Good night.
have
thank
good
you
sleep.
again. Bye bye. Okay, so that's it, you guys. I only was able to play Slay the Princess for like not even one round. But let me finish that. Wait, what the fuck? Where did Slay the... Oh shit, I closed it. Let me finish Slay the Princess real quick. I remember I didn't finish it. So let me finish that one run. And then we're gonna end stream, okay? Alright. Is everyone chilling though? Yeah? Yeah. I just need to finish that one round. I didn't finish it because they wanted to call me in the game. They wanted to call me in the game. 10 plus, yeah. I Okay, this one. So I was here when I had to stop. I just had to save it there. Okay, let's approach the mirror.
Make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward.
Let me go out of the collab.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look
Oh
like.
my god,
I
it's
care about getting
God!
to the end
Hi
of this mess.
God! Guten Morgen! We get there. Wipe the mirror clean.
Reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open.
Oh my goodness, okay.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now.
You good, you good?
time for us
That's
to see her again.
nice. Did you just wake up?
Just stay focused.
Oh yeah, you did just woke up.
You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
The fuck?
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance.
Oh, she's still...
gives you
Oh
a
my
wry
god.
smile.
Hi. It looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore.
Oh my god.
But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
Oh my god.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again.
What's this game? This game is Slay the Princess.
Instead, the only thing that matters is survival.
There we go.
Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad.
Yeah,
has
but
come
I'm
of it
about to
yet.
end stream soon.
Plenty bad has come of it.
I just
You've
want to
left
finish
at least
this
one
one.
entire world to ruin.
Guess I've been streaming for a long time.
The past isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal
Oh my
bickering is cut short
God!
by the wet
What
sound
the
of slicing
fuck?
meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood.
Holy!
The empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves.
The one is late. Aww.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
God damn.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
That is crazy arms
She's coming
though.
for us, and I'm out of ideas.
Oh my god. If we're going to fight her again, we're going to have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. We're going to appeal to her authority, puff her up a bit. There's no reason we can talk this out. We're going to unconditionally surrender. I'm going to try flirting with her. She has swords for arms and we don't. We're panicking. She wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it. All of these ideas suck. Think of something better.
That's right, we just have to think. There's probably an answer if we think.
Conclude.
Okay.
Just standing there, huh? A bold strategy.
You don't have time to finish your thought. In a moment, she's across the room.
Oh my
blades
God.
flashing in the dim starlight.
No.
She skewers you.
Ah, goddamn. Ow.
What a surprise. Yeah, we don't even get a second to think without her stabbing us. Oh, a new one of us.
A new one of us, the
I thought
skeptic.
that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
I don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference?
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past one.
The fuck?
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances.
Uh-huh.
Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that. As long as we keep moving.
Hi, Carmen.
Come on, show me something new.
Okay, plan now.
Let's try flirting. Let's try flirting with her. Oh my god, she kills you again and again and again. Oh my goodness.
Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman.
Oh my god.
You're cute.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps.
There's more of
Then you
us.
skewer yourself.
What the fuck?
I thought we
Why?
both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh. That didn't seem much of
Contrarian.
anything. We're tougher than I thought.
The contrarian.
What's
I
the
see.
point? It's all the same.
Voice of the broken. Oh my god.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
It doesn't matter.
I
how
think
many
this is the
times
third one.
takes,
This is the
we
third
can't
ending.
give up. Okay, let's go again.
Let's go again.
Just panic. Flee.
Oh, the paranoid.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one. She's going to kill this body either way.
Oh, but
stop
oh my
feeling
god. There's a new one. The cold.
She skewers you.
She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it?
One last time.
You're right. One last time. That's all we need. Let's appeal to her better nature.
Opportunist.
We haven't tried
Oh, that's a new one.
I'm sure she'll listen to reason. She skewers you.
She skewers you.
And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh, you finally die. The fuck, chapter 4! Mutually assured destruction.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here.
The cheated one.
It feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand. Ho-ho! What if we throw it out the window? Over my dead body.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Oh, boys of the
Besides,
broken.
what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful
Hydrate again, okay.
Sure, I can think of a better
Cheers.
way.
I don't wanna
have sex with you right now.
They're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything.
The paranoid.
The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top.
The
There are
opportunist.
entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them?
Nice one.
Leave it to the pros.
Leave it to the pros.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win.
Don't care, just want to win.
You make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
She's not even chained anymore.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again?
Yeah?
I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together.
Oh, that is crazy.
But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Oh my god, please.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Okay.
You gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay.
Really?
Here we go.
Good morning, Jay.
The princess's
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Stretches and tears. And then it erupts.
What the
She becomes
fuck?
a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
God damn.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit!
Holy shit.
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine. Yes, behold the perfect woman. Do you think we can throw her out the window? That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore.
How are we supposed to stab her in it?
What?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
Okay. The only option is to empty our minds. Okay.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Him too.
Something
Okay.
feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Okay. You do not act, and yet through that inaction, your body moves on its own. The princess strikes you as approach. But as her blow finishes its arc, you're already somewhere else. What?
You're incredible.
Your weapons clash again and again, you and her entering a rhythm free of thought and free of self. There is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of the tides back and forth between you. The deeper you fall into your play, the faster your hearts pound, and the faster the momentum valleys in between you. An endlessly building crescendo and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition and hers strikes too. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. I got an achievement from that. Oh, so what happened? You do not get to see each other die, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns. You do so. Silence as you reach towards the glass. It's time for you to see what's in it. You've grown. Huh? You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everything you say feels like a rhythm. Can you give me a single straight
I'm
answer?
sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What does it feel like to change like
Eyes
this?
close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Mm. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is a single-minded edge. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for a piercing heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I got back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Okay, ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Yep. So the razor is what I
You're on a path
brought
in the
her.
woods.
Full razor,
And at the end
full,
of that
I
path
said.
is a cabin.
Okay.
And in the basement, you're here to slay her.
Let's save it here. All right. We have saved it here, so we will be back on this for the next stream. Okay. That's it. We have to end the stream now. Yeah. Oh my god, I have to snooze that. Alright. Hey. Hey. Again, thank you everyone for joining me today. Thank you to Coffee for the raid earlier. I'm sorry I didn't hear it because my stream alerts was bugging all the time. I wasn't hearing any alerts all this time. I was only able to fix it after like when I came back and they were like still like waiting for Lyra to do the stuff. So I had time to troubleshoot my stream alerts sounds on the OBS. But yeah, it works now. Again, thank you everyone. Let me see who I can raid. It's probably Lyra because she's hosting a donathon right now. I wanna support her, you know, we gotta support her. Oh, Bat is still live. Yeah, but I believe Lyra's gonna be streaming for longer. So let's raid Lyra. Let's support her on her donathon. Yeah. Tomorrow is a Void Crew collab. I will be streaming early. It's because it's 3 a.m. The usual stream time I do is 5 a.m. I will be live 3 hours probably before. 3 hours before the collab. Yeah, 3 hours before the collab, so we can still have time to chat and to game a little bit before we hop onto the collab. And then, by the way, if you haven't heard yet, I'll be doing a birthday donathon, aiming to pay my debts. For the home electrical rewiring, my PC, my streaming PC, and everything that I need to be paid. Honestly, just for me to be out of debt, because it's hard paying it, honestly. But yeah, we're gonna raid to Lyra. So here's our raid message. Feel free to copy that. So if you're sub, you can do the other one. If you're not sub, you can copy the first one. So yeah, that's it. Let's raid out to the Lyra. We will be hold on. Where's the lava? Okay, there we go. Alright. We have started the raid. Thank you again, everyone. It was fun. It was a long one. I hope to see you tomorrow in like 11 hours or less. So I'm gonna sleep after this. No, actually, I'm still gonna do some house chores before I go sleep. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. It was fun. Thank you again. Mwah. I love y'all. Bye bye. Bye bye. Stay hydrated. Stay comfy. Stay full. Get some good rest. Good night. Bye bye.